Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Hua Shan sat in Chen Jiu's house with a bruised and swollen face. Sitting opposite him were Chen Jiu and Yang Wei. Chen Jiu, that old B** D Jiang Yaokai hired a lawyer, and now there's a bunch of reporters loitering around the neighborhood since early this morning. Your lawyer is here too. You have to give us all an explanation for this. After saying that, Hua Shan felt a burning pain in her mouth. Just a few hours ago, he spent the whole night watching anime and manga, which resulted in him running out of toilet paper. How can we manage without toilet paper? So he decided to go downstairs to the 24-hour convenience store to buy some toilet paper. But who would have thought? As soon as I stepped downstairs, a masked man suddenly jumped out of the bushes, pinned me to the ground without a word, and beat me severely. That kid really went all out. He slapped himself repeatedly in the mouth until his lips were swollen like sausage lips. By the time he got up, the masked man had vanished. Because Fuxi Jiayuan was an unfinished building project and no one managed it afterward, all the security cameras in the community were just for show. After the victim reported the incident, the police could only review nearby surveillance footage, but they couldn't find a single suspicious person. Chen Jiu grinned, revealing a mouthful of gold teeth, and said nonchalantly, "Let him sue us, he can't do anything about it anyway." "So what if you sue?" Hua Shan became instantly enraged upon hearing those three words. "That unethical lawyer said it, and that's fine. How could you say something like that?" "Chen Jiu, the problem now is that a group of reporters are at the entrance of the residential area every day, grabbing people and asking if they're debtors who refuse to pay their debts. Now everyone's afraid to go out, lest they end up on the news and have their personal information exposed. You need to give everyone an explanation for this. If you can't give everyone an explanation, I'm staying here, eating and drinking your food, and I'm not leaving." "Oh shit. What is this Huxia Pine anyway? How dare you talk to me like that?" No wonder he got beaten up like that, he deserved it. At this moment, Chen Jiu wished he could go up to him and slap him hard across the face twice. But Hua Shan was, after all, a representative elected by hundreds of defaulters. If I and Hua Shan break up, this means that he and everyone behind him have completely broken ties. If they reveal everything, they won't get away with it either. Just then, Yang Wei sat in the chair, his fingers resting on his temples, and slowly began to speak. The other side only used a simple trick. "Why did you panic? This is clearly a treacherous scheme by Su Wen." The two were immediately taken aback. A treacherous scheme? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Hua Shan waved his hand, snorted coldly, and continued, "That lawyer is out of his mind. He's good at spouting nonsense, but I don't believe for a second that this is a dirty trick." Yang Wei looked at Hua Shan with the same care and concern he would show to a child with intellectual disabilities. "If it's not a malicious plot, why are you arguing?" Hua Shan wanted to refute, but then he felt that what Yang Wei said seemed to make a lot of sense. The tense atmosphere quickly calmed down thanks to Yang Wei's two sentences. "Su Wen, is he trying to give me a forehand and backhand tutorial?" Yang Wei quickly understood Su Wen's intention. He wanted to use public opinion to escalate the matter and then sow discord between Chen Jiu and the group of debtors. Find an opportunity to win the case from there. They're still too young. As long as Su Wen cannot find the sales details of Fuxi Jiayuan, even if Su Wen wins the lawsuit, it won't help Jiang Yaokai get a single penny back. "Don't worry, I have kept the sales details for Fuxi Jiayuan safe and sound." Yang Wei stood up, slowly walked to Hua Shan's side, and patted him on the shoulder. "As long as you unite as one, Su Wen won't be able to do anything to you. As for the harassment from reporters, just bear with it and it will pass." "No." Hua Shan pushed Yang Wei's hand away and said coldly, "The reporters' matter must be resolved for us as soon as possible, or don't blame us for really turning against you because of Su Wen's interference." Hua Shan now feels a surge of inexplicable anger whenever he sees a lawyer. Yang Wei's arrogant demeanor only made him more annoyed. Lawyers are supposed to serve the people. What the hell are you doing here, acting like a dam? Upon hearing this, Yang Wei narrowed his eyes slightly and stared coldly at Hua Shan. However, Hua Shan stuck his face out and said with a mocking tone, "Go ahead and hit me, go ahead and hit me. If you hit me, I'll call the police. Hey, I'll extort money from you." Yang Wei immediately clenched his fists and took a deep breath. He originally thought he had intimidated Hua Shan. Unexpectedly, this person was a complete scoundrel who wouldn't reason with him at all. Looking at Hua Shan's smug expression, this guy is just so damn annoying. He really wanted to go up there and tear that stinking mouth apart. Chen Jiu stepped in to smooth things over. "Attorney Yang, Hua Shan is right, the reporter's matter definitely needs to be addressed." Yang Wei snorted coldly. He wanted to deal with it, but he didn't have a good solution at the moment. Just then, Chen Jiu suddenly spoke up. "If there isn't a better way, could we create some trouble for them to divert their attention? That way they won't have time to focus on the reporters." Upon hearing Chen Jiu's words, Yang Wei's eyes lit up immediately. This is indeed a good idea, so he looked at Hua Shan and hurriedly asked, "Didn't you say back then that when Su Wen came to collect the debt there was a girl behind him?" Upon hearing about the girl behind Su Wen, Hua Shan's eyes immediately lit up. Yes, I'm telling you, that little girl is absolutely gorgeous." Yang Wei interrupted him directly. "Perhaps we could start by targeting the people around Su Wen." Chen Jiu was taken aback. "But we don't even know the girl's name." Yang Wei's lips curled into a cold smile. "Leave this to me." After joining a law firm, lawyers are required to upload their identity information to the judicial system as soon as possible. Yang Wei kept his head down, his fingers flying across the keyboard. Soon, Fang Hui's photo appeared in his hands. Only, why does this Fang Hui look so familiar? Yes, that's her. Hua Shan became excited upon seeing the photos on his phone and exclaimed repeatedly, "Could you send me her photo?" Yang Wei snorted coldly and ignored Hua Shan. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Wei suddenly remembered that he had seen this girl before at Hema Law Firm. There was even a funny incident at the time. This Fang Hui actually stole something from the person in question and got caught red-handed. It's absolutely laughable. Yang Wei took out his phone and quickly dialed the number of Zhou Tao, a partner at Hema Law Firm. "Hey Lao Zhou, that girl named Fang Hui. What did you steal from the person involved?" "A pen." Su Wen's lips twitched slightly. Fang Hui really did have a special fondness for pens. "It's just a pen, the amount isn't large, so it shouldn't be a big problem." Fang Hui tilted her head and said in confusion, "That pen is strange, it can't write." "A pen that can't write." Su Wen was also somewhat confused by Fang Hui. Fang Hui stole her client's belongings from her previous law firm. Therefore, Fang Yao did not have a very clear understanding of this matter. However, after stealing the items, Fang Hui immediately realized her mistake, proactively returned the items to the perpetrator and admitted her wrongdoing. But when she took out the pen and handed it to the person involved's expression changed. Not only did they deny that the pen was theirs, but they also gave Fang Hui a severe scolding before angrily leaving. Half an hour later, she received news that she had been fired. "Does that pen have any other unique features?" Su Wen frowned. If it was just a pen, why wouldn't the person involved admit it and instead scold Fang Hui? Fang Hui tilted her head, put a finger in her mouth, and rolled her beautiful eyes slightly upward. "That pen is pink, it can't write, but it has a switch. When you press it, the pen buzzes and you can even adjust the speed." Fang Hui recounted every detail she could think of. In a short time, Su Wen and Fang Yao both fell silent. When Fang Hui returns the stolen item, no one will admit to it. The case she consulted at your law firm must be related to her husband, right? Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Fang Hui's eyes widened in surprise filled with admiration. "How did you know? She went for divorce counseling, and I heard she's been divorced 3 times already." Fang Yao couldn't help but laugh out loud. This special pen, no man would carry it with him at all times. Unless he's a super psychopath. Fang Yao's focus was on the special pen, but Su Wen's focus was on the fact that he had been divorced 3 times. Could it be? Is she a gold digger? After a brief moment of thought, Su Wen continued, "Was you recorded by surveillance cameras when you took the person's pen?" Fang Hui slowly shook her head. "No, I just happened to run into her in the restroom." but there was CCTV footage when I returned her things. In just one positive moment, Fang Hui stole the person's belongings. Su Wen would never believe that this thieving technique wasn't something he had specifically learned. Only, why would a wealthy young man like him specialize in learning to steal? Fang Yao looked at Su Wen and asked with a puzzled expression, "Why did you suddenly think of asking these things?" Fang Yao valued his younger sister's situation even more than his own. Since Su Wen came to ask about these things, it's very likely that he has guessed something. Su Wen spoke calmly. "I've already made my move in Jiang Yaokai's case. If the other side doesn't react, they'll fall into my trap. To break this deadlock, the only way is to disrupt my rhythm and throw me into disarray." Although the original owner of Su Wen's body was cowardly, aside from sending the person involved to jail twice, there was no other scandalous information about him. If Yang Wei wanted to disrupt Su Wen's rhythm, he would have to find a way to start with the people around him. Fang Hui naturally became their primary target. Upon hearing this, Fang Hui's eyes flashed with disappointment, and she lowered her head with a hint of self-reproach. Did I cause trouble? It seems like I've always been getting into trouble since I was a child. Will my situation affect Jiang Yaokai's case?" Fang Hui's voice was very low. If it had any impact, she would feel extremely guilty. Fang Yao saw what his younger sister was thinking and affectionately patted her head. "With me here, you'll be fine." "Brother," Fang Hui raised her head, her eyes flickering. Seeing the deep affection between the two siblings, Su Wen, having understood the whole story, decided not to disturb them and prepared to leave. Just then, Fang Hui's phone suddenly rang. Seeing an unfamiliar phone number, Fang Hui answered it despite her confusion. "Hello, Miss Fang, we received a report of theft. Please come to the police station." Fang Hui was taken aback. "Okay. I'll be right there." Hearing the sound, Su Wen turned around and looked at Fang Hui with a puzzled expression. "What's wrong?" Fang Hui's eyes were filled with panic. It's a call from the police station. They said someone accused me of theft and they want me to come over." Upon hearing this, Fang Yao immediately frowned. "What you worry about will eventually happen. Their speed is simply too fast. It's okay, I'll go with you." Su Wen slowly shook his head and said calmly, "I'll go with her. This matter may not be big, but it needs to be dealt with properly. This matter concerning Fang Hui must be handled properly and thoroughly. Although stealing a pen isn't a big deal, but for a lawyer, it was enough to become a stain on her life." Su Wen knew very well that it would be difficult for a lawyer with a history of theft to gain the trust of his clients. Fang Yao is indeed very intelligent, and he is capable of handling Fang Hui's affairs. But when it comes to Fang Hui, he easily loses his temper, causing more unnecessary trouble. Fang Yao looked like he hadn't woken up yet. Although he didn't say it, Su Wen guessed that he must have gone to cause trouble for Hua Shan last night. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Fang Yao firmly shook his head. He knew that he could not play as good a role as Su Wen in this matter, but since it concerned Fang Hui, he was really worried. "I'll drive you there myself. Don't worry, I won't go in unless it's absolutely necessary." Su Wen glanced at Fang Yao with annoyance. "Your sports car only has 2 seats. Do you expect me to take a taxi again?" Fang Yao's lips curled into a slight smile. "Who said I only have 1 car?" Then Fang Yao led Su Wen to his garage. Upon seeing the dazzling array of vehicles, even Su Wen, who was used to grand occasions, couldn't help but be taken aback. Goodness! Dozens of vehicles, none of which cost less than 1 million. The cars in Fang Yao's garage alone are worth over 100 million yuan. Fang Yao had changed his clothes and was holding 2 bundles of cash in his hand. Seeing a flash of shock in Su Wen's eyes, he lazily shrugged. "Don't be surprised. Strictly speaking, these cars and this villa are not registered in my name." Su Wen wasn't too surprised by Fang Yao's words. The car and house should both be registered under the Fang Group's name. Fang Yao only has the right to use them. But this Fang Yao, why did they pull out 2 more bundles of cash? Fang Yao said calmly, "If you can't solve this, then I'll use money to bribe her into giving up on filing a case." "That's outrageously extravagant. This is outrageously extravagant." Soon, the 3 arrived at the Hepping South Road police station in a Mercedes AMG. Looking at the gate of the Hepping South Road police station, Su Wen's lips curled up slightly. "I really do have a special connection with this police station. After parking the car, Fang Yao glanced at Fang Hui, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. I won't go in. If anything unexpected happens, be sure to call me immediately. Hearing Fang Yao's instructions, Fang Hui nodded heavily. Su Wen gave Fang Yao a disgruntled look. Don't worry, with me here, nothing will go wrong. After saying that, Su Wen led Fang Hui out of the car and into the police station. As soon as I entered, Su Wen then saw Zhang Jianfeng, who was talking to a familiar figure. Yang Wei, Zhang Jianfeng saw Su Wen come in. His previously serious expression instantly broke into a broad smile. Attorney Su, what brings you here? At this time, in addition to the police officers on duty and Yang Wei and others, there were several members of the public who had come to report the case inside the police station. When Yang Wei saw Su Wen walk in, a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Snort. He really is an idiot. He only made a slight move and the boy fell into his trap. If he succeeds in filing the case today, tomorrow, we'll find a few marketing accounts to attack Fang Hui using the lawyer who steals as a hot topic. At that time, not only will the public outcry over the hundreds of debtors be suppressed, but a counterattack against Su Wen will also be possible, achieving two goals at once. Fang Hui, meanwhile, looked somewhat timidly at the woman beside Yang Wei. This person was Zhai Xingxin, whom Yang Wei had brought to report the case. Zhai Xingxin has a slender figure, long hair that falls over her impressive chest, and two very pretty dimples when she smiles. She looks very refined and gentle. However, the moment she saw Fang Hui, her eyes widened and she pointed at Fang Hui and shouted loudly, "It's her, officer, she's the one who stole my things." The sound was shrill, instantly drowning out everyone else in the room. In a short time, all eyes followed Zhai Xingxin's finger and fell on Fang Hui, and they began to point and whisper, "Hey, this little girl looks pretty, why is she stealing? It's true what they say, a big forest has all kinds of birds. Look at the designer clothes she's wearing. They might even be stolen." That's quite possible. These young people nowadays are truly ignorant and incompetent. A series of mocking voices reached Fang Hui's ears. Fang Hui immediately lowered her head in fear, her body trembling slightly, unable to look directly at the group of people. Su Wen stepped forward, blocking Fang Hui's view and blocking the view of most people. Zheng Jianfeng was taken aback when he heard Zhai Xingxin's voice. "Attorney Su, is this young lady your client?" Su Wen nodded, ignoring everyone's stares, and his gaze fell on Yang Wei. "Now that everyone's here, let's begin." Yang Wei was slightly taken aback when he felt Su Wen's gaze. In the previous case involving old Zhang, he manipulated the case from behind the scenes and did not directly confront Su Wen. In his memory, Su Wen had always been a timid, cowardly, and even insecure person. But now, seeing Su Wen in person, Su Wen's powerful confidence and aura made him feel the pressure of a superior. This feeling, he only experienced this from Professor Luo Xiong once at a press conference. This Su Wen, the changes have been so dramatic in just 6 months. Although Yang Wei was shocked by Su Wen's transformation, he still held a hint of disdain for Su Wen. He then sneered and spoke, "Very well, let's go to the mediation room then." Su Wen glanced coldly at the crowd and said casually, "Let's chat here for a few minutes." Yang Wei was stunned for a moment. What did he mean by that? Are we going to surrender and admit defeat in just a few minutes? That's true, someone like Su Wen is trash, I could silence him in a few minutes. All right, let's begin here. As he spoke, Yang Wei took out his phone and opened a video. In the video, Fang Hui is holding a special pen and standing in front of Zhai Xingxin with her head down, surrounded by a group of employees from Hema law firm. "Hello, this is your pen, I accidentally took it." Then Zhai Xingxin's face flushed red instantly in the video, and a sharp voice came from the phone. "What do you mean, my pen? What nonsense are you spouting, little girl? Are you out of your mind?" In an instant, the employees of Hema law firm recognized the true purpose of the pen, and several young employees couldn't help but burst out laughing. But this is your pen." Hearing the laughter around her, Zhai Xingxin was clearly flustered. "You little brat, are you deaf? Can't you hear me? I said this isn't my pen, so it's not my pen." For the next 2 minutes, all that could be heard was Zhai Xingxin angrily hurling insults at Fang Hui. At the end of the video, Zhai Xingxin snatched the special pen from Fang Hui's hand and left Hema law firm directly. Seeing this, Su Wen breathed a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, he insisted on not letting Fang Yao in. Otherwise, if Fang Yao heard the content of the video, he would definitely do something outrageous on the spot. Yang Wei slowly put away his phone, a cold smile playing on his lips, and pointed at Fang Hui, shouting loudly. "Everyone, judge for yourselves, doesn't this prove that she stole my client's things?" Immediately, everyone echoed his sentiments. How could this girl do such a thing? Stealing from customers is absolutely despicable. What a waste of such a handsome face. How could he do something so shameful? I don't know how her parents raised her. They should have called her parents over too. Fang Hui's body began to tremble. She hid behind Su Wen, tightly gripping the hem of his clothes, her head bowed, not daring to speak. Su Wen knew that Fang Hui was very scared. Whether she steals or always hides behind others when things go wrong, it doesn't matter. These are all psychological issues for Fang Hui herself. Only by letting her face it head-on can her emotional distress be gradually resolved. Su Wen chose not to go to the mediation room because he wanted to help Fang Hui regain her confidence in front of everyone. In the video, your client did not explicitly state that the item belonged to her. And there isn't enough evidence to prove that my client stole her things. Oh, there has indeed been some progress. Yang Wei snorted coldly. I knew you'd say that. As he spoke, Yang Wei produced new evidence, a video from a supermarket. In the video, Fang Hui furtively took a bottle of mineral water, then clutched it to her chest and walked out. I have many more videos like this. As he spoke, Yang Wei pulled out several videos, all of them showing Fang Hui stealing things. These videos are enough to prove that Fang Hui not only stole, but was also a repeat offender. In a short time, everyone present was shocked, pointing and whispering about Fang Hui, and a chorus of curses erupted. Even Zhang Jianfeng shook his head helplessly, his eyes filled with disappointment as he looked at Su Wen. Following the kidnapping case of the international student and the case of old Zhang, Zhang Jianfeng had long regarded Su Wen as his idol. He didn't understand. Why would your idol defend a thief? Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Yang Wei's lips curled into a cold smile. At this point, the fact that Fang Hui committed theft has been completely confirmed. After the police station files a case, tomorrow will bring an overwhelming barrage of public opinion. They'll see. However, the next second, Su Wen's calm, slightly mocking voice slowly rang out. After being a lawyer for so many years, you don't even know the definition of theft. Don't you understand? Su Wen's voice carried a hint of mockery and sarcasm, but more often than not, Yang Wei's disdain. I originally thought Yang Wei would produce some solid evidence to argue with me, but to my surprise, he acted like a child playing house. Yang Wei sensed the sarcasm in Su Wen's tone and his eyes immediately turned cold. This Su Wen, how dare they mock me? Just 6 months ago, Su Wen was an intern lawyer under him. How long has it been? How dare they mock me? Yang Wei gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "Are you saying I don't understand the law?" Su Wen gave him a disgruntled look. Do you even need me to translate normal human language for you now? The sharp exchange between the two seemed to freeze the air around them. Sensing Su Wen's powerful aura, those who had been mocking Fang Hui fell silent. Yang Wei was so angered by Su Wen's retort that he opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. Su Wen looked around, and everyone who met his gaze quickly lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the eye. The definition of theft under Huxia law is theft with the intent of illegal possession. Of the evidence you've provided, which one proves that my client illegally possessed this toy? Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Fang Hui immediately raised her head, looking at Su Wen's back with a gleam in her eyes. Everyone present was stunned for a moment, then looked at Su Wen in disbelief. Especially Zhang Jianfeng's astonished expression. His jaw seemed to dislocate and his mouth was so wide open that it could fit 2 eggs. Lawyer Su. I was wrong, I shouldn't have doubted you. Zhang Jianfeng was a smart man and naturally understood the meaning behind Su Wen's words. The video only shows Fang Hui returning the items, which does not prove that she stole Zhai Xingxin's belongings with the intent of illegal possession. Moreover, there is also no evidence to prove that Fang Hui stole the pen. Yang Wei frowned, pondering a solution, but Zhai Xingxin's shrill voice sounded like an alarm. Bullshit, that pen was stolen by that little punk. So many videos prove it, she's a repeat offender. Police arrest her right now. For a moment, several onlookers couldn't stand the noise, so they covered their ears and glared at Zhai Xingxin with displeasure. This woman. He looks fair-skinned and clean-cut and has a refined and gentle appearance. How can someone speak of national treasures with such a harsh tone? Su Wen stared coldly at Zhai Xingxin. Initially, he didn't have any intention of targeting Zhai Xingxin since Fang Hui was indeed in the wrong first. In cases of pathological theft, the perpetrator is unaware of when or how they have stolen other people's belongings. After realizing she had accidentally stolen something, Fang Hui immediately returned it and apologized, which does not constitute illegal possession of another person's property. Sensing Su Wen's icy gaze, Zhai Xingxin seemed to switch into battle mode, hands on her hips, pointing at Su Wen and cursing viciously. What are you looking at? Believe me or not, I'll gouge your eyes out. You despicable wretch, actually defending a thief. Have you lost all your conscience? Get out of here, say another word, and I'll have you arrested too. However, before Su Wen could speak, Fang Hui clenched her little fists and stepped out from behind him, her face flushed red. You can insult me, but why did you have to insult Attorney Su? Zhai Xingxin put her hands on her hips and scolded, What's wrong? I'll curse, I'll curse. Zhang Jianfeng couldn't stand it any longer and directly reprimanded him. This is a police station, not a market, watch your tone. Upon hearing Zhang Jianfeng's reprimand, Zhai Xingxin looked aggrieved and sat down on the ground to cry, shouting as she cried. The police are bullying me. She was the one who stole, so why are you all yelling at me? I don't want to live anymore. Seeing his client's expression, Yang Wei's face immediately darkened. This woman. Isn't he just trying to cause trouble? But she was right about one thing. With so many videos of Fang Hui stealing as evidence, it's entirely reasonable to conclude that she's a repeat offender. Upon hearing Yang Wei's words, Su Wen curled his lip in disdain. If your words were to reach the legal profession, you'd probably be laughed out of the room. Are these videos necessarily related? Su Wen smirked and continued. Do you have their power of attorney? They haven't pursued my client's case, so what right do you have to? Su Wen knew Yang Wei's thoughts all too well. He wanted to use Fang Hui's theft as a pretext to disrupt his own work on Jiang Yaokai's case. This is child's play. For Su Wen, it was like children playing house. If you're here today to file a case, then I'm sorry to tell you that the facts are unclear and the evidence is insufficient. If you want to cause trouble for my client, please find some evidence before you come back, otherwise I will sue you for defamation. Yang Wei clenched his fists in anger. Zheng Jianfeng then stepped forward and said to Yang Wei, based on the existing evidence, your evidence is indeed insufficient to file a case. Before Yang Wei could speak, Zhai Xingxin got up from the ground and her sharp and sarcastic voice rang out again. I think you're all in cahoots to bully me, you're a corrupt cop and I'm going to report you. Zheng Jianfeng, now also angered, said, Miss, if you have a problem with me you can report me to my superiors, but if you insult me again I can lock you up. By this time, the surrounding crowd had realized that Zhai Xingxin had come to cause trouble. There was nothing wrong with what Su Wen said earlier. Suddenly, the crowd that had been pointing fingers at Fang Hui earlier turned on Zhai Xingxin with harsh words. Oh dear, how can you be like this? You don't even have any evidence, how can you report someone like that? Seriously, they even hired a lawyer, how interesting. Stop talking, she might get angry and yell at you too. Yang Wei was now flushed with anger. This Su Wen. When did they become so difficult to deal with? He underestimated his opponent today. Once he finds the evidence, let's see what excuse Su Wen will have left to defend himself. Since you're not afraid, then we'll wait and see. Yang Wei snorted coldly and was about to leave the police station. Just then, Su Wen grinned, looking at the exasperated Yang Wei, and said with a smile. Attorney Yang, do you need me to teach you how to find evidence? So many videos, conducting interviews must take a long time, right? Yang Wei paused abruptly, then clenched his fist. Su Wen has really gone too far. He was a well-known lawyer in Jiangcheng, yet he was looked down upon like this. Damn it, we have to find the evidence and teach him a lesson. Yang Wei glared fiercely at Su Wen. Just you wait. As I walked out of the police station, Su Wen and Fang Hui got into Fang Yao's car directly. Fang Hui hadn't yet recovered from her disappointment. She lowered her head and said softly, I'm sorry. I've caused you trouble. Everything else was fine, but Fang Hui felt guilty because Su Wen had been scolded by Zhai Xingxin because of her. This time, Su Wen unusually didn't try to comfort Fang Hui. Instead, he spoke with a serious expression. If self-blame were effective, what would be the point of judges? Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Fang Hui buried her head in her chest like an ostrich. Seeing this, Fang Yao was about to speak when Su Wen looked directly at him and said, "Can you protect her at all times?" Su Wen's voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Fang Hui's tendency to hide when faced with problems is largely due to Fang Yao's overprotective nature. Fang Yao opened his mouth, instinctively wanting to say yes but ultimately closed it. He knew in his heart that Su Wen was right, he had indeed been excessively doting on Fang Hui. He also wanted to protect her forever, but he couldn't do it, to protect her every moment and prevent her from suffering even the slightest harm. What happened today should serve as a wake-up call for him. Seeing that neither of them spoke, Su Wen pondered for a moment, then slowly asked, "How much do you know about Zhai Xingxin's divorce case?" Fang Hui slowly raised her head. "All I know is that her husband is a very wealthy programmer. I think his name is Su Xiaomo." Upon hearing Fang Hui's reply, Su Wen quickly opened the Douyin platform and searched for the three words Su Xiaomo. Soon, information about Su Xiaomo online came to Su Wen's attention. You won't believe it until you see it, and what you find will shock you. Contrary to what Fang Hui said, Su Xiaomo is not a simple programmer. He is the owner of a technology company with tens of millions of assets, a certain degree of fame online, and his own Douyin account. The most recent video is from 4 months ago, showing his wedding to Zhai Xingxin. In the video, Su Xiaomo speaks to the camera. "I, Su Xiaomo, swear to God that I will only love Zhai Xingxin in this lifetime. If I file for divorce from her, I will compensate her with 5 million yuan for emotional distress." Su Wen continued browsing Su Xiaomo's Douyin account. There are several other videos like this. "We bought a villa together in Sanya," Su Xiaomo said happily to the camera. "Even though we're not married yet, I don't mind adding her name to the deed of the house because I love her." Below the video, many enthusiastic netizens shared their opinions. "Buying a villa before even getting married and putting it in the woman's name, aren't you afraid of being scammed?" Su Xiaomo replied, "She wouldn't lie to me, she owns a villa herself. This woman looks familiar. I think we went on a blind date before. I suspect she's just after your money, she doesn't truly love you." Su Xiaomo replied, "Sour grapes, no wonder Xingxin didn't like you back then. Money is for women to see, not for women to spend, Maoji, don't you understand?" Su Xiaomo replied, "I'll buy her anything she likes because I love her." Seeing this, Su Wen looked up at Fang Hui and asked curiously, "When did Zhai Xingxin go for divorce counseling?" Fang Hui quickly responded, 3 months ago. Because she was fired from Hema law firm on the day Zhai Xingxin consulted her. She remembered it very clearly. Su Wen frowned after hearing this. "I went to a law firm to consult about divorce just a few days after getting married. This does indeed defy common sense." Fang Yao, who was driving in front, heard their conversation, sneered, and spoke up. "Is this Zhai Xingxin really a gold digger?" Fang Yao's voice carried a hint of doubt. After sending a private message to Su Xiaomo, Su Wen put his phone away. Whether she's a gold digger or not is still hard to determine. Su Wen is always cautious in his speech. He will not make hasty conclusions before a matter is settled. But one thing is for sure, this Su Xiaomo is a hopeless romantic. At this point, Su Wen sighed heavily, feeling a pang of sorrow for Su Xiaomo, and continued. Furthermore, Su Xiaomo was unaware that his wife intended to divorce him. Upon hearing this, Fang Yao couldn't help but snort coldly and spoke. "Men who are obsessed with love are truly terrifying." During their courtship, he was willing to give his girlfriend a villa. Whether he was foolish or naive, Fang Yao would never do that. Su Wen pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke. "If Zhai Xingxin really decides to file for divorce, then Su Xiaomo's assets might actually be in danger of being lost." Fang Hui is rather simple-minded. Her bad moods come and go quickly. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, her eyes lit up instantly. She turned around from the passenger seat and looked at Su Wen. "That means Su Xiaomo didn't know his wife wanted a divorce." Su Wen nodded. "Yes, he's probably still in the dark." Fang Hui's emotions instantly surged. She blinked at Su Wen and asked a question. Then, can we act as Su Xiaomao's legal representatives? Su Wen nodded again. Of course, a law firm can't rely on just one case. Otherwise, it'll be difficult to build a reputation. Although old Zhang's case brought Su Wen some fame. Even considering the original owner's record, Su Wen currently has 1 win and 2 losses, which still leaves many parties involved in the cases with some doubts. In addition, many people online criticized him for only finding loopholes and for not being very professional, which also dissuaded many clients who wanted him to represent them. Just then, Su Wen's phone rang. He glanced at it indifferently, then spoke to Fang Hui. Get ready in a bit, Su Xiaoma will be coming to our law firm tomorrow morning. Really? Fang Hui's face immediately lit up with joy. That's great. Another case. Although Fang Hui has only been working at Good Luck Law Firm for 2 or 3 days, she has already found a sense of belonging here. She was genuinely happy that the law firm was able to get cases. I'm confident that attorney Su will be able to achieve a resounding victory in his case. Hearing Fang Hui's praise, Su Wen's lips curled up slightly and he slowly spoke. Who said I was going to take on this case? Fang Hui was stunned upon hearing this. If we're not going to represent him, why call him over? And, this case is very lucrative, why not take it? Fang Hui tilted her head and looked at Su Wen with a curious expression, asking him a question. Su Wen looked at Fang Hui and said calmly, I only said I wouldn't handle such cases, not that our firm wouldn't take them. What's the meaning? Isn't he the only lawyer at Good Luck Law Firm? If he doesn't answer, who will? Just then, Fang Yao also parked his car on the side of the road, his eyes falling on Fang Hui. He now understood what Su Wen was trying to do, although it might be a bit difficult for Fang Hui, but Su Wen is right. He can't protect Fang Hui all the time, so he has to find a way to let her grow up on her own. Feeling their gazes, Fang Hui stared wide-eyed in disbelief. He bent his index finger and pointed it at himself, his voice tinged with surprise. You guys wouldn't. You want me to represent Su Xiaomao's case, right? The following morning. Jiangcheng is a city of moderate size where life is mundane day after day, with few headline-grabbing events. The case of over 100 debtors owing Jiang Yaokai 80 million yuan is major news for the media in Jiangcheng. These 2 days. Nearly half of the reporters in Jiangcheng loiter around Fuxi Jiayuan every day with microphones in hand, causing those debtors to live in fear. However today, in addition to some reporters, a group of real estate agents also came. Special offer, 1 bedroom and 1 living room, great location, move-in ready, only 100 yuan per month. Hey bro, wanna take a look? The real estate agent's sales pitch immediately attracted a large crowd of onlookers. Only 100 yuan a month, that's a scam, isn't it? Could it be a haunted house? You can't live in a haunted house, someone might die there. Young man, why are your houses so cheap? A 1-bedroom apartment, fully furnished and ready to move in, this is practically a steal. The real estate agent looked at the crowd around him and chuckled. Brother, our house isn't some haunted house, we're having a promotion these days, after that it'll go back to 2,000 a month. The surrounding crowd was immediately shocked upon hearing this. Goodness, supermarkets wouldn't dare offer such large discounts on near-expiry food. Is the owner of this real estate agency out of his mind? Forget it, this apartment is too cheap, I don't dare rent it. In a short time, the crowd dispersed. The real estate agent quickly interjected, don't leave, we're a legitimate company, we'll sign a contract and there absolutely won't be any problems with the house. However, no matter how persuasive the real estate agent's claims were, the crowd gradually dispersed. Fang Hui, who was hiding not far away and watching all this, turned around with a puzzled look and said to Su Wen, Attorney Su, they've all left, nobody wants to rent a place. Su Wen's lips curled slightly as he slowly said, don't worry, let the dust settle. Just then, a thin figure wearing a mask sneaked out of the residential compound and headed towards the real estate agency. Although the man was wearing a mask, Fang Hui recognized him at a glance. It's that deadbeat Hua Shan. Su Wen nodded, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. The fish has taken the bait. After saying that, Su Wen's gaze fell directly on Hua Shan. Hua Shan walked cautiously to the real estate agent and let out a long sigh of relief. Call. Ever since he was severely beaten up after going out late at night, He's been living in constant fear of being beaten up again. Although he called the police, but the police asked him, "Have you offended anyone recently?" Hua Shan was speechless. He had offended so many people that he couldn't even remember them all, so naturally he had no way to provide evidence to the police. In the end, all the police could tell him was, "You should be more careful when you go out in the future." Since the police couldn't do anything, he had to figure it out himself. "Bro, your rent is 100 a month. Are you sure there aren't any other hidden costs?" Upon hearing Hua Shan's words, the real estate agent's eyes lit up. Finally, someone's here. The house was indeed rented to them for 100 yuan a month. This is because someone paid most of their rent in advance, euphemistically calling it doing a good deed. But there are two conditions for being a great philanthropist. One is to keep this matter confidential. It cannot be disclosed to anyone. Another condition is that these houses can only be rented to residents of the Fuxi Jiayuan residential community. The real estate agent looked at Hua Shan with a happy expression and grinned. "Brother, don't worry, our house is in a fantastic location, and besides the 100 yuan rent per month, there won't be any other expenses. Furthermore, we are a legitimate company with formal contracts, and we even register with the community. There are absolutely no problems, so you can rest assured. But there's one condition: the minimum lease term is 6 months. Upon hearing the real estate agent's words, Hua Shan's eyes lit up. Although the minimum rental period is 6 months, the total cost for 6 months is only a few hundred yuan. Ever since he was severely beaten up, he lived in constant fear every day at Fuxi Garden. In addition, a large group of reporters were always around, which annoyed him. Just as he was considering whether to move out for a while, the real estate agent came knocking on his door. "This is really, heaven has not forsaken me. Besides, this rental promotion only lasts for a few days. It will be over soon. When he no longer wants to live there, he can sublet it and make a fortune. Why not?" "Are you sure it's move-in ready?" Hua Shan confirmed one last time. "Yes, don't worry." Upon hearing the real estate agent's words, Hua Shan immediately took out several hundred yuan bills from his pocket and excitedly handed them to the agent. Rent it now. Soon." The agent then took out a pre-prepared contract from the document package and signed it with Hua Shan. After signing the contract, the real estate agent handed Hua Shan a set of keys and told her the location of the house. Hua Shan then went to the new house by herself, all smiles. Seeing this scene, Su Wen's lips curled into a cold smile. "Let's go, it's almost time to meet Su Zayarama, we should head back." Fang Hui tilted her head and asked curiously, "Aren't we going to observe a little longer?" Su Wen grinned and said, "No rush, let the bullets fly for a while." "Oh yeah." Fuxi Jiayuan, a community for debtors who default on loans exchange group. Hua Shan, family, this apartment is really only 100 yuan a month and the environment is really nice. The best part is, I even saw a beautiful woman in the neighborhood. Really, send us a photo. Hua Shan, a bright and airy apartment facing south, fully furnished and right next to the subway station. It's fantastic. Apartment photo.jpg. I told you to post pictures of pretty girls, not pictures of houses. You're so stupid. But this apartment looks really nice, and at 100 yuan a month it's such a great deal. I want to see if the real estate agent is still at the entrance of the complex. These reporters are driving me crazy. Hua Shan, don't say I don't consider you brothers. Let's hide out for a while, wait until the reporters leave, then sublet the house and make a fortune. Wow, Hua Shan is so smart. No wonder he's our chosen representative. I'm going to rent an apartment right now. Hua Shan, if you want to rent a place, hurry up or it'll be gone. This event only lasts 2 or 3 days. I'm already out. I'm going to rent an apartment right away. I'll rent it for a year, then sublet it and make a good amount of money. Haha, you're already a step behind me. I've already signed the contract with the agent. Damn it, you bunch of idiots, just you wait, I'll be there in a minute. Su Wen and Fang Hui had just arrived at the law firm entrance. Then Fang Yao's lazy voice came from inside the house. "You didn't listen to a word," Zhang Wuji's mother said. Upon hearing Fang Yao's voice, Su Wen knew that Su Zayamo had arrived at the law firm. Pushing open the door, Fang Yao saw the two return, so he silently turned off the Mercury Chronicle playing on his phone, raised his lazy peach blossom eyes and looked at Su Wen, saying, I spent half an hour handling your client, remember to pay me. After saying that, Fang Yao stood up and made way for him. Seeing Su Xiaomao's dejected expression, Su Wen glanced at Fang Yao with annoyance. I need your help with reception, I didn't ask you to make him emo. Su Wen sat down opposite Su Xiaomao and gestured for Fang Hui to start taking notes. Mr. Su, although you said online that you love Miss Zhai very much, you've already thought it through, haven't you? You've already decided to come here today, haven't you? Su Xiaomo nodded dejectedly. Attorney Su, What should I do? I don't want to live anymore. As soon as Su Xiaomo opened his mouth, tears streamed down his face as if he had suffered a great injustice. Su Wen felt a little surprised. Why was Su Xiaomo acting so aggrieved? Don't rush, speak slowly. Su Wen poured a glass of water and handed it to Su Xiaomo. Su Xiaomo's shoulders trembled slightly and then he spoke with a choked voice. Yesterday afternoon, she said she had to go out for something. But after she went back, she didn't know who had provoked her outside. When he got home, he yelled at me and said he wanted a divorce. Su Wen and Fang Hui exchanged a glance and blinked. The person who made your wife angry is right in front of you, isn't they? Then what? Fang Hui asked curiously. Since she was in charge of this case, she had to find out everything that happened in between. Su Xiaoma wiped away his tears and continued. She said she doesn't need a divorce, but I have to transfer 300,000 yuan to her first. Where am I going to get that much money right now? Upon hearing this, Fang Hui's eyes widened immediately. Her brother and Su Wen both put her in charge of the case, so after returning home last night she did a lot of research. Naturally, she knew that Su Xiaoma was worth tens of millions, but now, how come he doesn't even have 300,000 left? Fang Hui asked with a puzzled look. Mr. Su, could you tell me in detail everything that has happened since you met? Su Xiaoma took 2 deep breaths, trying to calm himself down, and then slowly spoke. We met on a dating website and then we started having dinner together. From our first meeting, I was deeply attracted by her appearance and refined manners. I was completely captivated. Upon hearing this, Fang Hui blinked her adorable eyes several times in a row. Zhai Xingxin's appearance is indeed impeccable. She looks very beautiful. It is evident that they are well-educated and reasonable. Fang Hui shuddered as she recalled Zhai Xingxin's shrill voice and harsh expression. Su Wen then asked, did you feel at the time that you weren't good enough for her? Su Xiaomo nodded heavily, his eyes unfocused, as if he were back on the day of his blind date. Yes, after the blind date her image kept popping into my head. She was like an angel, so pure, so proud, so captivating. But I was also very insecure, feeling that I wasn't good enough for her, so I never dared to speak to her. Su Wen carefully examined Su Xiaomo. Su Xiaomo had short hair, wore thick glasses, and a plaid shirt. He was only about 1.6 meters tall. He doesn't look like a multimillionaire at all, he seems more like an ordinary working man. In contrast, Zhai Xingxin is 1.7 meters tall, dressed in designer brands, and has fair skin and a beautiful appearance. If she doesn't swear, she can indeed be very attractive. Fang Hui listened intently, even forgetting to take notes, looking like a complete spectator, and hurriedly asked a question. And then Su Wen gently tapped the table, and Fang Hui finally snapped out of her daze. She then stuck out her tongue, sat up straight, and hurriedly began taking notes. Su Xiaomo also snapped out of his thoughts and continued speaking with his head down. I thought I'd never have anything to do with her again, but to my surprise, the day after our blind date, she actually asked me out to dinner. After dinner, she even asked me to go to the movies. That day was the happiest day of my life. After the date, she told me that she liked me and really liked me. Hearing this, Su Wen asked in confusion, didn't you ever consider that she was with you because she wanted your money? Su Xiaomo sighed, then slowly nodded. I've thought about it more than once. Many people around me have advised me against it, saying that she's beautiful and a graduate student from a prestigious university, so she must be after my money. But when I asked her, she immediately pulled out a property deed for a villa and told me that the villa belonged to her. And she also said, I doubted her and she was very hurt. Su Wen nodded slightly. This is a commonly used PUA tactic. Zhai Xingxin first cultivated a perfect image and in a very short time attracted Su Xiaomo to her, even making him infatuated with her, thus lowering Su Xiaomo's guard. Then, when Su Zayamo began to doubt her, she directly produced a property certificate, making Su Zayamo believe that her family was very well off, thus causing Su Zayamo to feel guilty. If Su Wen's guess is correct, Zhai Xingxin will use every method at her disposal next. In their relationship, she relentlessly suppressed Su Zayamo. Su Wen looked at Su Zayamo and said calmly, "If I'm not mistaken, she was the one who proposed to you, right?" Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Su Zayama was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. "That's right, we quickly became a couple and then went on a trip to Sanya together. There, I bought a villa and put it in both our names on the deed." What? Fang Hui's eyes widened immediately. This is outrageous. Is it possible to visit real estate developments while traveling in Sanya? Mr. Su, may I ask, when you and she went to Sanya for vacation, was it planned from the beginning that you intended to buy a villa? Suzayama shook his head, then slowly began to speak. "No, I just happened to be there and she said the villa was beautiful, so I bought it." For a moment, everyone was stunned. "She just said it was pretty and you bought it? This is absolutely outrageous. Just because of that one sentence, you spent money to buy a villa and even put it in both your names." Suzayama nodded. To him, this approach seemed perfectly acceptable because he came from a rural area and his family was not well off when he was young. His mother often told him this. "This fish is delicious, you eat it. Mom doesn't like it. This dress is expensive, you should wear it. Mom's clothes can last for several more years." His mother always liked to save the best things for her son. This kind of selfless, altruistic upbringing instilled in Su Zayama from a young age the belief that the best things should be reserved for the people you love most. "Did I do something wrong? Before we got married, I bought her a car worth over $1,000,000 yuan." Before the marriage, Su Zayamo not only registered both of their names on the villa deed. They even bought her a car worth over $1,000,000 yuan. For a moment, everyone fell silent. Fang Yao couldn't listen to any longer. He got up, went outside, got into his car and sped off at the intersection. Fang Hui sighed, then asked, "Did you know she was married before?" Upon hearing this, Su Zaiamo's eyes immediately darted away, then he sighed and stammered, I know. Didn't you have any doubts?" Fang Hui looked at Su Zaiamo with a hint of disappointment. Su Zaiamo let out a deep sigh. "I was very angry at the time, so I questioned her. But she said she had said everything she needed to say, and if I minded, then we should break up. Then she just packed her things and left. After she left, I felt an intense, unbearable pain in my heart. Lying in bed, I couldn't even breathe. My mind was filled with images of her." As he spoke, Su Zaiamo's gaze began to dart away again, and tears filled his eyes. Seeing Su Zaiamo's appearance, Su Wen immediately realized that this was an emotional withdrawal reaction. The so-called emotional withdrawal reaction is the abnormal reaction that occurs in the body and brain after suddenly ending a deeply memorable relationship. For example, negative emotions such as anxiety and panic may arise in one's mind, leading to self-doubt and self-blame. The body may also become somatized, experiencing symptoms such as chest tightness, headache, and loss of appetite. The cause of these symptoms can be summed up in just two words: attachment. Simply put, emotional withdrawal symptoms are just like those experienced by long-time smokers trying to quit. They are extremely difficult. Zhai Xingxin, having grasped Su Zaiamo's psychology, felt emboldened to propose the breakup. "So you went to apologize to her the next day, right?" Su Wen asked. "Yes." Su Zaiamo continued, his voice tinged with pain. "The next morning I went to apologize to her, but she said that I had deeply hurt her. They had planned to get married, but now her parents, classmates, and friends all know about the breakup. She feels utterly humiliated and disgraced." Su Wen sighed. "So she made demands of you, right?" Upon hearing the conditions, Fang Hui's eyes lit up instantly. Flowers or a gift? For Fang Hui, if her boyfriend does something wrong and makes her angry, she won't forgive him without a bouquet of flowers. Upon hearing Su Wen's question, a hint of shame appeared on Su Zaiamo's face, and he found it difficult to speak for a moment. Su Wen could tell at a glance that Su Zaiamo must have put in a lot of effort. "Mr. Su, you must tell us the truth, otherwise it will be very difficult for us to help you." Su Zaiamo lowered his head and then said softly, "She made me transfer 50,000 Huxia yuan to her every day, until she was satisfied." What? Fang Hui's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Su Xiaomo. 50,000 huxia yuan a day. How many flowers would that take? Fang Hui asked in astonishment. You didn't agree, did you? Su Xiaomo nodded in shame. Fang Hui's mouth looked as if it could fit 2 eggs. Wow. Such an excessive demand. Su Xiaomo actually agreed. That's 50,000 a day. Many people can't even earn 50,000 a year. He actually started transferring 50,000 yuan to Zhai Xingxin every day just because of a single sentence she said. This is insane. Su Wen also looked at Su Xiaomo with some disbelief. He'd seen people with love-struck minds before, but he'd never seen someone with a severe case of love-struck mindset. Today, he's truly had his eyes opened. Su Wen raised his hand to rub his temples, then continued to ask, what else happened next? Su Xiaomo pursed his lips and continued, later I asked to see her divorce certificate. Fang Hui had just recovered from her surprise and nodded. Reasonable? It's a reasonable request to see the other person's marriage certificate before getting married. However, Su Xiaomo's next words instantly made Fang Hui, who had just calmed down, jump up from her chair. She said she could see the divorce certificate, but it was her personal privacy and she needed to transfer 880,000 RMB to her. What? Just looking at some worthless ID. They dare to ask for such an outrageous amount, 880,000 huxia yuan, 880,000. Even if you sold yourself, you wouldn't be worth that much, you wouldn't have agreed again, would you? Fang Hui looked at Su Xiaomo in disbelief. How could anyone be so foolish as to agree to such conditions? However, Su Xiaomo slowly nodded. I agreed. Confirmed. Being obsessed with love can indeed make you stupid. Fang Hui let out a heavy sigh, feeling as if a stone was pressing on her chest. 2 long ponytails swung back and forth behind her. She patted her chest and then looked at Su Wen and spoke. Attorney Su, I can't take it anymore. I need to go to the door to catch my breath. Su Wen nodded. The atmosphere was indeed somewhat oppressive at this moment. Su Xiaomo's actions have far exceeded the comprehension of ordinary people. His obsession with being in love has reached a critical stage. Fang Hui couldn't accept it at this moment and wanted to go outside for some fresh air, which Su Wen understood. The impact of negative energy on the brain often makes people feel worse. This is similar to a newly recruited police officer who, upon seeing a corpse for the first time, might be unable to resist vomiting. Mr. Su, please tell me everything at once. Su Xiaomo nodded, then sighed and continued. Later, we got married. After the marriage, she seemed like a completely different person. She lost her former understanding and reasonable nature, went out to play every day and often didn't come home at night. Even when she goes home, she'll keep picking on me. Once, a blind date I had a long time ago found out I was getting married and sent me his congratulations. I just replied politely. She said I was emotionally unfaithful, that I was having an affair with another woman. But I really didn't cheat on her. She's the only one in my heart. Su Wen gave him a disapproving look. Just tell me, how much did it cost her to forgive you? Su Xiaomo said somewhat awkwardly, 880,000 yuan. Next, Su Xiaomo cried and complained for almost an hour, and he continued to cry and complain until Fang Hui returned. Fang Hui adjusted her mindset, returned to her room, and resumed her recording. When Fang Hui finally added up all the amounts, she was stunned. She looked at Su Xiaomo and asked him a question. Mr. Su, have you kept track of how much money you transferred to her in total? Su Xiaomo slowly shook his head, then lowered his head in disappointment. No. Fang Hui said with righteous indignation. I just did a quick calculation, not counting Sanya's villa and a luxury car worth millions. In just 4 months, you transferred a total of more than 6,800,000. Zhai Xingxin's methods for demanding money are endless. But the vast majority of these complaints were unreasonable and Fang Hui really couldn't understand them. The IT guy in front of me is, after all, the boss of a company. How could I be so foolish as to believe her unreasonable demands and be swindled out of nearly 10 million in cash assets? Su Wen let out a deep sigh. Rapidly increasing one's wealth requires both experience and mindset to improve accordingly. Otherwise, it will be difficult to hold onto one's existing wealth. Su Xiaomo, standing before us, is just like that. As an IT guy from a rural background, I have strong professional skills and have benefited from the opportunities presented by the times. But when faced with something beyond their understanding, they become helpless. For example, gold diggers. Su Wen looked at Su Xiaomo and slowly asked, "Do you know what a gold digger is?" Su Xiaomo scratched his head in confusion and asked with an innocent look. "Gold digger, is that a profession for women who go to the river to pan for gold?" Really, Su Xiaomo didn't even know what a gold digger was. The term gold digger is far too distant for a straight man who spends his days studying IT. A businessman worth tens of millions who needs to go on blind dates to find a partner only shows that he has absolutely no dating experience. Therefore, in Su Xiaomo's relationship with Zhai Xingxin, he's a clueless, naive guy who's completely clueless about relationships and can only be led around by Zhai Xingxin. Fang Hui put away her notebook, slipped the pen into her pocket and began to explain. Gold diggers are a group of women who do nothing productive but are extremely beautiful, who target wealthy men and want to marry them. After getting married, they started demanding all sorts of money and valuables, and in the event of a divorce, they can claim a large sum of marital property. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaomo's eyes widened in disbelief, and his hands began to tremble. "No, impossible. I don't believe it. I don't believe Xingxin is a gold digger." He practically shouted the last sentence. In truth, he already believed what Fang Hui said, but he just refused to admit it. Su Wen looked at Su Xiaomo with not a trace of pity in his eyes. For Su Wen, the fact that Su Xiaomo was swindled out of so much money is largely due to his own actions. His friends had tried to dissuade him at first. He was pretending to be asleep. He wouldn't wake up until he hit his head and bled. Looking at Su Xiaomo's trembling hands, Su Wen said in a slightly cold voice, "If you don't believe it, why did you come to me for advice?" In an instant, Su Xiaomo's expression turned dejected, his trembling hands covered his face and his shoulders began to shrug slowly. He cried. Su Wen's words exploded like a bomb deep within his heart. She said yesterday that she wants a divorce." Su Xiaomo seemed to have used all his strength to say those words, then looked up and wept bitterly. In a short time, Su Xiaomo's painful cries echoed throughout the room. Fang Hui looked at Su Xiaomo, who was crying with his head up, her eyes filled with pity. Just as she was about to say something to comfort him, Su Wen slammed his hand on the table. Bang! Fang Hui turned her head and saw Su Wen's angry face, so she quickly shut her mouth. Su Xiaomo was also startled by Su Wen and stopped crying. "Even now you don't feel ashamed or angry about being scammed. Instead, you're crying endlessly because a gold digger wants a divorce. If she really divorces you, wouldn't you just jump off a building and kill yourself?" Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Su Xiaomo was immediately taken aback. Last night, the thought of jumping off a building did indeed cross his mind. If Su Wen hadn't invited him to the law firm today, he might not be alive today. Su Wen said coldly, "I don't want to know her reasons for divorcing. I just want to know what conditions she set." Thinking of the divorce terms proposed by Zhai Xingxin, Su Xiaomo couldn't help but want to cry again, but when he saw Su Wen's cold gaze, he instantly held back. She demanded 10 million yuan as compensation for emotional distress. Sanya's villa and that car worth over 1 million yuan will also be transferred to her name alone. Upon hearing Su Xiaomo's words, Fang Hui was immediately shocked. Goodness, she initiated the divorce, yet she still dared to make exorbitant demands. This woman, that's so shameless. You didn't actually agree again, did you? Fang Hui looked at Su Xiaomo with a serious expression and asked, if Su Xiaomo is still willing to accept such unreasonable conditions. Fang Hui could only say, "This Su Xiaomo is beyond saving." Su Xiaomo took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to cry, and said in a trembling voice, "No, I didn't agree to her this time." Upon hearing this, Fang Hui immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fine. Su Xiaomo wasn't completely stupid. If he didn't agree, there was still hope. However, the next second, Su Xiaomo slowly said, "I'm already bankrupt. I don't have 10 million to give her at all." "What bankrupt?" Oh, Fang Hui's eyes widened again. A male IT boss worth tens of millions went bankrupt because of a gold digger. This is absolutely shocking. Su Xiaomo nodded, looking aggrieved. The company's cash flow dried up. and it has now declared bankruptcy. Su Wen rolled his eyes in annoyance. If he hadn't given Zhai Xingxin so much money, his company wouldn't have gone bankrupt. Now, he has not only let himself down but also his partners and employees who have followed him through the entrepreneurial journey. Upon hearing that Su Xiaomo had gone bankrupt, Su Wen remained calm as if it were something he had expected. After a moment's thought, Su Wen looked at Su Xiaomo and slowly asked, "I'm going to ask you a question now. Think it over before you answer." Upon hearing Su Wen's voice, Su Xiaomo was taken aback, then nodded in confusion. Su Wen crossed his arms, narrowed his eyes, and asked with a serious expression, "Choose one of two, 10 million or Zhai Xingxin." Zhai. Su Xiaomo subconsciously wanted to answer Zhai Xingxin, but the words caught in his throat. Then he clenched his fists and tensed his body. But a minute later he seemed to deflate, slumping into his chair and answering in a trembling voice, I choose 10 million. Su Wen's lips curled up slightly. Really? Even after hitting a wall, people will still choose to turn back, after all. The goal of life is the wilderness, not just being a woman. Su Xiaomo is a talented and intelligent person. Otherwise, he could not have started from scratch and built a fortune of tens of millions. If there's a chance to turn back, then there's still hope. If Su Xiaomo chooses Zhai Xingxin, Su Wenhui, without any hesitation, ordered them to leave. Very well, since you've chosen 10 million. Then I'll help you get all 10 million back. Really? Upon hearing that Su Wen could help him get back 10 million, Su Xiaomo shook off his previous dejection and immediately perked up. At this moment, the relative importance of Zhai Xingxin and 10 million was immediately clear. Maybe. Su Xiaomo never truly liked Zhai Xingxin. The woman he liked was Zhai Xingxin, who was fair-skinned, beautiful, well-educated, and came from a wealthy family. Furthermore, what he might like is that presentable appearance, something he can boast about, but Su Wen didn't feel much about it. Husbands and wives are like birds in the same forest. When disaster strikes, they fly away separately. Not to mention, Su Xiaomo has now realized that Zhai Xingxin was never sincere towards him, she was only after his money. Having escalated the situation to this point, the two of them had no room for argument. Seeing Su Xiaomo, who was crying his eyes out just a second ago but is now all smiles, Su Wen finally sighed. As a lawyer, I cannot imply or explicitly tell my clients that the case will definitely be won. But if you hand your case over to our lawyers, the chances of winning will be very high. Su Xiaomo nodded repeatedly. I understand the rules. But she tricked me and now I only have 30,000 Huxia yuan left. What do you think? After feigning a moment of contemplation, Su Wen slowly said, okay. Su Wen originally didn't expect to make much money from this deal. The main reason he brought Su Xiaomo in and had him take on his case was because of Fang Hui. The lawyer Zhai Xingxin hired was from Hema Law Firm. Fang Hui had not only worked at Hema Law Firm before but had also been swindled out of a lot of money by the firm. Wanting to help Fang Hui build confidence is obviously a very good thing. As long as Fang Hui finds confidence in the case and focuses all her attention on it, her psychological disorder of pathological theft will gradually improve. As he spoke, Su Wen took out a standard contract from the drawer and pushed it in front of Su Xiaomo. Please take a look. If there are no problems, please sign your name on it. Su Xiaomo picked up the contract and began to read it carefully. After a while, Su Xiaomo put down the contract in his hand and looked at Su Wen with a puzzled expression. Attorney Su, isn't there something wrong with this contract? My lawyers. As he spoke, Su Xiaomo's gaze fell on Fang Hui and then he said somewhat embarrassedly, this little girl, can she do it? Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed in Fang Hui's eyes and she lowered her head in a lack of confidence. The party involved does not trust them. This would be a huge blow to anyone, but thinking about it, it makes sense. She was just a naive young girl, not only useless but also a troublemaker all day long. It was understandable that he didn't trust her. Maybe we should just forget about it, lawyer Su. Fang Hui looked up at Su Wen, about to speak, but Su Wen immediately raised his hand to interrupt her, his gaze falling on Su Xiaomo, and slowly said, I know you don't trust Attorney Fang, but I trust her completely. If you don't want to sign the contract, then so be it. As he spoke, Su Wen stood up and extended his arm, making a gesture to see the guest out. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Fang Hui's eyes instantly lit up again. Turn out to be, it feels so good to be trusted. Seeing Su Wen's resolute attitude, Su Xiaomo chuckled awkwardly twice, then hurriedly said, Attorney Su, you're exaggerating. I trust you, so I naturally trust Attorney Fang too. Sign it, I'll sign it right now. Su Xiaomo was a fool when it came to matters of the heart. However, she is very clever in interpersonal relationships and at work. Before coming to see Su Wen, he watched many videos and read a lot of information about Su Wen. A lawyer who is personally referred to as a deadly lawyer by Luo Xiang, a leading figure in the legal profession, is naturally much better than those mediocre lawyers. Moreover, Jiangcheng is neither too big nor too small, and there are only a handful of well-known law firms. He also knew that both Heima law firm and Zhang law firm had connections with Zhai Xingxin, and if he went to these two law firms he would be courting death. In Jiangcheng, Su Wen is the only lawyer who can help him now, although Su Wen was not the lawyer representing this contract. But Fang Hui was, after all, an employee of Su Wen's law firm, so Su Wen naturally wouldn't abandon her. Soon, Su Xiaomo then signed the contract and paid 30,000 yuan in legal fees. Then Su Xiaomo looked at Su Wen and asked, Attorney Su, the contract has already taken effect. What methods do you plan to use to help me with this lawsuit? Unlike old Zhang's case, from the very beginning, Su Wen did not have a high level of trust in Su Xiaomo. If Su Xiaomo uses his scheme for free and then goes to another lawyer, Su Wen won't have a good way to deal with him. The first lesson for lawyers: first, question your client. Often, when lawyers lose cases in court, it's not because they lack ability. Rather, it was their own client who concealed many things, or who, after the case was filed, engaged in some excessive behavior. Take Caiyan Cheng, for example, in the case of old Zhang. Cheng Yao told him to personally go to old Zhang's wife, give her some designer gifts, and ask her to testify in court. But Caiyan Cheng insisted on having his driver deliver the goods, and what he delivered was a bunch of counterfeit goods. Ultimately, the only ones who will suffer are himself and his lawyer. In response to Su Xiaomo's question, Su Wen's lips curled slightly as he spoke. Let nature take its course. What? Let nature take its course? What kind of method is this? Upon hearing Su Wen's words, not only was Su Xiaomo stunned, but even Fang Hui, who was standing to the side, reached out and scratched her pretty face. Attorney Su, could you please explain yourself clearly? Su Xiaomo asked awkwardly, and Fang Hui chimed in. Yeah, aren't we going to have a divorce? Shouldn't we take the initiative? Su Wen shook his head, a meaningful smile playing on his lips, and slowly said, Who said we were going to get a divorce? Upon hearing this, the two frowned even more deeply. If they couldn't go to court for a divorce, what else could they do? Fang Hui began to try hard to recall every word Su Wen had said before. Suddenly, as if she had grasped something, her eyes lit up and she said happily, I see. Su Wen looked at Fang Hui with a smile, signaling her to continue. Su Xiaomo looked at Fang Hui with anticipation. Feeling their gazes, Fang Hui blushed instantly, clenched her fists nervously, and asked in a questioning tone, We should start with extortion, right? Upon hearing this, a hint of admiration flashed in Su Wen's eyes. That's right, as long as we get Zhai Xingxin in, all the problems will be easy to solve. Su Wen was right about Fang Hui. From the very beginning, he believed that Fang Hui was talented. Only, for reasons unknown to him, Fang Hui developed a psychological disorder of pathological theft. This mental illness also made Fang Hui feel somewhat inferior and insecure. However, Su Xiaomo was still in a daze. He simply couldn't understand those flowery legal texts. For him, programming code was much simpler. Attorney Su, what should I do next? Upon hearing Su Xiaomo's question, Su Wen did not answer but instead turned his gaze to Fang Hui. Su Xiaomo understood Su Wen's meaning and quickly turned his head, looking at Fang Hui with a fawning smile. Attorney Fang, I'm so sorry, what should I do next? Fang Hui's face was still flushed, and she was extremely nervous. But when Su Xiaomo asked her a question, Fang Hui sat up straight and said in a timid voice, Actually, what follows is very simple. The divorce terms proposed by Zhai Xingxin are a good starting point. As she spoke, Fang Hui glanced cautiously at Su Wen out of the corner of her eye, afraid that she might have said something wrong. However, she saw appreciation in Su Wen's gaze, which boosted her confidence, and she continued speaking to Su Xiaomo. Zhai Xingxin is a gold digger. She won't stop until she's squeezed you dry. She's demanding 10 million yuan in divorce settlement, a villa in Sanya, and a luxury car worth millions. If you refuse, she'll do everything in her power to continue demanding it from you. Su Xiaomo still didn't understand the meaning behind Fang Hui's words and continued to ask. I can't possibly agree to all her demands, can I? Su Wen rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. Now that you know you can't agree to her request, what were you doing before? Fang Hui shook her head and continued. It's not about you agreeing to her demands but waiting for her to reveal her weakness. Just then, Su Xiaomo's phone suddenly rang, and he immediately tensed up the moment he saw the caller ID. It's Zhai Xingxin. Upon hearing this, Fang Hui quickly pressed down on Su Xiaomo's hand, which was instinctively answering the phone, and reminded him, turn on speakerphone and record and pay attention to my reminders. At this moment, Fang Hui's serious expression made her seem very trustworthy. Su Wen leaned back in his chair with a happy expression. Fang Hui is progressing very quickly. Once I nurture her, things will be much easier for me in the future. Upon hearing Fang Hui's words, Su Xiaomo nodded heavily, then answered the phone, turned on speakerphone and recorded the call. As soon as the call connected, Zhai Xingxin's shrill voice came through the phone. Su Xiaomo, how have you thought about the divorce? I don't have time to waste with you. Upon hearing Zhai Xingxin's voice, Su Xiaomo shuddered and began to stammer. I. However, Zhai Xingxin's tone was full of impatience as she continued to urge him. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? I've told you so many times, can you please speak clearly? You're making me really angry. You know I get wrinkles when I'm angry, you have to make it up to me. Transfer me 10,000 right now, I want to buy cosmetics. Listening to Zhai Xingxin's suffocating speech, Fang Hui swallowed hard. Zhai Xingxin's ability to manipulate people is just too strong. Su Xiaomo was extorted for 10,000 Huxia yuan simply because he stammered a little. No wonder it took less than 4 months. Zhai Xingxin took nearly 10 million yuan in cash from Su Xiaomo. Su Xiaomo looked at Fang Hui with a terrified expression. Fang Hui took a deep breath and slowly wrote the words "no money" on the paper. Hey, are you even listening to me? Are you mute? Zhai Xingxin's urging voice rang out again. Su Xiaomo saw the 2 words Fang Hui wrote on the paper and then stammered out what he said. I have no money left. I really have no money left. Upon hearing Su Xiaomo say he had no money, Zhai Xingxin's voice was filled with intense anger as she launched into a tirade of insults. No money? How could you possibly have no money? I think you just don't want to give me any. I must have been blind to fall for a scumbag like you. You're disgusting, bah. I don't care about your opinions. I've been with you for almost half a year. This 10 million is compensation for my youth and my emotional distress. If you don't give it to me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Oh, and what about Sanya's house and my car? When are you going to transfer the ownership to them? My parents are getting old and their health isn't good. I'm thinking of sending them to Sanya to recuperate for a while. Zhai Xingxin's voice was like sharp silver needles, piercing Su Xiaomo's heart time and time again. Although it caused Su Xiaomo unbearable pain, it also brought him to his senses. I must have been out of my mind to fall for a gold digger like that. Su Xiaomo grew angrier as he listened, and his expression gradually changed from initial unease to fury. Just as Su Xiaomo was about to unleash a torrent of curses, Fang Hui quickly stopped him and then wrote 2 words heavily on the paper. No money. Su Xiaomo suppressed his anger and then said through gritted teeth. I've already told you I have no money, what more do you want from me? Although he had forcibly suppressed his anger, the tone of his voice still startled Zhai Xingxin on the other end of the phone. Then an even sharper voice came from the phone. You, Su Xiaomo, have you gone too far? How dare you yell at me? Don't you love me anymore? I knew it, you must be seeing someone else, right? You scumbag. Let me tell you, you'll regret what you did today. Su Xiaomo clenched his fist, took a deep breath and looked at Fang Hui again. Fang Hui remained calm and wrote down the words "no money" again. This move. She was with Su Wangsu. 2 days ago, Su Wen used this tactic to enrage a group of debtors. Su Xiaomo now understood Fang Hui's intention. she wanted to thoroughly provoke Zhai Xingxin so that she would do something even more outrageous. Having figured this out, Su Xiaomo said with a hint of resignation in his tone, "I have no money, think whatever you want." Hearing Su Xiaomo's words, Zhai Xingxin was completely enraged. What does it mean to say, think whatever you want? Does she want 10 million? What she wanted was Su Xiaomo's attitude. Now Su Xiaomo isn't even willing to give her that kind of attitude anymore. What a scumbag. Su Xiaomo, I'm telling you, you'd better give me 10 million within a month or I'll report you for tax evasion. When that happens, neither of us will have an easy time. After saying that, Zhai Xingxin got very angry and hung up the phone. Less than 5 minutes later, Zhai Xingxin's Douyin account then updated with a new post. In the video, Zhai Xingxin's makeup was ruined by crying. She was crying in front of the camera, looking extremely aggrieved. She cried as she accused Su Xiaomo of all his misdeeds. Girls. I've met a jerk. P.S. Just playing a game, my new book just went on sale. For every 50 requests for updates, an extra chapter will be added immediately with no upper limit. Let me burn out once the video was released. This immediately caught the attention of the girls. Immediately, the comment section below the video was filled with comments from many female viewers. How could this man do this? If he doesn't love her, he shouldn't marry her. Exactly, does that mean our youth as girls is worthless? Since you've married her, why can't you love her properly? Do we girls want money? We girls just want an attitude. This kind of scumbag who doesn't know how to cherish girls should be arrested and sentenced. We girls are already a vulnerable group, why do you keep hurting us? The boys made the mistake, but we girls are the ones who have to bear the consequences. It's so tough being a girl like us. Under Zhai Xingxin's distortion of the facts and deliberate manipulation, countless netizens stood up to speak out for her. After seeing the video, Fang Hui downloaded it immediately and took screenshots of all the comments in the comment section. After doing all this, Su Wen looked at Fang Hui with great appreciation and asked, "You're a girl too, if you didn't know the truth, how would you view this situation?" Fang Hui pouted, thought for a moment and then spoke. "I won't believe anyone's opinions before the matter is resolved, and besides, gender antagonism is not something to be encouraged." Su Wen nodded upon hearing this. Fang Hui's values are still very correct. Every year, many incidents involving gender antagonism occur. This will also spark a lot of discussion. As a result, many terms related to gender antagonism have emerged over the years. For example, feminists, rural feminists, men from humble backgrounds who achieve success, ordinary men, etc. These terms are constantly deepening the antagonism between men and women. However, the idea of gender antagonism is fundamentally flawed. Those videos or bloggers that incite conflict between men and women, to put it bluntly, are profiting from tragedy and are not trustworthy. Take Zhai Xingxin, for example. Her purpose in posting the video was simply to incite women to put pressure on Su Xiaomo, thereby achieving her own goals. Just then, Su Xiaomo's phone received a text message from Zhai Xingxin. "You've seen the videos, right? If you don't agree to my conditions, I'll keep sending them. And I'll report you to the relevant authorities for tax evasion, get you imprisoned, and make sure you suffer a terrible death." After seeing the text message, Su Xiaomo handed the phone to Fang Hui and asked somewhat nervously, "Attorney Fang, what should I do next?" Fang Hui pondered for a moment, then asked, "What happened with your tax evasion?" Su Xiaomo sighed, "It's not that I wanted to evade taxes, it's just I can't even afford to pay my employees' salaries, I don't want it to be like this." Fang Hui said earnestly, "Paying taxes is our civic duty. If the amount isn't large, just accept the payment and the penalty. It won't cause any major problems." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaomo's eyes immediately lit up. "You mean, tax evasion doesn't lead to jail time?" Fang Hui shook her head. "Tax evasion is a serious offense and will result in imprisonment. However, this is your first offense and there's a reason behind it. If you agree to pay the fine and accept the penalty, I'm confident I can help you avoid criminal charges." With Su Wen's help, Fang Hui was beginning to gain confidence. Su Xiaomo asked excitedly, "So what do we do next?" Su Wen then looked at Fang Hui, anticipating her response. According to Su Wen's plan, Su Xiaomo's case was now almost resolved. The next step is to see which method Fang Hui will use to complete the follow-up to the case. For Su Wen, the outcome of the case is not important. What matters most is how to protect the interests of the parties involved to the greatest extent possible. The most important point in Su Xiaomo's case is, how can we ensure that Su Xiaomo cannot transfer his assets in the shortest possible time and that we can recover all 10 million yuan in assets after the case is concluded? Fang Hui looked at Su Xiaomo and slowly spoke, "Call the police." Upon hearing Fang Hui's answer, Su Wen's lips curled up slightly. Damn Su Xiaomo, why hasn't he replied to my message yet? Zhai Xingxin sat at her computer desk, looking unhappy. More than half an hour had passed since she sent the message to Su Xiaomo. That damn Su Xiaomo, he hasn't replied to my messages for so long, you're really giving me too much credit. Zhai Xingxin opened Douyin Live with a displeased expression. Since you're so heartless, don't blame me for being ruthless in return. Zhai Xingxin's videos have attracted a lot of attention, and she is indeed quite good-looking. Therefore, as soon as she started broadcasting, the number of viewers in the live stream instantly reached 10,000. The moment Zhai Xingxin started the broadcast, tears streamed down her face. Sister Zhai, don't cry, we'll always be your support. Because one scumbag isn't worth it, we should strive to be strong, independent women of the new era. I know a really great lawyer. If you need help, Sister Zin, I can introduce you. Make sure that scumbag pays the price. Zhai Xingxin's pitiful appearance instantly evoked sympathy from many female fans. Su Xiaomo cheated me out of money and S*X, he cheated me so badly I really don't want to live anymore. When looking for a husband, everyone must keep their eyes open and not be deceived by their appearance. I believed his lies back then, and now I've been completely fooled, boo-hoo. Sister Zhai, give us that scumbag's address, we'll help you get revenge. Exactly. That kind of man doesn't deserve to live. Why doesn't he just die? Why is he still alive? Our country should enact a law specifically targeting scumbags. These kinds of scumbags should be locked up for life. Just then, a discordant comment suddenly appeared in the live stream. Then the law should also include a provision targeting scumbag women, and they should be arrested for life. This comment instantly enraged all women, who flocked to his profile to criticize him. You're still yelling in the live stream? You're obviously a scumbag, you deserve to die a horrible death and your whole family deserves to die a horrible death. You stupid idiot, how could you say something like that? In real life you're a total loser. Pa, you lowlife, you're disgusting. Someone like you only dares to spout nonsense online. In real life you're nothing but a worm. A male netizen who was just passing by was bombarded with criticism by hundreds of female netizens simply because he had an argument with the other party. One female netizen even went so far as to find the male netizen's following list and verbally abuse everyone on the list. 10 minutes later, the girls finally calmed down after seeing that the male netizen had deleted his Douyin account. Yes, we won, he deleted his Douyin account. I'll curse this kind of S**T every time I see him again. He's absolutely despicable. Exactly, life is already hard enough for us fairies, why is he insulting us? For a moment, the live stream was as lively as during the Lunar New Year, with thousands of fans declaring their victory. These sisters are so united, in that case let's go for Su Xiaomo. Immediately, everyone clamored to avenge Zhai Xingxin. Zhai Xingxin looked at the comments on the screen, a slight smile playing on her lips. This current situation is exactly what she wanted to achieve by starting her broadcast. Just then, a series of urgent knocks sounded on the door. Zhai Xingxin's face lit up with joy and she spoke repeatedly to the camera. Sisters, it must be that jerk coming to apologize to me. I'm not turning off the live stream, everyone watch together how I scathe him. After saying that, Zhai Xingxin walked towards the door, muttering something sarcastic. Now you know you're back too late. I'm telling you, if you don't bring me an apology gift, I'm not done with you. As she spoke, Zhai Xingxin opened the door directly. After seeing the person's face clearly, Zhai Xingxin froze on the spot. Comrade Zhai Xingxin, we received a call reporting you for extortion. Please come with us. What extortion? Officer, you must have made a mistake. How could I possibly be extorting money? Zhai Xingxin's expression visibly panicked. 1 second she thought it was Su Xiaomo coming to apologize with a gift, then she could take the opportunity to talk to him about the divorce. If I don't have 10 million, 5 million will do. Once I divorce him, I can find another partner. But she never expected that. When he opened the door, he was surprised to find not Su Zayama but two police officers. After showing his identification, the police officer looked at Zhai Xingxin with a serious expression. No mistake, you're the one we're looking for. Pack your things and come with us. Upon hearing the police officer's words, Zhai Xingxin's legs went weak, and she immediately knelt on the ground. I didn't extort money, you can't arrest me, you can't arrest me. What followed was almost shouted by Zhai Xingxin. However, the two police officers completely ignored him. Before they arrived, they had already seen the evidence of Zhai Xingxin's extortion, and to them, the matter of Zhai Xingxin's extortion was basically settled. If Zhai Xingxin has any objections to this, she can certainly hire her own lawyer and file an appeal. But during this period, she could only stay in the detention center. The girls in the live stream widened their eyes upon hearing this conversation. What happened? Why was Uncle Hat taking them away all of a sudden? Oh my God, Uncle Hat just said she committed extortion. How terrifying. Ah, so she really is that kind of person, and I was even defending her just now. How awful. Sisters, get out of here, we can't stay here. In an instant, everyone, like frightened birds, fled the live stream. Meanwhile, after reporting the case to the police with Su Zayama, Fang Hui went to the court immediately and applied for the preservation of all assets under Zhai Xingxin's name in accordance with the law. This includes a villa, vehicles, bank cards, credit cards, and other payment software registered under Zhai Xingxin's name. After finishing all these tasks, Fang Hui breathed a long sigh of relief. Next, we need to find more evidence and wait for the court hearing. Su Wen accompanied Fang Hui throughout all of this. Seeing Fang Hui's performance, he knew he had struck gold. You handled this matter very well. Su Wen never hesitates to praise outstanding people. Su Wen has never approved of repressive education. He firmly believes that people can only become stronger through constant affirmation. Hearing Su Wen's praise, Fang Hui felt extremely satisfied. Turn out to be. She can also do something very well. Turn out to be. She can also hear other people praising her. Being praised and affirmed by others brings far more satisfaction than stealing worthless items. Su Wen looked at Fang Hui, who was smiling as brightly as a child, and asked, "What are you going to do next?" Fang Hui stretched out her index finger and scratched her cheek, her tone questioning. We currently have evidence of Zhai Xingxin's extortion, but the chain of evidence is not yet complete and requires further corroboration. Su Wen nodded. Fang Hui was right. The only evidence we have now is Zhai Xingxin threatening Su Zayama that if he doesn't give her 10 million yuan, she will report him for tax evasion. However, this is still considered attempted extortion, and depending on the amount involved, the maximum penalty under the law is 10 years in prison. Although this evidence is enough to send Zhai Xingxin to jail, it still cannot completely guarantee that all the money she took from Su Zayama will be returned. They need to find more evidence, so what are your next steps in searching for evidence? Fang Hui pondered for a moment, then looked at Su Wen with a nervous expression and said somewhat uncertainly, "Perhaps we can start with dating websites and also with Zhai Xingxin's previous husbands." Su Wen nodded again. Fang Hui's line of thinking was basically correct. Su Zayama and Zhai Xingxin met on a dating website, according to Su Wen. Nowadays, these matchmaking agencies are all profit-driven. In order to make more money, they categorize everyone's information into different tiers. Those who don't own a house or a car, are of average appearance, and don't have stable employment will not be charged any fees. However, if you want to meet high-quality individuals of the opposite S*X who are wealthy, have good family backgrounds, and stable incomes, you'll need to subscribe to the website's VIP membership to access their information. This is essentially a disguised form of selling personal information. Zhai Xingxin's ability to accurately find Su Zayama amidst the sea of blind dates suggests she must have subscribed to a VIP membership on the dating website. As for Zhai Xingxin's ex-husbands, whether she harmed them or not requires further investigation. However, Fang Hui's approach to finding evidence was entirely correct. Seeing Su Wen nod, Fang Hui smiled even more happily. However, the next second, Su Wen slowly shook his head and spoke. Your approach is correct, but you've overlooked one point. Upon hearing this, Fang Hui frowned and tilted her head to look at Su Wen. Su Wen continued. Although Zhai Xingxin has been taken away by the police, we have also secured all of her assets. But you've overlooked one point: Zhai Xingxin's lawyer might apply for bail. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Fang Hui's eyes lit up immediately. She was so focused on finding more evidence to complete the chain of evidence that she overlooked the possibility that the other party might take further action. So what should we do next? Su Wen's lips slowly curled into a smile, and then he spoke. Completely block their path. Zhai Xingxin is adept at manipulating public opinion. If she is released on bail by her lawyer, she will definitely spread rumors online that Su Xiaomao is a scumbag. At that time, an overwhelming public opinion will overwhelm Su Xiaomao. If Su Xiaomao has a mental breakdown and does something outrageous, Zhai Xingxin's lawyer might seize the opportunity and turn the tables. Fang Hui hadn't understood what Su Wen was saying yet. She was fiddling with a strand of hair on her chest, looking at Su Wen with a puzzled expression. Su Wen slowly began, since they're live streaming, then we'll live stream too. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Fang Hui's eyes lit up immediately. That's right, that way, even if Zhai Xingxin is released on bail, she won't be able to continue manipulating public opinion. No, don't. Fang Hui crossed her arms and looked at Su Wen with a wronged expression. Inside the cramped law firm, Fang Hui was cornered and looked extremely pitiful. Su Wen's lips curled into a wicked smile. Don't want? That's not up to you. Seeing Fang Hui's resistant expression, Su Wen had no choice but to resort to his trump card. If you don't agree, I might deduct your salary. Despite Fang Hui's reasoned arguments, she was defeated and had no choice but to obediently hand over the phone in her arms and access her Douyin account. Su Wen looked at it. Goodness, this young lady has tens of thousands of followers. Upon seeing the ID again, Su Wen couldn't help but burst out laughing. Xiao Hui isn't getting enough to eat. Don't laugh. Hearing Su Wen's laughter, Fang Hui blushed instantly, her face puffed up with anger, her hands on her hips, her voice tinged with shyness. Okay, I won't laugh. Su Wen suppressed a smile and under Fang Hui's aggrieved gaze changed her ID to Attorney Fang from Good Luck Law Firm. Seeing her ID changed, Fang Hui pouted and lowered her head in grievance. Su Wen returned the phone to Fang Hui with a satisfied expression and said reassuringly, all right, your Douyin account is still somewhat valuable, so I'll reluctantly give you a raise of 1,000 yuan. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Fang Hui's eyes immediately lit up. Really? Su Wen nodded, somewhat annoyed. Seeing Su Wen nod, Fang Hui hurriedly took out paper and pen and wrote furiously, supplementary clauses to the employee contract. Well, this Fang Hui. She really doesn't skimp on money. Why call her Little Fennel when she can't get enough to eat? She should be called Little Fennel Loves to Make Money. Were you nervous about your first live stream? Su Wen had experience in live streaming. After helping Fang Hui set up the live streaming equipment, he invited Fang Hui to sit in front of the camera. Tense, nervous. Fang Hui's voice was soft and sweet, but she didn't know. Su Wen has already started her live stream. Wow, this girl is so cute. Her cheeks are rosy and her voice is so lovely. Oh my god, such a cute girl, and she's a lawyer. If she got punched by the defendant, she'd probably cry for a long time. Don't be nervous. This lawyer is so cute, I've followed her, I'll be a huge fan from now on. In no time, Fang Hui's outstanding appearance caused the number of viewers in her live stream to skyrocket. Upon seeing the comments, Fang Hui was immediately startled and then her face visibly flushed red. That despicable Su Wen, they secretly turned on the live stream for me. Wow. Everyone in the live stream heard what I just said. How incredibly embarrassing. Fang Hui wrinkled her nose at Su Wen, waved her little fist, and then quickly composed herself before looking at the camera. Hello everyone, my name is Fang Hui, and I'm a lawyer and assistant at Good Luck Law Firm. Fang Hui was quite timid during her first live broadcast. She worried that the people in the live stream wouldn't approve of her. However, the next second, the screen was filled with comments like "Go, girl." At the same time, several gift effects lit up in Fang Hui's live stream room. Thanks to this handsome guy for sending us a carnival. Thanks to this handsome guy for sending us a carnival. Thanks to this handsome guy for sending us a carnival. Oh yeah. Fang Yao leaned lazily against the sofa in the villa, sending over a dozen carnival gifts and investing 100,000 Huxia yuan in promotional content before a smile finally appeared on his lips. Fang Hui seemed to be becoming more and more confident. Sending her to Su Wen was a wise choice. She must be so happy to see so many gifts now, right? She absolutely cannot find out that these gifts were given by me, otherwise Fang Hui will definitely be unhappy. Yes, make sure to hide it well. Seeing the encouraging comments on the screen and the numerous gifts in the live stream, Fang Hui seemed greatly encouraged. She took a deep breath and spoke. Brother, these gifts must be from you, right? Please don't send me any more gifts. Fang Yao, standing in front of the camera, was immediately stunned. I just changed my name, how did this girl recognize me? Fang Hui pouted and gave a soft snort, such a narcissistic name. I can't think of anyone else but you, brother. Upon hearing Fang Hui's words, Fang Yao's lips twitched slightly. That kid's really handsome. I'm leaving the livestream. Haha, no wonder he's a lawyer. He saw right through his own brother's disguise when he sent the gift. Is this girl going live to receive gifts, ask questions, or just chat? I'm not sure, this kid is really handsome. I've entered the live stream. Fang Hui's purpose in starting this broadcast was to explain the negative comments that Zhai Xingxin had previously made online regarding Su Xiaomo. I'm doing this live stream to respond to some issues on behalf of my client. Upon hearing Fang Hui's words, the viewers in the live stream were slightly taken aback, responding on behalf of one's client. What kind of situation would warrant a lawyer going live to respond on behalf of their client? Could it be some juicy gossip? Big gossip, really? In an instant, Fang Hui aroused the curiosity of the viewers in the live broadcast room. People began actively recommending Fang Hui's live stream. Come check it out, everyone. This live stream not only features a cute female lawyer but also some juicy gossip. What melon, let me try it. I'm the badger in the melon patch and I love eating melons. I was just watching another girl's live stream, getting halfway through her gossip about a scumbag boyfriend, when suddenly she was taken away by that guy in the hat. I wasn't done eating yet. In a short time, the number of viewers in Fang Hui's live stream skyrocketed. She herself did not expect that a casual remark she made would cause the number of viewers in the live stream to soar to 30,000 in a very short time. Su Wen stood to the side, watching incredulously as the number of viewers in the live stream continued to increase and looked at Fang Hui with a surprised expression. This girl. Could it be an innate live streaming sacred body? In her first live stream, Fang Hui only said 2 sentences, yet she attracted 30,000 viewers, more than she had during her first live stream. This is simply, it's a treasure. It seems I haven't developed Fang Hui's abilities to a sufficient extent. From now on, Fang Hui should livestream for at least 2 hours every day so that the lawyers will have a steady stream of cases. Fang Yao did not expect that. I just wanted to buy some data for my sister to make her happy. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently made his younger sister a top-tier trainer. Fang Hui glanced at the comments section, then slowly spoke. My client's name is Su Xiaomo. You might not be familiar with his name, but people in the live stream probably know his wife's name. Hey girls, stop teasing me and just cut the melon already. I can't wait to eat it. Just then, Fang Hui's expression instantly turned serious. 3 words were slowly uttered from his lips. Zhai Maoxin. After Fang Hui finished speaking, the viewers in the live stream were immediately surprised. At this moment, thanks to Fang Yaohao's inhuman spending power, the number of viewers in Fang Hui's live stream had reached nearly 50,000. Among this group of people, a considerable number of people know about Zhai Xingxin's situation. At the same time, some of these 50,000 people were the girls who were in Zhai Xingxin's live broadcast room back then. After a brief silence, a barrage of abusive comments appeared on the screen. Look at your docile appearance, yet you're working as a lawyer for a scumbag. It's disgusting, I spit on you. Girl, you didn't help, girl, you're a disgrace to our fairy, go to hell. Exactly. We fairies are already a vulnerable group and you're helping this scumbag, how despicable. Girls, please click the report button in the top left corner so she can't continue her livestream. Seeing the comments on the screen, Fang Hui hadn't expected that simply representing Su Xiaomo's case would attract so much abuse. In an instant, fear filled Fang Hui's face. No, it's not like that. However, no matter how Fang Hui explained, the insults in the live stream continued unabated. What? You're helping a scumbag, you'll suffer a terrible fate. Why are you still alive, why don't you just die? Get lost, she looks innocent but she's just a piece of trash. Some men in the live stream couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up in support of Fang Hui. The matter is still unresolved. What evidence do you have to prove that Su Xiaomo is a scumbag? Yes, let's look at this rationally. Wouldn't it be better to listen to what the host has to say? However, these comments were quickly drowned out by a barrage of insults. Fang Hui looked at the insults on the screen, lowered her head, tears welled in her eyes, and her body trembled involuntarily. At this moment, Fang Hui. They look so small and helpless. Those cold, abusive curses like the whispers of demons surrounded Fang Hui, enveloping her completely. Fang Hui lowered her head, remaining silent, her one hand constantly digging into the nails of her other hand until blood seeped out. Su Wen saw this. He hurriedly stepped forward and paused the live stream, then knelt down, looking into Fang Hui's tear-filled eyes. Are you all right? Su Wen hadn't expected Fang Hui to have such poor mental resilience. Fang Hui slowly shook her head, her voice choked with emotion. I'm sorry. Su Wen knew that blaming Fang Hui at this moment would not help at all, and would only increase Fang Hui's psychological burden. It's all right, you go rest on the sofa for a while, I'll take care of the rest. Fang Hui lowered her head and didn't speak. She silently got up and walked to the side. I'm so useless. They can't even do something this simple, right? Fang Hui felt incredibly guilty, but she couldn't control her emotions. Although the live stream was paused at this point, the chat was still scrolling. You're running away already? Come out here if you dare. I haven't finished yelling at you yet. You coward, what kind of lawyer are you? Stop embarrassing yourself. Speaking up for scumbags, I'll roast them every single one I see. The moment Su Wen saw the comments, his face turned cold. Zhai Xingxin really played her cards well. She's incredibly adept at distorting the truth and manipulating the conflict between men and women. The issue of gender antagonism. Whether in this world or the world Su Wen lived in his previous life, this is a social issue that is very easy to escalate. People of the opposite S*X should be treated equally and help each other. However, some people with ulterior motives have used it to create buzz, exacerbate conflicts, and even use it as a weapon. If left unchecked and Zhai Xingxin is released on bail, the conflict will continue to escalate, creating a social hotspot. I am afraid it will affect the judge's subjective judgment. Su Wen wanted to say a few more words to comfort Fang Hui, but the comments on the live stream were getting increasingly outrageous, so he had no choice but to continue the live stream and resolve the matter first. When the live stream resumed, when everyone saw that the person appearing on the screen had changed to a man, the girls immediately started attacking again. Oh, so you've come out to get revenge for her? How laughable. You think I wouldn't criticize you if it were someone else? You look like a total scumbag. No wonder your law firm represents scumbags. I think you're a scumbag yourself. After Su Wen replaced Fang Hui in the live broadcast, he didn't waste any time talking to them. Instead, they directly displayed the chat logs in which Zhai Xingxin threatened Su Xiaomo on camera. In a short time, everyone in the live stream was shocked. Wow, he demanded a 10 million yuan settlement, a luxury car, and a villa in exchange for divorcing her. This is much faster than robbing a bank. The viewers in the live stream never expected that Zhai Xingxin's situation would take such a dramatic turn. In a short time, they also realized in their hearts that they might have wronged Su Xiaomo and Fang Hui. But so what? What else can we do? Do we women want money? We women want attitude. Do you understand attitude? Exactly. Besides, Su Xiaomo didn't give the money to Zhai Xingxin, so what did Zhai Xingxin do wrong? You men's money is money, but our women's youth isn't. Let me tell you, our fairy-like youth is priceless. Su Wen stared at the incredible statement on the screen. These people really won't give up until they're completely cornered. Su Wen then took out the transfer records that Su Xiaomo had given Su Xiaomo over the past few months and spoke to the camera. From the time Zhai Maoxin met Su Maomao to their marriage, it has only been a little over 4 months. They have already extorted nearly 10 million Huxia yuan from Su Maomao. Now that Zhai Maoxin has initiated the divorce, She is demanding 10 million yuan in compensation and a house and car worth 5 million yuan. Even now, do you still think that our client Su Maomao is a scumbag? Oh my god. In just 4 months, she managed to collect so much money. After Zhai Xingxin had taken advantage of Su Xiaomao, she still demanded so much money from him. This is simply a modern-day Jinlian. The men in the live stream were shocked, but the women were still going strong. So what? Isn't it only natural for you men to spend money on us women? Exactly, if you men are so capable, why don't you give birth yourselves? We women don't even want to have children. Yeah, if you're so tough, you stinky men, why don't you stay away from us when you're sleeping? You can't live without us women anyway. Even Su Wen felt his blood pressure spike as he watched these comments. These proud and aloof girls. If we don't take some tough measures, there's no way to control them. You support Zhai Xingxin, right? Girl help girl, right? Fine, I'll let you help me as much as you want. Su Wen looked at the screen filled with the outrageous comments from his female friends, a slight smile playing on his lips. Since you all support Zhai Xingxin so much, I will tell the other party's lawyer. Zhai Xingxin has a lot of female fans online who support her and are willing to help her get verified. I'll apply for a live-streamed court hearing. See you in court, ladies. For a moment, the girls in the live stream were stunned. What? Should I appear in court to testify for Zhai Xingxin? Do I still need to apply for a court hearing? If I went, I'd be incredibly embarrassed. Moreover, if Zhai Xingxin really is a gold digger, if I testify for her in court, wouldn't that be telling others that I'm also a gold digger? How am I supposed to find a boyfriend then? This Su Wen, how vicious. This is driving them to their doom. Girls, Su Wen is not someone to criticize, let's get out of here. In an instant after sending their last bullet comments, the girls, like startled birds, quickly fled the live stream. Are you out of your mind? Who said we support Zhai Xingxin? You shouldn't talk nonsense, you're slandering me, I'll change your mind about slander. Let's go, I was just joking and he actually took it seriously. How boring. Su Wen breathed a long sigh of relief as he watched the girls leave the live stream. These girls, having gone through this experience, should stop stirring up trouble. Fang Hui, who was standing to the side, looked at Su Wen's profile and smiled happily. She knew that Su Wen was helping her vent her anger. Otherwise, Su Wen wouldn't have needed to waste so much time arguing with his girlfriends. After scaring the girls away, the atmosphere in the live stream became much more harmonious. Those who were initially hesitant to speak up also began to chime in. The girls were so powerful just now, I was too scared to say a word, afraid they'd overwhelm me. As a woman looking at this rationally, what they did was indeed somewhat impulsive. Zhai Xingxin managed to take nearly 10 million yuan from Su Xiaomao in just 4 months. This is terrifying, I'm even afraid to get married now. Wake up, you upstairs, you don't have 10 million, those gold diggers won't even look at you. Even if they aren't gold diggers, marriages these days are just as terrible. The laws are biased towards women, we men are treated worse than dogs. Su Wen was originally preparing to end the broadcast after presenting the Su Xiaomao case. However, upon seeing the comments on the screen, he did not choose to end the live stream. The current social atmosphere. As the comments on the screen say, the antagonism between men and women is becoming increasingly serious, which is a very bad phenomenon. Men's fear of marriage and their reluctance to get married have led to a declining birth rate and a more severe aging population. This is also very detrimental to the country's development. Therefore, Su Wen planned to have a good talk with them. I saw a comment on the live stream saying that current Huxia laws are biased towards women, a view I don't agree with. Su Wen's voice slowly appeared in the live broadcast room. Upon hearing Su Wen's voice, everyone perked up their ears and some even pressed the record button. Our country's laws have protected the rights of every individual to the greatest extent possible and equally. However, it is because Daxia has such a large population and the spread of laws has been slow that misunderstandings about the law have arisen. It has been less than 80 years since Daxia began to comprehensively promote the rule of law. It is truly remarkable that we have achieved such results. People's prejudice against the law is simply due to the intensification of social conflicts and a lack of understanding of the law. Attorney Su, so how exactly can we protect ourselves when it comes to marriage? Seeing the question in the live chat, Su Wen slowly spoke. It's not that the law failed to protect you, but that you ignored it. Indeed, that is the case. Whether male or female, many people are blinded by their emotions during courtship, or they sense something is amiss but are too ashamed to speak up. I didn't get to know my partner well enough before marriage, and I didn't undergo any of the legally permitted medical examinations. Ultimately, during the divorce proceedings, all that can be said is that she was a liar. Su Wen's words instantly silenced the remaining audience members. In Daxia, with its long history, the idea that men should yield to women seems to be innate. Therefore, before marriage, men often act impulsively and solemnly tell her, "I will treat you well for the rest of my life." But they forgot. Marriage should be based on reason, not emotion. Facing the camera, Su Wen continued speaking. Did you have a premarital checkup? Did you check whether your partner had been married before the marriage? Did you check your partner's credit report before marriage? Was there a prenuptial agreement regarding the division of assets? There are many, many more problems like these. After a series of questions were posed, everyone in the live stream fell silent. These things. They had considered it. Only, they had no way of saying these things to the other person. The man felt that saying such things would make him seem petty and make the woman feel that he was being wary of her. The woman felt that saying such things would make her seem like she didn't love him that much and would make him feel like she was being petty and calculating. Su Wen has handled far too many divorce cases. He knew perfectly well what they were thinking, took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Prenuptial agreements have always been protected by law. It's just that we seem to have ignored them. Only when problems arise in the marriage do people begin to regret not having signed a prenuptial agreement. I'm not saying this to the men in the live stream but to everyone. Actually, there isn't that much conflict between men and women. The root of it all is simply that we didn't protect ourselves in the beginning. Su Wen finished speaking. The live stream room fell eerily silent. In a live stream with 30,000 viewers, there wasn't a single comment. Everyone fell into deep thought because they were too ashamed to speak up, because of male chauvinism, because they were afraid of being misunderstood, because of the blinding promises made. Because from the very beginning we failed to protect ourselves, and even more so we failed to protect each other. Therefore, when relations break down, it all comes down to who has the lowest bottom line and who can launch the most vicious attacks. That's why it creates opportunities for both gold-digging women and men. I understand, Master, I understand. After a brief silence, the live stream screen was instantly flooded with comments. I want to save this screen recording and watch it repeatedly. I'm going to find my girlfriend now and have a good talk with her. Thank you, Attorney Su. I feel like I've rekindled my longing for marriage. Looking at the comments on the screen, Su Wen smiled slightly, then slowly spoke to the camera. And there's one more crucial point. Upon hearing Su Wen's voice, everyone perked up their ears and some even took out their notebooks to take notes. Su Wen's lips curled slightly, a sly glint in his eyes. For legal representation, please choose Good Luck Law Firm. The law firm is located in Jiangcheng City, at the very end of the entrance to Dong'er Hutong on Changsing South Street. After saying that, Su Wen turned off the live stream before anyone could react and stretched. But at that moment, Fang Yao, his face contorted with rage, pushed open the door and stormed in. Brother, what brings you here? When Fang Hui saw Fang Yao enter, she immediately stood up happily. However, Fang Yao ignored Fang Hui and stared angrily at Su Wen before walking towards him. Su Wen stood up, looked at Fang Yao with an unfriendly expression and sensed that the visitor was not friendly, so Su Wen frowned slightly. This guy. Did you eat a fly before coming here? Before Su Wen could react, Fang Yao's fist, as big as a sandbag, slammed towards Su Wen's face with incredible speed. A normal person couldn't react in time. Good heavens, this is a deadly attack. Fang Hui had previously stated that Fang Yao was a master of combat, capable of taking on 10 opponents single-handedly. Su Wen had previously thought that Fang Hui was exaggerating Fang Yao's abilities, but now it seems that Fang Yao's fighting skills are indeed very strong. Just as the fist, the size of a sandbag, was about to land on Su Wen's face, Su Wen slightly turned his body and Fang Yao's fist grazed his face, missing its mark. Su Wen grabbed Fang Yao's arm and yelled, "Are you crazy? Are you serious?" In his previous life as the deadly poison law, Su Wen had countless enemies. Therefore, Su Wen has been consistently training and learning freestyle fighting. Although the original owner's physical condition was somewhat poor after transmigrating to this world, Su Wen's evasion ability was still at its maximum thanks to the muscle memory he had developed in his previous life. A hint of surprise flashed in Fang Yao's eyes. He hadn't expected that his all-out attack would be so easily neutralized by Su Wen. "Do you know what you've done?" Fang Yao gritted his teeth, broke free from Su Wen's grasp and swung his fist at Su Wen's face again. "What the hell, does it have to be a slap in the face? That damn Fang Yao, he must be jealous that I'm more handsome than him, that's why he keeps slapping his own face." Faced with Fang Yao's attack, Su Wen dared not be careless and hurriedly dodged. "You're really sick in the head. How was I supposed to know if you didn't tell me?" Fang Yao pressed on, muttering curses under his breath. "You should know even if I don't tell you." Hold, that Fang Yao is a real scoundrel. She's even more difficult to deal with than those online fairies. Idiot, you're sick. Forced into a rage, Su Wen swore, but Fang Yao's fist swiftly flew towards Su Wen's face. At the critical moment, Fang Hui stretched out her arms and stood in front of Su Wen. "Brother, stop fooling around." The fist stopped in front of Fang Hui. Fang Yao angrily withdrew his fist, glared fiercely at Su Wen, then snorted coldly and left. Su Wen watched Fang Yao's departing figure and curled his lip. "Your brother," Su Wen said, pointing to his head, "is there something wrong with this part of him?" Fang Hui wrinkled her nose at Su Wen, her little mouth puffed out, and said angrily, "I won't let you talk about my brother either." "Fine, I won't say." Su Wen gave a soft snort, but his mind was still racing, wondering what he had done to make Fang Yao so angry. "This Fang Yao is really something. How could I know if you didn't tell me?" Just then, Su Wen's phone rang. It was a message from Fang Yao. "Fang Yao, come out and talk, I won't hit you." Upon seeing Fang Yao's message, Su Wen immediately replied defiantly. "Fine, I'll go then. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Do you really think you're made of clay? Once you're back in training, who knows who'll be in charge?" Su Wen put away his phone, looked at Fang Hui and said, "Watch the shop, I have to go out for a bit." Fang Hui looked at Su Wen with a worried expression. "Why don't you wait a little longer? My brother might not have gone far yet." Su Wen curled his lip. "Better he didn't leave so I can teach him a lesson." With that, Su Wen waved to Fang Hui and walked out. Turning his head, he saw Fang Yao's red and extremely arrogant Koenigsegg parked at the intersection not far away. Su Wen frowned and walked towards the intersection. The reason he came out to see Fang Yao was to find out why he was angry. In the past few days, Fang Yao has always seemed nonchalant and sleepy, but essentially Fang Yaoran is still a good person. Moreover, he had received 100,000 Huxia yuan from Fang Yao, who had also played a crucial role in Jiang Yaokai's case. Su Wen could vaguely guess why Fang Yao was so angry. This is somewhat related to Fang Hui being scolded to tears by that group of girls during the live stream. As soon as Su Wen got into the car, he saw Fang Yao leaning lazily against the driver's seat, staring at the sky outside the window, seemingly lost in thought. "Tell me, why are you so angry? Is it because of Fang Hui's live stream?" Fang Yao withdrew his gaze. By now he had regained his composure, rested his hands behind his head and spoke lazily. "See, even if I didn't say anything, you already knew, didn't you?" Upon hearing this, Su Wen rolled his eyes at Fang Yao in an annoyed manner. "You'd better explain what exactly happened." Fang Yao rolled down the car window and then lit a cigarette. Although the two hadn't known each other for long, Su Wen had never seen Fang Yao smoke. He had assumed that Fang Yao didn't smoke. "Want one?" Fang Yao offered Su Wen a cigarette, but Su Wen waved it away. "Smoking is a form of mental numbing. I don't like that feeling, but you can numb yourself." Upon hearing this, Fang Yao's lips twitched involuntarily. He strongly suspected that Su Wen was using the topic of smoking as an excuse to retaliate against him and insult him, but he had no evidence. Fang Yao took a deep drag on his cigarette and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. "Actually, Fang Hui isn't my biological sister." What? Su Wen's eyes widened immediately. Could they be half-siblings, sharing the same father but different mothers, or the same mother but different fathers? Really? The circles of the wealthy are chaotic. Being a lawyer requires dealing with a lot of negative energy every day and necessitates a strong mental fortitude as well as mediation skills. Su Wen's way of relieving stress is different from others. He enjoys listening to people gossip, especially about everyday family matters. Fang Yao's words had just piqued his great curiosity. Please elaborate. Seeing Su Wen's amused expression, Fang Yao rolled his eyes at him. He knew that Su Wen had misunderstood. Fang Hui and I are not related by blood. Upon hearing this, Su Wen immediately frowned. Although they don't look like siblings, the bond between them is very deep. This led Su Wen to always believe that they were siblings, but Fang Yao then said that they were not biological siblings. Su Wen's brows furrowed even more deeply. In Su Wen's understanding, pathological theft is closely related to the environment in which he grew up as a child. Su Wen originally thought that Fang Yao spoiled Fang Hui too much, which caused Fang Hui to develop this rare psychological illness. But now it seems that this is not the case. Fang Hui's pathological theft is a psychological disorder. There must be a huge hidden story. Seeing Fang Yao's melancholy eyes, Su Wen withdrew his playful mood and became serious. Tell me, what exactly happened when Fang Hui was little? Fang Hui and I met 11 years ago. Back then she stole my wallet. Fang Yao's voice was very captivating, as if pulling Su Wen back to 12 years ago. That day. You despicable thief, don't let me catch you. At 13, Fang Yao was already incredibly handsome, but unlike now. Those exceptionally beautiful peach blossom eyes always carried a kind of aloofness, as if they were isolated from the world, giving people a sense of arrogance at first glance. He was wearing a taekwondo uniform and had just left the martial arts gym when his wallet was stolen. Inside his wallet was his living expenses for the month, a full 10,000 Huxia yuan. If I catch you, I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. Just then, 11-year-old Fang Hui, her face covered in mud and her clothes patched up looking filthy, appeared before him, holding Fang Yao's lost wallet in her hand. You damn thief, don't run away. Fang Yao immediately shouted and chased after Fang Hui. When Fang Hui saw Fang Yao, she didn't run away. Instead, she squatted down and held her wallet high with both hands. Fang Yao snatched his wallet back, intending to teach the thief a lesson, but seeing Fang Hui's trembling body, he slowly loosened his clenched fist. Fine, I never hit women. Since you returned your wallet, I'll let it go. After saying that, Fang Yao then put his wallet away and turned to leave. Just then, Fang Hui's small hand immediately grabbed Fang Yao's trouser leg. Fang Yao turned his head in confusion and saw Fang Hui looking up pitifully. Although her face was covered in dirt, her eyes were very bright. For a moment, Fang Yao was lost in thought. What do you mean by pulling my pants? Fang Yao's face flushed slightly and he gripped his pants tightly with both hands, afraid that Fang Hui would pull them down. Fang Hui opened her mouth but didn't say anything. Her eyes were fixed on the pocket where Fang Yao kept his wallet. You want money? Fang Yao frowned and asked in confusion. Fang Hui first shook her head, then nodded. What? Not only was he a thief, but he was also a beggar. But the little girl in front of me. He doesn't seem like a bad kid. A bad kid won't give his wallet back. Fang Yao pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke. I can't give you money, but if you're hungry, I can take you something to eat. At a noodle shop on the street, Fang Yao stared at the 4 large bowls on the table which he had licked clean, his eyes filled with shock. The little girl in front of me, how did you manage to eat 4 large bowls of noodles in one go? Hiccup tilde. Fang Hui put down her chopsticks, her tummy round and full. After letting out a satisfied burp, she lowered her head shyly. Thank you. Fang Hui's voice was low but very pleasant to hear. So you weren't a little mute after all. Fang Hui had never said a word before, so Fang Yao thought she was a little mute. Boss, the bill, please. As he spoke, Fang Yao got up to pay the bill. After he finished paying, he turned around, but Fang Hui had already disappeared. After returning home, Fang Yao took out his wallet and quietly counted the money inside. However, he discovered that 300 Huxia yuan were missing from my wallet, but a note had been added. The note was written in a crooked and messy hand. I'm sorry I stole 300 from you. I'll definitely pay you back later. Looking at the handwriting on the note, Fang Yao's lips curled up slightly. This thief is really interesting. So, when you met Fang Hui, she was already a thief? After Fang Yao finished telling the story of how the two first met, Su Wen frowned. It is highly unreasonable for an 11-year-old girl to beg and steal on the street, unless, Su Wen's eyes widened immediately. In this situation, was Fang Hui abducted by human traffickers? Upon hearing this, Fang Yao nodded heavily, stubbed out his cigarette and then lit another one. The second time I saw her, she had been caught stealing and was surrounded by a group of people. She was surrounded by insults and abuse. Her small, thin figure trembled as she squatted on the ground. Fang Yao said this. Su Wen then understood why, during the live stream, she reacted so strongly to those girls' insults. He also understood why Fang Yao was so angry. At the time, several people were shouting that they wanted to take her to the police station. So I rushed into the crowd, grabbed her hand and ran away with her. Su Wen nodded. Fang Yao's approach was correct. If Fang Hui is taken to the police station, she will likely have her legs brutally broken after she gets out. After abducting a child, human traffickers generally have two methods of dealing with them. The first option is to abduct them to remote mountainous areas and sell them. This method is highly profitable but also carries a relatively high risk and is easily detected. The second method is to sell them to the leaders of criminal gangs. This method involves members of criminal gangs directly contacting them to apprehend the individuals. Although the profit margin is lower, it is very safe. When human traffickers need to quickly dispose of their victims, they will choose the second method. But these children were bought by criminal gangs. Their fates were all extremely tragic. Those people might break their arms and legs and throw them out into the streets to beg. There were even some that went too far. They would cut off the child's tongue, rendering her unable to speak. Fang Hui is an exception. She stood out among more than a dozen children, demonstrating her amazing hand-speed talent which saved her physical integrity. But they demanded. Fang Hui had to steal at least 300 yuan for them every day. Otherwise, there will be no food to eat. Su Wen clenched his fists. These human traffickers deserve to die. Saving Fang Hui will definitely get you into trouble. These children who go out begging or stealing are usually followed and monitored. Fang Yao clenched his fist, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Yes, I ran with Fang Hui for a long time and those people didn't catch up. I thought we were safe. But just then, several heavily tattooed thugs wielding steel batons appeared. If Fang Hui hadn't thrown herself on top of me, I might have. Fang Yao did not continue speaking. But from Fang Yao's tone, Su Wen could imagine the horrific scene that day. A little girl, disregarding her own safety, threw herself on top of a little boy, shielding him from a fatal attack. Fang Hui suffered a severe head injury and immediately lost consciousness. Blood was everywhere. Those thugs thought they had killed someone and they all ran away in fear. Upon hearing this, Su Wen fell silent. After a long pause, a ruthless glint flashed in Fang Yao's eyes and he said in an icy voice, "Therefore, the anti-gang and anti-crime campaign of that year. Jiangcheng is a key area." Upon hearing Fang Yao's words, Su Wen was immediately startled. With the nationwide crackdown on organized crime and gang-related activities underway, the Fang family certainly couldn't control the situation. However, the fact that Jiangcheng was transformed into a key area for the crackdown on organized crime during the campaign also indirectly confirms this. The Fang family's power is terrifying. Jiang Yaokai must know some of the inside information. That's why she was so respectful when she met Fang Yao. Why didn't Fang Hui go to find her family after she was rescued? Upon hearing Su Wen's question, Fang Yao sighed and slowly shook his head. She suffered a severe head injury. When she woke up, she couldn't remember anything before she was abducted, not even her name, which I gave her later. Su Wen closed his eyes. The search for memories in the original owner's brain has begun, but when he opened his eyes again, his gaze immediately turned cold. That beast, he only got 12 years. The beast Su Wen spoke of. It was naturally Chen Liangxiang, the leader of the gang that sent Fang Hui to steal on the streets. Fang Yao clenched his fist and said in an icy voice, "Crime includes child trafficking, organizing disabled persons' children to beg, theft, forced labor, and intentional injury." Convicted of multiple crimes, he was only sentenced to 12 years and 3 months and fined 3,000 yuan. Fang Yao clearly remembered. 11 years ago in court. The sinister smile that appeared on Chen Liangxiang's lips when she heard her verdict. now. Chen Liangxiang is about to be released from prison. Su Wen, his face also contorted with anger, asked in a low voice. Did she explain who she bought Fang Hui from? Only by finding the person who abducted Fang Hui can we find news of her biological parents. Fang Yao lit another cigarette. Every time he thought about these things, he felt a heaviness in his chest. Pan Dongmei. Upon hearing the name Pan Dongmei, Su Wen was immediately startled. This is a notorious human trafficker in Daxia known as Aunt May. For decades, she trafficked hundreds of children, but no one knew what she looked like, even the name Pan Dongmei. No one dared to confirm whether it was her real name. Su Wen lowered his gaze and began to ponder. Chen Liangxiang was only sentenced to 12 years because of insufficient evidence. There is only one way to further punish Chen Liangxiang now. Su Wen turned to look at Fang Yao and patted him on the shoulder. Only by catching Aunt May can Chen Liangxiang receive the punishment she deserves. Fang Yao took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. Catching Aunt May isn't that simple besides. He paused, then spoke with a slight tremor in his voice. Besides, Chen Liangxiang was only sentenced to 12 years. Even if we find Aunt May, what difference will it make? In the end, she'll only get a little over 10 years. Chen Liangxiang's verdict seems to have caused Fang Yao to lose faith in the law. However, forensic techniques were indeed not advanced enough more than a decade ago, and many pieces of evidence could not be found. Just then, Fang Yao's phone suddenly rang. "SHH, it's my sister." After telling Su Wen to keep quiet, Fang Yao answered Fang Hui's call. As soon as the call connected, Fang Hui's trembling voice came through the phone. "Brother Chen Liangxiang, she's about to be released." Fang Hui's voice carried a hint of fear. Upon hearing Fang Hui's voice, the two people in the car immediately widened their eyes. Wasn't he sentenced to 12 years and 3 months? How come they're being released after only 11 years? Su Wen hurriedly opened his phone and searched for the keyword Chen Liangxiang. Soon, a notice appeared in Su Wen's eyes. Due to Chen Liangxiang's advanced age, he will be released from prison in 15 days. Chen Liangxiang abducted and trafficked children, broke their limbs and forced them to beg on the streets, and forced Fang Hui to steal. She has done so many heinous things. He should be sentenced to death, but she was only sentenced to a short 12 years. Now. Furthermore, due to his advanced age, he will be released from prison more than a year early. After regaining his senses, Fang Yao hurriedly opened the car door and ran towards the law firm, with Su Wen following closely behind. When the two arrived at the law firm, all I could see was Fang Hui curled up in the corner, her body trembling uncontrollably. The shadows of her childhood once again enveloped her. At this moment, she felt as if she had returned to 11 years ago, to that dark and hopeless life. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Fang Yao squatted down and pulled Fang Hui into his arms. That demon, she's about to come out, brother, I'm so scared." Over the years, Fang Hui would be so afraid that she couldn't sleep whenever she thought of Chen Liangxiang's face. Now they have learned that Chen Liangxiang has only 15 days left before her release from prison. Fang Hui's fear reached its peak. Chen Liangxiang was her lifelong nightmare. Even her pathological kleptomania stemmed from the fact that Chen Liangxiang forced her to steal when she was a child. She had personally witnessed those who rejected Chen Liangxiang. She used an iron rod to break his legs, his screams echoing throughout the room, before throwing him out onto the street to beg. "Don't be afraid, I'm here, she won't hurt you anymore. It's all in the past, don't be afraid." No matter how Fang Yao tried to comfort her, Fang Hui remained immersed in her own fear, her body trembling uncontrollably. "Oh shit." Seeing Fang Hui's current state, Fang Yao felt extremely distressed and burst into curses. "If the law can't punish her, then once she's released, I'll use my own methods to make her suffer a terrible death." Fang Yao had already made his plans. If Chen Liangxiang is indeed released from prison in 15 days, he will use unconventional methods to avenge Fang Hui, even though, if his actions are exposed, he risks being arrested, but he will definitely do it. Just then, Su Wen's icy voice suddenly rang out, "Don't worry, I won't let her get out of prison." Upon hearing Su Wen's voice, Fang Hui immediately raised her head, her voice choked with emotion, and said, "Really, really?" Su Wen nodded solemnly and said in a heavy voice, I promise you, I will make sure Aunt May and Chen Liangxiang receive the punishment they deserve. Death penalty, as long as Aunt May is caught, Su Wen is confident that he can get them both sentenced to death in court. Su Wen has already found a way to locate Aunt May. System, redeem tracking card, target Aunt May. A Hepping South Road Police Station Chief's Office. Yes, sir, I understand. I will do my best to complete the task. After hanging up the phone, Wang Qiang's tense body immediately went limp and he slumped back in his chair with a dejected look on his face. He originally thought he was about to be promoted. But the leader just called to say that, apart from the case of rescuing the 3 kidnapped international students, he hasn't achieved anything else in the past few years, and if he wants a promotion, he must solve another major case. But nowadays, society is becoming more and more harmonious and the people of Jiangcheng live and work in peace and contentment. What major cases could there possibly be? Just then, his phone rang again. Attorney Su, what can I do for you? Just as Wang Qiang answered Su Wen's call, Zheng Jianfeng happened to knock on the door and come in. He saw Wang Qiang answering the phone, put the documents in his hand on the table, and prepared to leave. Just then, Wang Qiang waved to Zheng Jianfeng, signaling him not to leave yet. Attorney Su, is there something you need on your call? Upon hearing that it concerned Su Wen, Zheng Jianfeng perked up his ears. Fortunately, Wang Qiang's phone was a bit old and the speaker volume was a bit high. Standing next to Wang Qiang, one could hear the voice from the phone with just a little focus. Soon, Su Wen's voice came through the phone. What, Lawyer Su? I'm a member of the Kang resident. Zheng Jianfeng frowned in confusion, not understanding what Su Wen meant, when he looked at Wang Qiang. But they discovered that Wang Qiang was extremely agitated at this moment, his eyes gleaming and his lips trembling with excitement. Attorney Su, are you reporting something or providing a lead? Last time, it was Su Wen who provided the clue, leading him to contact the Huxia embassy in the United States and successfully rescue the 3 students from the kidnappers, earning him a great merit. At this time, he was worried that he hadn't made enough contributions to get promoted. Su Wen then called to provide clues about the case. Moreover, he was certain that this was a major case. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered calling himself. This is like sending charcoal in snowy weather. What a great favor. Soon, Su Wen's voice came through the phone again, his tone icy. I can give you clues about the human trafficker Aunt May, but you have to agree to one condition. What, Aunt May? For a moment, both of them were so shocked they couldn't close their mouths. Wang Qiang's hand holding the phone began to tremble uncontrollably. Aunt May, this is Aunt May, the trafficker who abducted hundreds of children, yet no one knows what she looks like. Over the years, Daxia has expended considerable police resources in its efforts to capture Aunt May. But Aunt May was very cunning and always managed to escape the police's pursuit. Worried that he might have misheard, Wang Qiang asked again to confirm, Attorney Su, are you talking about the human trafficker Pan Dongmei? Yes, it's her. After receiving Su Wen's affirmation, Wang Qiang and Zheng Jianfeng took a deep breath at the same time. This is no longer a major case. If they could capture Aunt May, it would definitely cause a national sensation. This Aunt May, hundreds of children were trafficked, hundreds of families were torn apart, and hundreds of parents spent their lives searching for their children. But she remained at large, continuing to commit crimes. As a member of the police system, Wang Qiang dedicated his entire life to public security. I've also seen many parents of missing children come to report the case. After their child went missing, it felt as if my life had come to an end. If the child is not found, they will live with self-blame and guilt for the rest of their lives. How could Wang Qiang not harbor hatred towards Aunt May? He suppressed his emotions, stood up straight, and spoke with a trembling voice, his words righteous and stern. Attorney Su, if you can truly provide clues about Aunt May, I'll grant you any request, and I, Wang Qiang, would take your life without hesitation. Zheng Jianfeng was moved by Wang Qiang's words. He had just been promoted to a permanent position, and although he had never met the parents of the missing child, but in his heart, that unwavering commitment to justice had ignited his masculine rage. Me too. Zheng Jianfeng's voice was loud and clear, as if he had made a death wish. All he wants now is to bring the human trafficker Aunt May to justice and restore peace to hundreds of families. If someone has to sacrifice their life during the arrest, then Zhang Jianfeng. We will absolutely be at the forefront and we will never back down. Hearing their words, Su Wen was deeply moved and continued speaking. My condition is that after Aunt May is arrested and brought to justice, I need you to apply for me to be the public prosecutor's lawyer. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Wang Qiang fell silent. Child trafficking is a criminal case. After the traffickers are arrested, the prosecution is initiated by the procuratorate on behalf of the state and lawyers cannot be retained. Moreover, Wang Qiang was just a small-time police station chief. Su Wen's desire to become a public prosecutor is not something he can control. Wang Qiang remained silent and Su Wen did not urge him on. After a long pause, Wang Qiang frowned and asked, "Can you tell me why you insist on becoming a public prosecutor?" For Wang Qiang, Su Wen had helped him before, but he was, after all, just a lawyer, and in Wang Qiang's mind the word lawyer always carried a certain connotation. Greed for fame and fortune. If Su Wen became a public prosecutor lawyer for fame and fortune, then he really disappointed himself. However, the next second, Su Wen said in a slightly cold voice, "I want to make sure they are sentenced to death." Upon hearing Su Wen's voice from the phone, Wang Qiang's eyes instantly hardened and his knuckles cracked as he clenched his fist. Death penalty, human traffickers, they all deserve to die. But he remembered it clearly 11 years ago. That devil named Chen Liangxiang was only sentenced to a mere 12 years and 3 months. Su Wen's words seemed to have struck a chord with him. They didn't realize that Su Wen wasn't talking about him but about them. What Su Wen wanted to do was to sentence Aunt May and Chen Liangxiang to death. Only by instilling fear in human traffickers. Then no one in the world will dare to be a human trafficker. Wang Qiang, with a resolute expression and a serious face, made his promise to Su Wen. "Okay, I promise you. Although this is difficult, I will do my best to apply to my superiors." After hanging up the phone, Zhang Jianfeng looked at Wang Qiang with a worried expression. "Director, do you really have a way to get Attorney Su to appear in court as the prosecutor?" Wang Qiang clenched his fists and gritted his teeth as he spoke. "Besides Attorney Su, can you think of anyone else who can sentence human traffickers to death?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianfeng fell silent. He was a native of Jiangcheng, so naturally he had heard about what happened 11 years ago. Despite his heinous crimes, Chen Liangxiang was ultimately sentenced to only 12 years and 3 months. Even if they arrest the even more vicious Aunt May and bring her to justice and submit her case to the prosecutor's office. And it really is, will we get a verdict that truly satisfies the public, but an ordinary lawyer can act as a prosecutor in place of the prosecutor's office? This kind of thing. This has never been a precedent since the founding of the People's Republic of Daxia. It's as difficult as climbing to heaven. Wang Qiang noticed the disappointment in Zhang Jianfeng's eyes and patted him on the shoulder. "Since I've already promised Attorney Su, I'll do whatever it takes, even if it costs me my life." Upon hearing Wang Qiang's words, Zhang Jianfeng raised his head, his eyes flashing. At this moment, Wang Qiang had become an idol in his eyes. A resolute glint flashed in Wang Qiang's eyes. He picked up his phone and dialed the number of Chen Guang'an, the director of the Public Security Bureau. The call was connected quickly, and before Chen Guang'an could speak, Wang Qiang spoke first. "Director, I have something important to report to you. The person who can meet Su Wen's requirement." Besides Chen Guang'an, Wang Qiang couldn't think of anyone else. Although Chen Guang'an is not a member of the procuratorate, but the public security organs, procuratorrates, and courts are essentially one entity. They all know each other privately. As long as I can persuade Chen Guang'an, then Su Wen, as the prosecutor in Aunt May's child trafficking case, has a chance. Chen Guang'an was in a meeting at the procuratorate at that moment. Also attending the meeting were Chen Pingping, vice president of the Jiangcheng People's Court, and Chen Yizhen, vice president of the Jiangcheng People's Procuratorate. The three of them. In Jiangcheng City, they are known as the Three Chens of Jiangcheng. During his tenure, he worked diligently and made tremendous contributions to the development of Jiangcheng City, earning him the deep respect and love of the people. As soon as Chen Guang'an answered the phone, he heard Wang Qiang's urgent voice. After hesitating for a moment, he turned to the side, covered his phone with one hand, and said softly, "Wang Qiang, I'm in a meeting right now. We can talk about it after the meeting. These past few days have kept the three of them extremely busy. Since Su Wen won his lawsuit against Lao Zhang, it has caused a huge uproar online. Workplace sexual harassment remains a hot topic. The Public Security, Procuratorate, and Court have joined forces to open an anonymous complaint channel for workplace sexual harassment and assault. In just 2 days, they received hundreds of complaints. Only after seeing so many reports did the three realize what had happened. It turns out that workplace sexual harassment happens so frequently. But the female colleagues who were bullied, afraid of losing their jobs and ashamed to speak out, all endured it in silence. After Chen Guangyan finished speaking, he prepared to hang up the phone. Just then, Wang Qiang's voice came through the phone. "Director Chen, this concerns clues about Aunt May. I can't wait any longer." "What?" Upon hearing Wang Qiang's voice, Chen Guangyan's eyes widened in surprise and he exclaimed in astonishment. "You mean that human trafficker Aunt May?" Chen Guangyan's voice immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. "Aunt May? Is there actually a clue about Aunt May?" "This Aunt May. But it's a thorn in the side of everyone in the public security, procuratorate, and judicial system across the country. Nobody wants her to be caught online as soon as possible. Give back to the families of abducted children a bright and just world." Chen Guangyan, being the director of the Public Security Bureau, quickly calmed himself down after taking a deep breath. He then turned around, faced the crowd, placed his phone on the table, and turned on speakerphone. "Director Wang, please don't rush, speak slowly." The three Chens of Jiangcheng were focused intently on their phones, appearing calm on the surface, but their inner turmoil was intensifying. "Soon." Wang Qiang's voice came through the phone. "The leader is attorney Su Wen. He provided clues about Aunt May, but he has one condition." Upon hearing this, Chen Yizhen, the deputy chief prosecutor, immediately snorted coldly. "This guy named Su Wen. Don't you know that providing clues about criminals to the police is the duty of every citizen? They're actually trying to negotiate here. How absurd." Chen Pingping, the vice president of the Jiangcheng People's Court, then let out a hearty laugh. "Righteous army, don't be angry yet. Listen to what conditions Su Wen has set." Chen Yizhen, after all, had been in officialdom for many years. Hearing Chen Pingping refer to Su Wen as child, he immediately knew that there might be some connection between the two, so he suppressed his dissatisfaction. Police Chief Chen Guangyan naturally knew Su Wen as well. They've been working themselves to the bone these past few days. Isn't it all because of Su Wen? And Wang Qiang was able to help 3 international students because of Su Wen's assistance. "Oh, it's attorney Su. Tell me, what are his conditions?" Wang Qiang paused for a moment, then said, "Attorney Su said, if Aunt May is caught, he wants to be the prosecutor." What? Chen Yizhen's eyes widened immediately. "Goodness. So that's why she wanted to steal my job? Impossible." Chen Yizhen directly refused. Public prosecution cases have always been handled by the procuratorate. In the entire country of Daxia, not a single procuratorate has ever outsourced a public prosecution case to an outside lawyer. If I agree, wouldn't that be saying to the public that the people in our prosecutor's office are inferior to a lawyer from his law firm? Chen Guangyan had not expected that Su Wen would make such a request. If he had known, he wouldn't have turned on speakerphone. Isn't this situation tantamount to slapping the prosecutor's office in the face? Moreover, I'm caught in the middle, torn between 2 options. On one hand, there's a lead on Aunt May, a fugitive who has been on the run for many years and has committed hundreds of human trafficking cases. On the other side was Chen Yizhen, the vice president of the procuratorate who had fought alongside him for many years and held a high position of power. Chen Guangyan frowned and asked into his phone, "Director Wang, what is your opinion on attorney Su's request?" Chen Pingping looked at Chen Guangyan with a smile on her lips. That old fox is so cunning, whatever he says will be wrong. But once the problem was handed over to Wang Qiang, all of these problems were naturally solved. Wang Qiang was silent for a moment, then spoke in a generous voice. "I support attorney Su. As long as Aunt May isn't arrested, there's a high chance a family will be torn apart because of her." I don't understand officialdom, nor do I understand the procedures of public prosecution cases, but as a veteran police officer, all I want is to bring Aunt May to justice as soon as possible and restore justice to hundreds of families. And I believe in Attorney Sue. He will definitely be able to ensure that human traffickers receive the punishment they deserve. Upon hearing this, Chen Guangin slammed his fist on the table and shouted angrily, "Why do you trust Attorney Sue so much?" Wang Qiang gritted his teeth and spoke in a passionate and impassioned voice. "I believe in him, I'm willing to gamble my future on him. If Attorney Sue can't do this, I'll resign from my job, go to the traffic police station and patrol the streets. Please, Director, grant Attorney Sue's request." Upon hearing Wang Qiang's words, Chen Guangin grinned and looked at Chen Yijun. "Our righteous army has such courage and determination, are we going to hold them back?" Wang Qiang's words struck a chord with Chen Guangin. These words also reflected his true feelings. Chen Pingping's gaze also fell on Chen Yijun's face and she slowly spoke. "Righteous army rules are rigid but people are flexible, although Attorney Sue's request has never been before. But that doesn't mean it's wrong to do it." Upon hearing their voices, Chen Yijun immediately frowned. These two old guys, they're teaming up to roast themselves. What exactly is Su Wen's background? How could they possibly get these two to speak up for him like this? Could it be, what kind of background does Su Wen have? After thinking for a moment, Chen Yijun frowned and nodded. "I can agree, but this Attorney Su can only appear in court as an assistant." Upon hearing this, the two were overjoyed. Then, Chen Guangin, the director of Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau, stopped smiling and said with a serious expression, "Wang Qiang." Here, Wang Qiang's voice was loud and clear, filled with excitement. Chen Guangin said in a calm and steady voice, "From now on, I will send 20 special police officers to assist you. Within 3 days, we must bring the human trafficker Pan Dongmei to justice. Bring them to looking at the message Wang Qiang sent on his phone." Su Wen silently closed his phone. Fang Hui was so emotional that Fang Yao took her home. Closing his eyes and leaning back in his chair, Su Wen enjoyed his last moments of leisure, taking the opportunity to sort out the things in his mind. He has so many things to think about lately. In Jiang Yaokai's case, Su Wen saw on the list sent by the intermediary company that more than 100 deadbeats owed Jiang money, of whom more than 20 had already been scammed and rented houses in his face. Although only 1/5 of the people were fooled, this was more than enough for Su Wen's plan. "I can go to the court first thing tomorrow morning to submit the documents and apply for a hearing. Only, suing over 100 people directly is too many. The court may classify it as a complex case. If that's the case, the trial date for Jiang Yaokai's case is unlikely to be like that of Lao Zhang's case, where the trial began just a few days after the case was filed." As for Yang Wei's desire to find evidence of Fang Hui's theft, Su Wen didn't take him seriously. The scheme was already set up. No matter how much Yang Wei struggled, it wouldn't affect the outcome. Then there's Su Xiaomao's case. Although the responsibility for the legal representation was handed over to Fang Hui. But with the law firm's reputation just starting to improve, he also needed to carefully consider the details of the case, leaving no stone unturned, and he had to win this lawsuit. These two cases, they now basically have defense strategies in place. Right now, what's most important to Su Wen is still the case of the human trafficker Aunt May tracking card. That was something he had exchanged for by spending a full 100,000 emotion points. He basically exhausted all the emotional points he had accumulated. But no matter how much it cost, Su Wen felt it was all worthwhile. For Su Wen, human trafficking is a crime that must be dealt with zero tolerance. Every case discovered should be severely punished. Moreover, only by capturing Aunt May, only then can we find clues about Fang Hui's background. Only then would there be an opportunity to resentence Chen Liangxiang under the pretext of omitted crimes. So, arresting Aunt May was only the first step. The most important thing is to get all the human trafficking cases out of Aunt May and to find out who and what is in her network of interests. Su Wen thought for a long time until the sun was about to set before slowly opening his eyes. Just then, the law firm's door was suddenly pushed open. Immediately afterwards, a childish yet incredibly excited voice rang out. "Uncle Su." Upon seeing the person who arrived, Su Wen stood up, a smile playing on his lips. Gyugyuo, what brings you here? Gyugyuo ran straight to Su Wen's side, stretched out her arms and hugged Su Wen's leg. Su Wen also reached out and ruffled Gyugyuo's hair. Gyugyuo, keep your voice down, Attorney Su might be busy. Su Wen looked up and saw old Zhang hurriedly walk in. Haven't seen you for a few days. Old Zhang seemed to have changed completely. His once pale hair had been dyed back to black and he was dressed in a clean and neat outfit, making him look much younger. Or rather, old Zhang is actually quite young. Although everyone calls him Old Zhang, he is actually only 28 or 29 years old. Gyugyu is wearing a new outfit now and she looks absolutely adorable. When Su Wen first met him, his patched clothes formed a stark contrast. Old Zhang looked at Su Wen with an apologetic expression and said, Attorney Su, Gyugyu said he wanted to see you and insisted that I bring him to see you. I hope I haven't bothered you. Su Wen waved his hand, picked up Gyugyu and pinched her nose. Of course I won't bother you. Has Gyugyu been studying hard lately? Gyugyu smiled proudly. I got first place in my entrance exam yesterday. Wow, that's amazing. Su Wen was slightly taken aback, then praised, Gyugyu is truly the best. Gyugyu is only 7.5 years old and just about to start elementary school when such a big change happened in her family. However, he actually managed to get first place, which really surprised Su Wen. Gyugyu, this child, compared to children of the same age, she is remarkably sensible. Upon hearing Su Wen's praise, Gyugyu immediately smiled happily. Gyugyu will definitely study hard and grow up to be a good lawyer who upholds justice just like Uncle Su. Old Zhang then walked up to Su Wen. He took 2 thick envelopes out of his pocket and placed them on Su Wen's desk. Attorney Su, the compensation from Cayenne Cheng has arrived. I'm here mainly to deliver your legal fees and also to invite you to dinner to thank you for your help. The agency fee I previously signed with Old Zhang was 30,000 Huxia yuan. But the 2 envelopes that Old Zhang brought were clearly much thicker than the 30,000. Su Wen placed Gyugyu on the ground, then opened the envelope, kept the 30,000 yuan he was entitled to, and put the extra 20,000 yuan back into the envelope before returning it. Attorney Su, you've helped me so much. Without you, I might be in jail by now. You absolutely must accept this money. Su Wen spoke slowly, his voice calm yet carrying an undeniable authority. Since I've taken your money, I naturally have to be responsible for you. A meal is fine, but any extra money is fine. The contract stipulated a fee of 30,000, so Su Wen naturally wouldn't charge more. Taking more than he should have would be tantamount to giving someone leverage over him, and Su Wen would never allow himself to be compromised and fall into someone else's hands. Although Old Zhang was a very good person and he meant well. However, being cautious in his actions was a consistent requirement Su Wen set for himself, and it wasn't directed at Old Zhang. Okay, let's go eat. Old Zhang wasn't surprised that Su Wen didn't overcharge him. Old Zhang had already made reservations at the restaurant before he arrived. To thank Su Wen for his help, he specially booked a table at the famous Western restaurant in Jiangcheng, restaurant number 28. This Western restaurant is very famous in Jiangcheng. The people who come here to eat are mostly high-ranking officials and dignitaries from Jiangcheng City, with an average spending of over 1,000 yuan per person. To express his gratitude, Old Zhang went to great lengths. Soon, the group then took a taxi to the restaurant. Gyugyu was extremely happy the whole way. Gyugyu had never even eaten at McDonald's before, so she couldn't help but feel a little excited to be dining at such a high-end Western restaurant. However, as soon as they got off the bus, Su Wen then saw 2 familiar figures, Yang Wei and Cheng Yao. Good heavens, what a small world! Yang Wei and Cheng Yao also saw Su Wen and their eyes narrowed immediately. Especially Cheng Yao. Su Wen caused her to be sentenced to 3 years probation with 1 year's suspension, and even her lawyer's license was revoked. She was also detained in the law firm for several days after being released from prison. I just got out of the police station today. Unexpectedly, I ran into Su Wen here. Cheng Yao glared fiercely at Su Wen and said coldly, You bumpkin, do you even deserve to eat at such a high-class Western restaurant? I doubt you even know how to distinguish between left and right with a knife and fork. Enemies meeting are bound to be filled with hatred. At this moment, Cheng Yao's eyes were filled with intense hatred as she looked at Su Wen. But Su Wen remained calm. Taking advantage of a moment when no one was looking, he turned on his phone to record. Just as he was about to retort, Gyu Gyu shouted from the side. "You bad woman, you're not allowed to talk about Uncle Su like that." Cheng Yao then noticed that old Zhang and Zhang Guogui were also having dinner with Su Wen. Upon hearing Zhang Guogui call her a bad woman, Cheng Yao's eyes immediately filled with anger and she immediately retorted. "Whose child is this? A little b asterisk 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 d, born of a mother but without any upbringing." After being sentenced, Cheng Yao completely gave up and revealed her ugliest side. Humiliating Guogui is like rubbing salt into her wounds. Upon hearing Cheng Yao insult his child, old Zhang couldn't hold back any longer and started cursing at Cheng Yao. You filthy woman." Cheng Yao curled her lip in disdain. This old man Zhang looks like he's easy to bully. Even when they curse, it has no offensive power whatsoever. He got hundreds of thousands in compensation by selling his wife. Does he really think he's a human being? You. Old Zhang had never seen such a shameless woman before, and for a moment he was rendered speechless by her insults. "Do you believe I'll hit you?" Old Zhang raised his hand, but Cheng Yao with a shameless attitude stretched her neck, brought her face close to hers and mocked him. "Heh, hit me then. Go ahead and hit me if you dare." Yang Wei, standing behind Cheng Yao, smirked as he witnessed the scene. If old Zhang dared to lay a hand on Cheng Yao, he will not hesitate to take out his phone and call the police, saying that they are causing trouble. Ideally, Su Wen should also be implicated and locked up for a few days. Therefore, what happened today will become a stain on Su Wen's record. They can also bring this up during the subsequent court proceedings. Although Su Wen's actions were unrelated to the case, how credible can the words of a lawyer with such a questionable reputation be? The argument broke out among the group, immediately drawing the attention of those around them. "Hey, how can a grown man like you hit a woman? Young lady, are you alright? Do you need us to call the police for you? What era are we living in? How dare someone hit a woman in the street? It's shameful." The whispers of the onlookers reached old Zhang's ears, and for a moment he felt as if he were being held up, unsure whether to hit him or not. If he were to hit Cheng Yao. If they get arrested, then Guogui will have no one to take care of her. Moreover, this slap of his own might also have an impact on Su Wen. Cheng Yao saw the cowardice in old Zhang's eyes and sneered, "Go ahead and fight. Why aren't you fighting, coward?" Just then, a crisp slap rang out immediately. Smack! The surrounding crowd froze in place. The next second, a handprint immediately appeared on Cheng Yao's face. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she covered her face, which had just been slapped, and spoke in a trembling voice. You actually dared to hit me." She never expected that Su Wen would dare to hit her in front of so many people. "When I was with Su Wen before, Su Wen was extremely obedient to her. He would never hit her, let alone scold her. Now, he actually dared to slap himself in front of so many people." Su Wen shrugged nonchalantly and said with a smile, "This is the first time I've heard someone beg to be beaten like this. Enjoyed it, if so get lost." Su Wen's casual remark. This left the surrounding crowd even more bewildered. This guy. How can someone be so arrogant after hitting someone? After being slapped, Cheng Yao was furious and wanted to retaliate, but Yang Wei quickly stopped her from behind. Yang Wei walked up to Cheng Yao, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Attorney Su, I recorded the entire slap you just gave me, and so many people witnessed it. You're guilty of affray and intentional assault. You can't escape punishment." Su Wen rolled his eyes in annoyance. This Yang Wei. I don't know how they became a top lawyer, their professional skills are so poor. Su Wen took out his phone from his pocket, waved it at Yang Wei and said casually, "Coincidentally, I also recorded it." Everyone present was stunned for a moment. "What's the point of recording this? To prove you hit someone? How ridiculous." Yang Wei snapped out of his daze, then snorted coldly, "In that case, I'll call the police." Upon hearing Yang Wei's words, old Zhang looked at Su Wen with some concern and then stood protectively in front of him. "Come at me if you have any problems, it has nothing to do with Attorney Su." Seeing this, Guogui also stood in front of old Zhang. Although her voice was childish, her eyes were incredibly resolute. "And me too, you bad uncle. Go get the police to arrest me, don't arrest Uncle Su." Seeing the father and son's behavior, Su Wen felt a warmth in his heart. I've seen it all too often: deceit, backstabbing, and people willing to harm others for their own benefit. Seeing the true nature of old Zhang and his son touched the softest part of Su Wen's heart. Su Wen smiled slightly and patted old Zhang on the shoulder. Old Zhang, don't worry, nothing will happen. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yao sneered, today none of you will escape. Attorney Yang, please call the police. Su Wen's lips curled slightly and he slowly shook his head. You guys, you've really disgraced lawyers. After being a lawyer for so many years, can't you even distinguish between picking quarrels and provoking trouble and a victim's promise? For a moment, everyone present stared wide-eyed. Did the victim make a promise? What is this? How come I've never heard of this before? However, upon hearing Su Wen's words, Yang Wei's face immediately turned even uglier than if he had swallowed a fly. He then remembered. There's a little-known fact in the legal profession that's rarely mentioned and hard to use. The victim made a promise. Cheng Yao had just been slapped by Su Wen, which perfectly matched the conditions promised by the victim. However, Cheng Yao was unaware of this. She rose to her position through her body. Her professional skills were not strong. When problems arose in cases, she would only ask Yang Wei for help while she herself did nothing. Seeing that Yang Wei remained unmoved, Cheng Yao slapped Yang Wei on the back, annoyed. What are you standing there for? Call the police. Yang Wei turned around and glared fiercely at Cheng Yao. Why are you calling the police? Are you looking for death? Before Yang Wei could turn around, Su Wen then played the recording from before in front of everyone. Immediately afterwards, Cheng Yao's shrill voice came from Su Wen's phone. Whose child is this? A little B*******D, born of a mother but without any upbringing. He got hundreds of thousands in compensation by selling his wife. Does he really think he's a human being? How hit me then? Go ahead and hit me if you dare. Hit me, why aren't you hitting me, you coward? In a short time, Cheng Yao's previous insults towards old Zhang and Guo instantly reached the ears of everyone present. Upon hearing this, everyone simultaneously turned their gazes toward Cheng Yao with hostility. Cheng Yao did not expect that. Yang Wei suddenly yelled at him, so he said fiercely, "How dare you yell at me?" Yang Wei glanced at Cheng Yao with annoyance. If it weren't for the evidence Cheng Yao had of his past, he would have been furious. He wanted nothing more than to slap this idiot, but for now, all he could do was grit his teeth and say it. You're currently on probation and this disorderly conduct warrants your sentence. Aren't you afraid of having your probation revoked? Upon hearing Yang Wei's words, the onlookers gasped in surprise. So this woman is a criminal. No wonder she spoke so rudely. I almost wrongly accused an innocent person before. I thought she was just asking for a beating and that slap was well-deserved. With such a foul mouth, he deserves to be beaten. If he dared to curse at me like that, I would have beaten him even harder. Cheng Yao pointed fiercely at Su Wen and said to Yang Wei, "Then go hit him. He hit your woman. Are you just going to stand by and do nothing?" Upon hearing this, Yang Wei immediately narrowed his eyes. This Cheng Yao, he used to seem so understanding. But ever since she was sentenced, she's become so unreasonable. She's practically a shrew. How could I have been so infatuated with her and ended up in bed with her? Yang Wei glared at Cheng Yao and said with dissatisfaction, "You started this trouble and now you want me to beat someone up for you? Aren't you just trying to get me into this mess?" Cheng Yao's eyes were filled with anger as she stared intently at Yang Wei. Don't regret what happened today. After saying that, Cheng Yao turned and left. Yang Wei was startled when he saw this. This crazy woman, is she planning to file a complaint against me? Thinking of this, Yang Wei hurriedly chased after him. Seeing this, the onlookers dispersed. Watching Cheng Yao's departing figure, old Zhang said with some worry in his heart, "Attorney Su, Attorney Cheng." Oh no. Cheng Yao's lawyer's license had been revoked at this point, so strictly speaking, she could no longer be called Lawyer Cheng. Will Cheng Yao still cause you trouble? Old Zhang was unaware of the details of the relationship between the three of them. He always believed that the reason Cheng Yao and Yang Wei were causing trouble for Su Wen was entirely because Su Wen had taken on his case. If Cheng Yao and Yang Wei really do affect Su Wen's career, old Zhang will feel extremely guilty. Su Wen waved his hand and said in a calm voice, "Don't worry, those two aren't qualified to mess with me." Although Su Wen said that, old Zhang still felt somewhat guilty. He was just an honest and hardworking worker who didn't know how he could help Su Wen. Therefore, he could only, "Don't order anymore, there's too much food, we can't possibly finish it all." Watching old Zhang keep ordering food, and he even specifically chose the expensive dishes. In less than a minute, the dishes old Zhang had ordered had exceeded 5,000 Huxia yuan. Seeing that old Zhang's hands were still flipping through the menu, Su Wen quickly spoke up to stop him. Even the waiter standing nearby couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up to remind them. "Sir, you've ordered too much. If you're still hungry after you finish, would you please order more?" Old Zhang sighed and closed the menu. He didn't know how to help Su Wen, so he could only express his gratitude and apology to Su Wen in this simple and unpretentious way. Su Wen noticed the guilt in old Zhang's eyes and asked, "What are your plans next?" Old Zhang used to work for Kaiyan Cheng, but now that Kaiyan Cheng is in jail, he's also unemployed. "I'm planning to take Guoguo back to my hometown." Old Zhang sighed and continued. "Although I won the lawsuit, I've looked for several jobs these past few days, but no one dares to hire me." Although Kaiyan Cheng was in the wrong first, but old Zhang did, after all, send his superior to jail. Kaiyan Cheng's case caused quite a stir in the construction industry, and old Zhang was naturally well known among these bosses. Therefore, no boss would dare hire an employee who had sent their boss to jail. Even if old Zhang receives a large sum of compensation, he can't just sit around and eat it all, the money will eventually run out. Upon hearing this, Su Wen pondered for a moment, then glanced at Guo and slowly spoke. "The educational conditions back home are nowhere near as good as in Jiangcheng. Guo got first place in the entrance exam, which is enough to prove the child's intelligence. If I give up enrolling in school and return to my hometown, I will likely be affected." Old Zhang sighed helplessly. "I know, but..." Su Wen knew that without a job, old Zhang would have no means to stay in Jiangcheng. "Old Zhang, have you ever thought about starting your own renovation company in Jiangcheng?" Old Zhang was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. "I'm just a worker and I have no connections in Jiangcheng, so it's very difficult for me to get work." Su Wen's lips curled slightly, then he looked at Guo and asked, "Guo, do you want to stay in Jiangcheng?" Upon hearing this, Guo's eyes lit up but quickly dimmed again. Although Guo's household registration is not in Jiangcheng, he grew up in Jiangcheng and still has his childhood friends there. Although he didn't say it, he actually really wanted to stay in Jiangcheng. Old Zhang could also see that Guo wanted to stay in Jiangcheng. He could only blame himself for being incompetent and unable to provide Guo with the life she wanted. Su Wen reached out and patted Guo's head, a smile playing on his lips, and looked at old Zhang. "Old Zhang, can I ask you for a favor?" Upon hearing this, old Zhang was taken aback for a moment, then sat up straight and said with a serious expression, "Attorney Su, you said so. Whenever there's anything old Zhang, can do, I'll do my utmost." Seeing old Zhang's serious expression, Su Wen smiled slightly. "I'm planning to expand my law firm and I'll need to hire someone to do the renovations. Could you please keep an eye on this for me? I don't trust anyone else with this." Su Wen's law firm is currently too small, and the number of cases will definitely increase in the future. After the case of old Zhang was closed, Su Wen had the idea of expanding the scale. "However, we need to finish Jiang Yaokai's lawsuit first." Upon hearing Su Wen's words, old Zhang patted his chest and immediately assured him, "Leave this small matter to me. I'll treat it like my own home renovation and won't let you down." Upon hearing this, Su Wen revealed a triumphant smile, then took out the 30,000 yuan agency fee that old Zhang had given him earlier from his pocket and pushed it in front of old Zhang. "Then it's settled, this 30,000 is a deposit." Old Zhang's eyes widened immediately. He had originally thought that Su Wen wanted him to keep an eye on things for him. Unexpectedly, he was asked to directly book the renovation of his law firm. Lawyer Su, this won't do." However, the next second, Guo jumped up happily. "Yay. Dad has a job now, so I don't have to leave Jiangcheng." As she spoke, Guo hugged old Zhang's neck and kissed him on the cheek. Su Wen looked at old Zhang with a smile and said, "Look, Guo doesn't want to leave here either, and I need your help too. Just take the money." Looking at Guo's happy expression and Su Wen's expectant expression, old Zhang knew that Su Wen didn't distrust others. Instead, he wanted to use the renovation of his law firm to help himself stay in Jiangcheng. Lawyer Su. Old Zhang looked at Su Wen pushing another 30,000 huxia yuan with a grateful expression, then held it tightly in his hand, his voice choked with emotion as he spoke. You can trust me, Lao Zhang. Lao Zhang will definitely not let you down. Soon, the waiter brought the food to the table. Looking at the steak on the table and the knife and fork in front of him, old Zhang immediately lowered his head in embarrassment. He had never eaten Western food before, nor had he ever specifically looked into it. For a moment, I was so embarrassed that I didn't know how to use the knife and fork. Su Wen noticed old Zhang's predicament, but he didn't offer to teach him. After all, his child was standing there, and doing so would damage his image as a father. He turned to look at Guo and smiled. Guo, sit here with your uncle. How about I teach you Western dining etiquette? Upon hearing Su Wen's words, both father and son's eyes lit up immediately. Guo ran happily to Su Wen's side and Su Wen hugged her tightly. Then he picked up a knife and fork and patiently began to teach her. Old Zhang, on the other side, was completely focused, imitating the movements with great enthusiasm. Is it tasty? Su Wen cut off a small piece of steak and put it into Guo's mouth. Guo nodded with a look of enjoyment. Delicious. Su Wen pinched Guo's little nose. Now that you've learned it, you should try it yourself. Good. Guo returned to her seat, picked up her children's knife and fork and began to eat attentively. Old Zhang swallowed a small piece of steak whole. Many high-end Western restaurants will default to serving steak medium rare as this retains more of the juices and tender texture. Children, on the other hand, will generally assume the food is fully cooked. Therefore, old Zhang found it extremely difficult to chew. After taking a couple of bites, old Zhang put down his knife and fork and slowly began to speak. Attorney Su Chengyao has been released. Will she appeal? Su Wen nodded. They will definitely appeal, but it doesn't really concern you. Kai Cheng's case is supported by both witnesses and physical evidence, making it virtually impossible for him to recant his testimony even on appeal. Yang Wei could only help Cheng Yao appeal, but this had little to do with old Zhang's case. Old Zhang glanced at Guo, then said with some concern, a few days ago, a friend from my hometown told me that Feng Huan went to Kai Cheng's house to cause trouble, was beaten and thrown out, and lost her child. Upon hearing this, Su Wen simply nodded silently without replying. He originally thought that after consulting with a lawyer, Feng Huan would quietly wait for the baby to be born before going to find Kai Cheng's family. In this way, she will continue to receive child support and a portion of Kai Cheng's assets through the child. But unexpectedly, Feng Huan couldn't wait a moment longer and actually went to Kai Cheng's house to make a scene. Now she's divorced from old Zhang and she's also lost Kai Cheng's child. In the latter half of her life, she will find it difficult to find someone to rely on. After old Zhang finished speaking, he did not continue. After a moment of silence, Su Wen couldn't help but ask, do you regret it? Old Zhang nodded and slowly said, she is, after all, Guo's mother. I don't want others to say that Guo is a child without a mother. Su Wen nodded and didn't continue speaking. Although Su Wen believed that Feng Huan would cause old Zhang a lot of trouble after returning to her family. But this is, after all, old Zhang's family matter. As for Su Wen, he was just old Zhang's previous lawyer, so he couldn't say anything more about it. Guo ate her meal quietly to the side without saying a word. Old Zhang wanted Guo to have her mother's company. Guo, on the other hand, wanted old Zhang to have a companion. This mindset of preferring to wrong oneself while making excessive sacrifices for others. Su Wen neither agreed nor disagreed. After old Zhang mentioned wanting to call Feng Huan home, the atmosphere at the dinner table immediately became much more tense. The three rarely spoke. After finishing his meal, Su Wen went home early. The next day, 10 o'clock a.m., Jiangcheng City People's Court, a middle-aged man in a shirt hurriedly pushed open the door to Vice President Chen Pingping's office. Dean, something terrible has happened. Chen Pingping was looking intently at the files on his desk, wearing reading glasses, when suddenly the door was pushed open, startling him. Then, Chen Pingping looked at the newcomer with a hint of displeasure and spoke slowly. Zhao Liu, you're a court clerk in the case filing division now. How come you're still so impulsive and lack composure? Chen Pingping's tone carried a hint of reproach. After Xiao Liu entered the court, he was taken in for a period of time. Privately, Xiao Liu always addressed Chen Pingping as teacher, which is why he dared to push open the door to Chen Pingping's office. Teacher, someone has filed a case. Chen Pingping calmly took off his reading glasses, placed them on the table, and said in a steady voice, "What's the big deal about filing a case? You've been in the case filing division for quite a while now. You need to change this bad habit." Yes, the teacher is right, but... Xiao Liu paused for a moment, then continued. But this case has over 100 defendants. Only 100. Chen Pingping wanted to give Xiao Liu some more pointers, but after realizing what was happening, she immediately stood up from her chair. What did you say? There are over 100 defendants. Chen Pingping looked at Xiao Liu in disbelief, her voice full of surprise. The list of defendants includes over 100 people. This is a major case within a major case. If not handled properly, it will attract public criticism, and it is highly likely that these defendants will unite and block the courthouse entrance to put pressure on the court. This kind of thing. Many such incidents occur across the country every year. However, most of these are disputes between companies and employees or between property management companies and residents. All courts find these kinds of cases with multiple defendants extremely troublesome. They not only have to worry about public opinion, but also verify whether each case meets the requirements for filing a case and discuss the method of holding a trial. After all, the court can't possibly require over 100 defendants to appear in court at the same time. Otherwise, with over 100 defendants in court simultaneously, who could possibly hear what they were arguing about? Xiao Liu asked anxiously. Dean, the plaintiff's lawyer is still waiting. What should I do? Xiao Liu appeared anxious, but in reality he was constantly scheming in his mind how to persuade Chen Pingping to agree to file a case against Jiang Yaokai. Nowadays, social morality is becoming increasingly chaotic, with many debtors taking pride in being deadbeats and even urging others not to repay loans. Xiao Liu had wanted to change this trend for a long time. Today, Su Wen came to file a case, and given the unusual nature of the case, Xiao Liu naturally hoped that the case would be accepted. Chen Pingping took a deep breath, frowned, and asked, "What type of case is it? Do you know any lawyers representing you?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Liu patted his forehead. He had been so anxious that he had forgotten to mention the details of the appeal case. It's a debt case, and the lawyer representing the client is attorney Su Wen. Upon hearing Xiao Liu's answer, Chen Pingping's furrowed brows slowly relaxed. He sat back down in his chair, opened the case file on the table, a smile playing on his lips, and slowly began to speak. "It's Su Wen, that kid. Let's file a case, I believe him." Upon hearing this, Xiao Liu froze on the spot. Why is my teacher acting so strangely today? In the past, my teachers would have been especially cautious when dealing with such complex cases. Do your research thoroughly first and then make a decision. But today, just because the plaintiff's lawyer is Su Wen, the teacher actually asked for the case to be filed directly, which is simply unbelievable. He knew Su Wen. Previously, I helped old Zhang win his lawsuit, which caused quite a stir in the courtroom, but this was just winning one case. How could his teacher, who was the vice president of the court, trust him so much? Could it be, teacher? Could this Su Wen be your illegitimate son? Aside from an illegitimate child, Xiao Liu couldn't think of any other possibilities at the moment. Upon hearing Xiao Liu's words, Chen Pingping trembled, then her eyes widened and she pointed at Xiao Liu, cursing loudly. "You little b*******, D, how can you have no sense of propriety? Get out of here right now." As she spoke, Chen Pingping picked up a pen from the side and threw it at Xiao Liu. Xiao Liu quickly shrank his neck, then grinned and ran out. He then opened the door, poked his head out, and smiled at Chen Pingping. "Teacher, please don't be angry. I promise I won't tell anyone about this." Roll. Chen Pingping glared at Xiao Liu, who quickly closed the door. The room fell silent for a moment. Chen Pingping gave a kind smile and then shook his head. That Xiao Liu is getting slyer and slyer. As a fourth-level senior clerk in the case filing division, Xiao Liu is considered a deputy section-level cadre and has complete autonomy over case filing matters. Xiao Liu appeared to be there to consult Chen Pingping, but in reality he was there to ask Chen Pingping to share the risks. The case of Jiang Yaokai submitted by Su Wen is not an ordinary debt case. It is quite troublesome to enforce, and the procedures within the court are even more complicated. But as long as Chen Pingping says that a case can be filed, the internal procedures will proceed more smoothly. After leaving the room, Xiao Liu had a smug smile on his lips, but he quickly became serious and muttered to himself, "I hope Su Wen won't let my good intentions go to waste." In recent years, the proportion of civil disputes involving debt has been increasing year by year. By last year, debt-related cases accounted for nearly 40% of all civil disputes. It's worth noting that just a few years ago, these types of cases accounted for only about 10%. A large part of the reason for this is the change in social attitudes. Xiao Liu does not support usurious loans or online loans. However, private lending is mostly between relatives, friends, and colleagues. To rectify the unhealthy trends in society, we need a good case to warn everyone. Soon. Xiao Liu then returned to his office. At this moment, Su Wen had been waiting in the office for a long time. When he saw Xiao Liu return, he stood up, reached out, and shook Xiao Liu's hand. "Secretary Liu, what did the leadership say?" Xiao Liu didn't speak immediately, but instead stared at Su Wen with great interest. "That doesn't seem like it either. It seems he's not the teacher's illegitimate child." "He's not an illegitimate child, so why does the teacher trust him so much?" Su Wen was slightly taken aback. Why was this court clerk staring at him? Could it be? Su Wen withdrew his hand and casually wiped it on his clothes. He would absolutely never sacrifice his virtue for the sake of a case. Xiao Liu realized his rudeness and smiled apologetically at Su Wen. "Sorry, I was just thinking about something." Su Wen waved his hand, feeling relieved. Fortunately, this man wasn't homosexual. Otherwise, I would have had to be careful to avoid being taken advantage of. Just then, Xiao Liu pointed to a chair next to him and said to Su Wen, "Attorney Su, let's sit down and talk." With that, Xiao Liu sat back down in his office chair. Although Vice President Chen Pingping had already spoken up and said that the case could be filed, but Xiao Liu still wanted to test Su Wen further. If Su Wen is filing this lawsuit simply to make money, then Xiao Liu should consider whether to conduct further investigation before approving the case. Su Wen naturally knew this as well. In such complex cases, the court will generally conduct research before accepting the case in order to protect the rights and interests of both the plaintiff and the defendant as much as possible. After Su Wen sat down, he spoke to Xiao Liu. "Secretary Liu, please feel free to ask any questions." Upon hearing this, Xiao Liu fell silent, his brows slowly furrowing. "Question about the case." Su Wen submitted very detailed information and he made his own decision. What is the strategy for the defense? These lawyers are all very shrewd, they won't tell you even if you ask. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Liu raised his head and slowly asked, "Attorney Su, there are more and more debtors defaulting on their debts these days. What do you think are the reasons for this phenomenon?" Upon hearing this, Su Wen answered without hesitation. There are many reasons for this situation, including economic downturn, difficulty finding jobs, rising prices, and so on. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, a hint of disappointment flashed in Xiao Liu's eyes. Anyone can say something so straightforward and plain. If Su Wen's insights are so superficial, even if the case is filed, Su Wen will likely find it difficult to truly win. In debt cases, winning is very simple. The most difficult part is figuring out how to recover the debt from the debtor. However, the next second, Su Wen's voice entered Xiao Liu's ears again. "But I personally believe that the main reason for the increasing number of defaulters is greed." Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Xiao Liu's eyes immediately lit up. His viewpoints surprisingly coincided with his own. "Having worked in the court's case filing division for many years, I finally understood the underlying principles. Su Wen looks to be only in his early 20s, yet he has come up with this level of understanding, which is truly astonishing. No wonder Vice Dean Chen Pingping trusts him so much. And how does greed arise?" This problem had troubled Xiao Liu for a long time. If Su Wen couldn't answer, he wouldn't mind giving him a few pointers. However, the next second upon hearing Su Wen's reply, Xiao Liu's eyes widened in surprise. Greed stems from fearlessness. For a moment, Xiao Liu stood there, stunned. Yes, greed stems from fearlessness, fearlessness of lenders, fearlessness of fear, fearlessness of the law. It is precisely because they know that even if they owe money and don't pay it back, no one can do anything about it. That's why they are fearless and even proud to be deadbeats. Good. After regaining his senses, Xiao Liu slammed his hand on the table, burst into laughter, and said to Su Wen, "That's absolutely brilliant. To speak with such depth at such a young age, young man, I have high hopes for you." Su Wen smiled slightly and accepted it calmly. In his previous life, he was the infamous lawyer with a 100% win rate in thousands of cases. If someone doesn't even have such a basic understanding, then they've lived in vain. Xiao Liu looked at Su Wen with excitement. A case can be filed. But Xiao Liu crossed his hands and placed them on the table, speaking with a very serious expression. It is forbidden to deliberately guide social trends, to manipulate public opinion, or to exacerbate existing conflicts. Upon hearing this, Su Wen nodded heavily. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." He understood that the senior clerk in the case filing division was worried that he might maliciously use public opinion to force those people to repay their debts. More than 100 debtors is simply too many. If one uses unconventional methods, it is inevitable that some people will react excessively. If someone succumbs to the pressure and chooses extreme actions such as suicide after the case is filed, the court will face significant difficulties. Since the court has done me a favor, I shouldn't cause trouble for the court. Okay, that's all for today. Xiao Liu lowered his head, looked at the documents Su Wen had submitted, and then dismissed him. With over 100 defendants, asset preservation measures need to be taken, and background checks are even required for some of them. This is a huge undertaking. Even if everyone in the case filing division were to work together, it would still take 2 or 3 days to get it done. He's been very busy lately. Okay, then you go ahead with your work. After saying that, Su Wen got up and left, closing the door behind him. After Su Wen left, Xiao Liu carefully looked at the documents that Su Wen had handed over. Xiao Liu had heard of Jiang Yaokai before. After all, he was once the richest man in Jiangcheng, and there were very few people in Jiangcheng who didn't know him. Xiao Liu felt some sympathy for Jiang Yaokai's plight. However, in this case, helping Jiang Yaokai recover his assets is extremely difficult, almost impossible. However, as he looked at the documents, Xiao Liu's eyes widened in disbelief and he quickly flipped through the documents in his hand. The more Xiao Liu looked, the more shocked he became. This. Upon discovering that over 20 out of more than 100 debtors had rented apartments outside their homes, Xiao Liu was visibly shocked. This group of people rented apartments in the same neighborhood at almost the same time and for long-term leases. If that's the case, their house in Fuxi Garden. Therefore, it can be disregarded as the only property. Su Wen, this is a trap. Xiao Liu took a deep breath and leaned back in his chair. No wonder my teacher trusts Su Wen so much. This kid is no ordinary lawyer. Although I don't know how Su Wen did it. But given the current situation, Su Wen might actually be involved. Help Jiang Yaokai recover the debt. There was just one thing that Xiao Liu didn't understand. Since a trap has already been set up, why not wait until more people are involved before filing a case? Currently, only about 20 debtors are renting rooms outside. Even if all the debts are enforced, it will only help Jiang Yaokai recover about 1/6 of the debt. That's strange, absolutely strange. Hello, the amount in dispute is 80 million, and the total litigation costs are 441,250 RMB. Hearing the girl's voice at the window, the crowd that came to file their cases and pay their fees immediately stirred up a commotion. Wow, what kind of case is this? The court fees alone are over 400,000. This is outrageous. My legal fees were only a little over $100. I'm not even worth as much as his head. Such a big case, this lawyer must be making a lot of money, right? In an instant, all eyes were on Su Wen. Hey, isn't this Su Wen, the lawyer representing old Zhang in his case? Wow, another big case. I'm so envious. I see this is Jiang Yaokai's case that's being filed. A few days ago, Su Wen and Jiang Yaokai went to collect debts but were kicked out by the debtors. This is common knowledge in Jiangcheng's legal circles. Over the years, Jiang Yaokai has consulted many lawyers. Most lawyers in Jiangcheng knew about Jiang Yaokai's case, but none of them dared to take it on. After all, winning a lawsuit is easy, but getting the money back is extremely difficult. Moreover, Jiang Yaokai did not have the money to cover legal fees and litigation costs. Naturally, no one was willing to take on the case of Jiang Yaokai on a contingency fee basis. So it's Jiang Yaokai's case. Could it be that Su Wen got too cocky after winning old Zhang's case? He even dared to take on Jiang Yaokai's case. Come on, I think he's just trying to swindle Jiang Yaokai out of his money. If he can actually get the money back, I'll eat it. The crowd stirred immediately. The people present were mostly lawyers who had come to file cases and pay fees. Upon learning that Su Wen was paying fees for Jiang Yaokai's case, everyone immediately started discussing it. But no one had a good opinion of Su Wen. Just then an adorable little girl with pigtails appeared before everyone, hands on her hips, her round face puffed out in anger as she spoke. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean Attorney Su can't. Everyone was stunned for a moment, but after seeing Fang Hui's adorable face, they couldn't help but burst out laughing. You little rascal, have you been bewitched by Attorney Su? You trust him so much. Fang Hui wrinkled her nose and said in a cute but fierce way, Attorney Su can definitely do it. Just then, Su Wen finished paying the fees, took the case acceptance notice and receipts, walked to Fang Hui's side and said calmly, have you submitted the preservation documents for Zhai Xingxin? Let's leave once you have. After hearing the news yesterday that Chen Liangxiang was about to be released from prison, Fang Hui was devastated. After a night of adjustment, she has now regained her previous optimistic and cheerful demeanor. Although Zhai Xingxin has been arrested, it's still necessary to take precautions just in case. Fang Hui nodded, then looked at the group of people who were mocking Su Wen and said, But they look down on you. As far as Fang Hui was concerned, they said they could do it, but they said lawyer Su definitely couldn't. Since she met Su Wen, she has caused him a lot of trouble, but Su Wen continued to help her, for which she was very grateful. Fang Hui was naturally unhappy to hear others talking about Su Wen. Su Wen smiled faintly, glancing at the crowd with an indifferent expression. He had seen far too many things like this. There's no point in arguing with a bunch of mediocre people. Once the results are in, they'll naturally shut up. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Oh my god, who are you calling mediocre? So what if we won old Zhang's first case? What's there to be so proud of? Doesn't he remember sending his clients to jail twice before? It's ridiculous. After Su Wen finished speaking, he took Fang Hui and left the courthouse. On the way back to the law firm, Fang Hui's expression was clearly unhappy, and there was a hint of worry in her eyes. Attorney Su, is it really possible to win Jiang Yaokai's case? Fang Hui had also reviewed Jiang Yaokai's documents. Currently, only about 20 people were renting houses outside, making it still very difficult to recover all the money. Su Wen chuckled softly and spoke slowly. Do you remember what I said before? Upon hearing this, Fang Hui was stunned for a moment, biting her lip and giving Su Wen an awkward smile. Which sentence? Su Wen looked at Fang Hui and slowly began to speak. Let the bullets fly a little longer. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the plaza of Fandu Garden residential community. Originally, a group of elderly men and women would dance here every day. But now it's been directly occupied by a bunch of outside tenants. This group of people gathers here every day. Some play cards, some play games, and some brag. There's absolutely nothing of substance going on. The environment in this neighborhood is much better than Fuxi Jiayuan. What do you all think? Don't you think it was a great deal to rent here with me? Hua Shan was wearing a plaid shirt, his lewd eyes gleaming with a sly light. Upon hearing Hua Shan's words, everyone cheered. The rent is cheap, the transportation is convenient, and most importantly, I can sublet it in a couple of days and make a fortune. Brother Hua, you're smart. I knew following you would be the right thing to do. This neighborhood has such beautiful greenery, I almost don't want to go back to Fuxi Jiayuan. Hahaha, me too, a royal flush, a 3 I won. Pay up. A burly middle-aged man, his bare torso covered in tattoos, threw his cards directly onto the table. This man was none other than Wang Fugui, the first fierce-looking fellow Su Wen encountered when he came to collect the debt. Oh dear, I lost again. Seeing Wang Fugui's smug look, the person playing cards with him was extremely annoyed. After playing all afternoon, Wang Fugui hadn't lost a single game. Scan the QR code for me. Wang Fugui laughed twice. I'm so lucky today. After saying that, he took out his phone, opened his payment QR code, and placed it in front of the two of them. Ding! Two scanning sounds rang out simultaneously. However, the next second the two men frowned. Why isn't it being swept away? You can't sweep it out either. The two exchanged a puzzled look. Upon hearing this, Wang Fugui's eyes widened in shock. These two bastards, were they trying to renege on their debt? He flexed his pectoral muscles, which were tattooed with a dragon's head across his shoulder, his eyes blazing with fury. I'm warning you, we're all deadbeats, don't try to play your little tricks on me. The two of them immediately said, somewhat aggrieved, it really can't be swept out, you'll see if you don't believe me. Just then, the voices of other people could be heard from the side. No, my WeChat Pay account has been frozen. This statement caused an instant sensation among everyone. Quickly check if the wealth-generating treasure app is still usable. Everyone present took out their phones and began checking their payment information. No, I can't use Zhifubao either. Oh no, my bank cards have been frozen. What is this thing? My credit card is also unusable. In an instant, the crowd was in chaos, shouting incessantly. Only a few long-time defaulters breathed a sigh of relief, as their WeChat and other payment methods were all linked to the information of their family members. Therefore, they were not affected by the security measures. Calm down, everyone, calm down. Hua Shan stood directly on the stone table, his narrow eyes slightly squinted, and shouted loudly to the crowd. Upon hearing Hua Shan's voice, everyone fell silent as if they had found their pillar of support. Seeing that everyone listened to him so obediently, Hua Shan felt extremely pleased. He coughed twice and continued speaking. If everyone is experiencing this at the same time, there's only one possibility. Upon hearing Hua Shan's voice, everyone perked up their ears. That idiot lawyer Su Wen should go to court to get asset preservation measures against us. What? He actually dared to sue. That Su Wen, he's a real piece of work. Upon hearing Hua Shan's words, everyone immediately began to curse and swear. Let's go find him and make that son of a ****ch revoke the asset preservation order. They're leaving as soon as they say they'll go. There are so many of us, are we afraid of just a lawyer? Exactly. They froze all my payment methods. How am I supposed to live? He has to give me an explanation. Hearing the clamor of the crowd, Hua Shan's lips curled into a cold smile. These people are really stupid. Do you think the court can just lift a preservation order like that? Everyone, please calm down and listen to me. The other party is now preparing to sue us. So what should we do? Hua Shan raised his arms and shouted, and the others exchanged glances and shouted in unison. We are united in our hatred of the enemy. Twist into one rope. Go find him and beat him up. Hua Shan's lips twitched slightly. This group of people were really talking past each other. Rung all rung. Hua Shan snorted coldly and continued speaking. Even if we go to Su Wen now, it won't change the fact that our bank cards are frozen, but that's not necessarily a bad thing for us. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. Not a bad thing? Damn it, all the money's frozen, isn't that a bad thing? Wang Fugui stepped forward and shouted loudly. Brother Hua, you're smart. Just tell us what to do, and we'll all listen to you. Yes, I'll do whatever you say. Everyone echoed Wang Fugui's sentiments and supported Hua Shan. Hua Shan sneered, we should go find Chen Jiu now. He's the one who made us sign the IOU, he can't just abandon us now. Upon hearing Hua Shan's words, everyone's eyes lit up. Oh right, how could I forget that ***** D Chen Jiu. This whole mess started because of Chen Jiu, a type of Huxia liquor, and now that something's happened, Chen Jiu must take responsibility. Yes, look for aged wine. Looking for aged wine. But even after contacting Chen Jiu, we still couldn't unfreeze the payment channels. A question arose from the crowd. Hua Shan's lips curled slightly and a ruthless glint flashed in his lewd eyes. This whole thing started because of him. Shouldn't he be responsible for all expenses until we unfreeze the funds? What? That makes so much sense. Hua Shan is really smart. Yes, let's go find some aged wine. But how should I put it? Hearing the voices of support from the crowd, Hua Shan's confidence swelled even more. I never knew being a junior manager felt so great. Isn't that easy to handle? Just say the money is a loan and you'll pay him back after the lawsuit is over. Upon hearing Hua Shan's words, everyone's eyes immediately lit up. Everyone present was a deadbeat. Asking them to go out and find work was probably not an option. But when it comes to refusing to pay debts, they're incredibly skilled. If Chen Jiu dares to ignore them, they will stay at Chen Jiu's house and refuse to leave. No one believes Chen Jiu would dare to call the police. After receiving their living expenses from Chen Jiu, they had no intention of paying him back. For them, there is only one philosophy of life. I borrowed it through my own ability, why should I pay it back? No wonder Hua Shan said this wasn't a bad thing. This is fantastic news. Since they can't be taken from their house anyway and they can still swindle Chen Jiu out of money, this is just too good to pass up. Haha, Brother Hua is so smart. Follow Brother Hua and you'll eat 5 meals a day. Let's go find the aged wine right now. I won't leave unless he gives me 10,000 yuan or so during this period. Yes, eat his food, drink his water. Go, let's go. Headache. My head is spinning. Is Su Wen mentally ill? Knowing full well that suing these deadbeats won't recover the property, why bother with all this trouble? Watching more than 20 deadbeats sitting in his house playing cards. The aged wine only made me feel nauseous. I was utterly disgusted by Su Wench. He now strongly suspects that Su Wengao and these deadbeats are trying to disgust him through them. For a moment, Chen Jiu felt a surge of anger but had nowhere to vent it, so he could only shout at them. I will give you an explanation for what you've done, but this is my home. Please leave or I will call the police. Upon hearing Chen Jiu's voice, everyone's gaze fell upon him as if he were a fool. Leave? How is that possible? Chen Jiu's house is spacious, with air conditioning and a refrigerator stocked with delicious food. It's practically a summer retreat. Where else can they find such a good place if they leave here? Hua Shan lay leisurely on the sofa watching the anime girl on TV and said to Chen Jiu without turning his head, "All of our bank cards have been frozen, we can't even afford food, where can we go now?" Chen Jiu walked up to Hua Shan, his eyes filled with anger, and said viciously, "Go wherever you want, what's it to me? We now live in a society governed by the rule of law and public security management is becoming increasingly strict. If this had happened a decade or two ago, if a nobody like Hua Shan dared to talk to him like that, he would have had someone take care of him long ago. But now, he had absolutely no way to deal with this group of people. Call the police? If he pushes these people too far and they join forces and reveal that he swindled 80 million from Jiang Yaokai back then he'll be finished." Hua Shan responded to Chen Jiu's words with an indifferent expression. "Old Chen, do you really think the brothers are fools? If it weren't for us brothers, would you have been able to swindle Jiang Yaokai out of 80 million back then?" With that, Hua Shan sneered, stood in front of Chen Jiu and said coldly, "The brothers aren't unreasonable people. Jiang Yaokai has sued us now, although we can't seize our house. But my brother's bank cards are all frozen now, they can't even afford a pack of cigarettes. If you do this, lend each of us 10,000. So we can have food to eat, then naturally no one will make things difficult for you. Once the lawsuit is over and the brothers' bank cards are unfrozen, I'll pay you back, right? Brothers, don't you agree?" Hua Shan shouted those last words at the other debtors who had defaulted on their debts. Upon hearing Hua Shan's words, everyone shouted loudly in unison, "Yes." In an instant, the room was filled with the sounds of responses from the crowd. Chen Jiu clenched his fists in anger, his shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Although only about 20 people came today, Hua Shan represented more than 100 debtors who had defaulted on their debts. If I agree to his conditions, I will need to prepare more than 1 million yuan in cash. He had the money, but just giving it away like that left him feeling resentful just then. The doorbell at Chen's house suddenly rang. Upon hearing the doorbell, Chen Jiu's eyes lit up and he hurriedly went to open the door. "Attorney Yang, you finally arrived, they've driven me crazy." Yang Wei walked in from outside with a cold face. "Su Wen, it's Su Wen again." On his way here, Yang Wei had already learned the whole story. His judgment was almost identical to Chen Jiu's. This Su Wen was just here to disgust people. How come I never noticed before that Su Wen is so good at playing dirty tricks? The last time Cheng Yao bumped into Su Wen at the restaurant entrance, it angered her so much that she said she would report him. He spent several days trying to calm Cheng Yao down, expending a lot of effort, and finally managed to stabilize her emotions. The next second, he received a call from Chen Jiu. That's Su Wen, he's like a persistent ghost. When Hua Shan saw Yang Wei enter, he looked down on him and walked towards Yang Wei. Hey, isn't this attorney Yang Wei? Ever since Hua Shan was chosen as a representative by this group of deadbeats, he has become increasingly arrogant. Relying on the support of his brothers, he truly didn't take Yang Wei seriously. Attorney Yang, you don't think that just because you're here, we brothers will be afraid of you, do you? For Hua Shan, no matter how difficult Yang Wei is, can he be as difficult as Su Wen? Even Su Wen was scared away by them when he was collecting debts, so why would he be afraid of Yang Wei? Yang Wei snorted coldly, staring at Hua Shan with displeasure, and spoke. I advise you to leave my client's home immediately, otherwise I can sue you for illegal trespassing. However, Hua Shan completely disregarded Yang Wei's warning. Oh shit. Do you really think I'm easily intimidated? They had leverage over Chen Jiu's affairs, and he didn't believe Chen Jiu would dare to sue them. Hua Shan sneered and spoke. Attorney Yang, go ahead and sue if you dare. Let's see who comes out on the losing end then. Yang Wei clenched his fist. That's what they call the barefoot aren't afraid of those wearing shoes. These people have now given up and are basically throwing caution to the wind. There's really nothing I can do about them. Let's discuss your terms. Upon hearing this, Hua Shan revealed a smug smile and spoke. We are reasonable people and won't make things difficult for you. We only have two conditions. First, lend each of you 10,000 yuan. Secondly, hire a lawyer to represent us in court. Reasoning, if these deadbeats could reason with each other, pigs would fly. Upon hearing Hua Shan's words, Yang Wei's face immediately turned cold. He had already discussed the court hearing with Chen Jiu on the way to Chen Jiu's house. He had already received a portion of the agency fee for the aged liquor, so he should help him attend the court hearing. Although the main body of the defense has become these debtors who have defaulted on their debts, in reality, it is still helping Chen Jiu to go to court. Besides, in cases of unpaid debts, winning or losing doesn't matter. You can just deal with it casually. Anyway, Su Wen won, so there's nothing he can do about these deadbeats. It's just a waste of time and money, but this first point is a bit excessive. These deadbeats have no credibility whatsoever. If I give them the money, I'll definitely never get it back, but if we don't give it to them, it will be difficult to keep them on our side. Dilemma. Yang Wei looked at Hua Shan and said coldly, 10,000 is really too much. Hua Shan's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this. Judging from Yang Wei's words, it seems there's room for negotiation. Less is better than nothing. 9,000, that's the lowest we can go, otherwise the brothers won't agree, right? Right. Upon hearing Hua Shan's voice, everyone immediately shouted in unison, creating a powerful and resounding sound. Yang Wei took a deep breath and said through gritted teeth, 2,000, 2,000 at most. Yang Wei practically gritted his teeth as he spoke. On my way here, I spoke with the court officials. Your case will go to trial in 7 days. 2,000 is enough for your living expenses for a week. Your court hearing is also in 7 days. April 12th. Su Wen stepped off the treadmill, took the water Fang Hui handed him, and took a small sip. Ever since he was physically outmatched by Fang Yao, Su Wen got a gym membership. In the past few days, whenever he has free time, he goes to the gym to work out, determined to return to his peak condition from his previous life. Fang Hui nodded, her eyes revealing her extreme nervousness. Zhang Yaokai's case is scheduled for 9 o'clock a.m. 7 days later, and Su Zairamou's case is scheduled for 10 o'clock a.m., both in the same courtroom. Su Wen patted Fang Hui on the shoulder, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes, and said, Don't push yourself too hard, it's not too late to apply for a new lawyer. Ever since learning about Fang Hui's childhood experiences from Fang Yao, Su Wen felt a sense of guilt towards Fang Hui. If you knew all that Fang Hui went through as a child, Su Wen wouldn't let Fang Hui do the live broadcast, much less let her participate in the court hearing so early. The legal profession is, after all, a controversial one. Although Fang Hui appears to be very happy every day, she is actually very fragile inside and cannot withstand further hurt. But at this moment, Fang Hui's eyes were filled with stubbornness. She didn't want to be a burden to anyone anymore. No, I want a court hearing. Seeing Fang Hui's stubborn expression, Su Wen smiled slightly and said to her, "Your brother and I will be cheering you on from the audience." Fang Hui nodded, wrinkled her nose at Su Wen and encouraged herself, "Yes, I can definitely do it." Seeing Fang Hui's adorable appearance, Su Wen smiled slightly and said nothing more. Wang Qiang has already replied to Su Wen, "As expected of a product from the system, it's truly a masterpiece, with the help of the system items." Wang Qiang, accompanied by several special police officers, easily apprehended the sleeping human trafficker, Aunt May, in a dilapidated room in Sanya City. Found at the same time, there were also 5 children abducted by the human trafficker, Aunt May. The youngest one had just been weaned. The reason she appeared in Sanya was because a buyer there had offered 300,000 yuan to buy the baby who had just been weaned. But no matter how the police interrogated him, Aunt May simply refused to reveal the buyer's information. Meanwhile, the prosecutor's office was also preparing to join forces with the police to interrogate Aunt May 7 days later. Su Wen did not intend to tell Fang Hui about Aunt May's arrest at this time. Since Fang Hui has decided to hold a trial for Su Xiaomao's case, knowing that Aunt May has been arrested will only interfere with her preparations for the trial. Has Su Xiaomao been in contact with Zhai Xingxin recently? Su Wen has always maintained a skeptical attitude towards the parties involved. Su Xiaomao experienced emotional withdrawal symptoms from Zhai Xingxin. Although he and Zhai Xingxin have now completely broken up, Su Wen was still worried that Su Xiaomao, a patient with severe romantic delusions, would be unable to resist going to the detention center to find Zhai Xingxin. Fang Hui pouted and gave a soft hum, her 2 long ponytails swinging back and forth behind her. "He actually asked me yesterday if I could meet Zhai Xingxin, saying he wanted to ask her face to face if she had ever loved him." Upon hearing this, Su Wen's brows furrowed instantly. This Su Xiaomao, just as he thought, wanted to meet Zhai Xingxin. When people encounter emotional problems, they often lose their rationality. Just like old Zhang, Su Wen never expected that old Zhang would actually have the idea of wanting Feng Huan to go home. However, the difference is that old Zhang and Su Xiaomao have severed their agency relationship, but Su Xiaomao is still their law firm's client. "What did you tell him?" Seeing Su Wen frown and look worried, Fang Hui smiled happily. "Of course I'll refuse him, I'm not stupid. The trial is about to start and if they meet now it might affect the proceedings." Hearing Fang Hui's words, Su Wen frowned even more deeply. "You rejected him and he just agreed so easily." Fang Hui blinked her big eyes, tilted her head and looked at Su Wen with some confusion. "Yes, he just replied with okay." Oh no, upon hearing Fang Hui's description, Su Wen immediately felt a sense of foreboding. Su Xiaomao is the kind of person who would willingly transfer 880,000 RMB to Zhai Xingxin just to see her divorce certificate. Now that he wants to see Zhai Xingxin, how could he give up just because of Fang Hui's words? "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" When Fang Hui saw Su Wen's current state, she immediately thought she had done something wrong and her eyes were filled with self-reproach. Su Wen frowned and said in a low voice, "Can you still contact Su Xiaomao?" Upon hearing this, Fang Hui quickly took out her phone and dialed Su Xiaomao's number. However, only a cold, mechanical voice came from the phone. "Sorry, the number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later." Fang Hui immediately tensed up and made several more phone calls. Without exception, none of them were answered. Fang Hui looked at Su Wen with a nervous expression. Su Wen put his hand on Fang Hui's shoulder and comforted her. "This isn't your fault and it has nothing to do with you. The most important thing now is to find Su Xiaomao as soon as possible." Fang Hui immediately realized the seriousness of the situation, took a deep breath and nodded heavily. Su Wen said in a somewhat urgent voice, "Take Su Xiaomao's letter of authorization and go to the detention center to find Zhai Xingxin. If you can't see her, go ask the police officer on duty if Su Xiaomao has seen Zhai Xingxin, and it would be best to find out what they talked about." Fang Hui took a deep breath. This all happened so suddenly that she felt a tightness in her chest. "Okay, what about you?" Su Wen continued, "I'll go look for him elsewhere. If you get any news, let me know immediately.
Good.
Fang Hui nodded heavily, then hurriedly turned and left. Su Wen watched Fang Hui's retreating figure and said, "Be careful." After Fang Hui left, Su Wen frowned and walked towards the changing room. Su Xiaomao's disappearance at this time must be related to his meeting with Zhai Xingxin. There are 2 points of doubt regarding this matter. First, Zhai Xingxin has been in the detention center for several days, but the people from Hema law firm have not bailated her out. This is highly illogical. It is only natural for Hema law firm to bail Zhai Xingxin out immediately after she was arrested and detained and then discuss strategies for the trial. But they didn't do that. Su Wen couldn't help but suspect that they might have some other plans. Secondly, even if Su Xiaomao met with Zhai Xingxin, Fang Hui as his lawyer had no reason not to answer her calls. There are only 2 possibilities if someone doesn't answer the phone. The first possibility is that Su Xiaomao wants to terminate his agency relationship with Fang Hui, but this possibility is not high. If he wants to resolve it, he can just go directly to Fang Hui. If it's not the first one, then only the second one remains, Su Xiaomao. Something's happened. Su Wen could only think of 3 places Su Xiaomao could go. His and Zhai Xingxin's residence, their hometown, and Hema law firm. After leaving the gym, Su Wen hailed a taxi and headed straight for Su Xiaomao's home. Just as they were about to arrive at Su Xiaomao's residential area, Fang Hui called. "This is terrible. Su Xiaomao really did meet with Zhai Xingxin yesterday afternoon." As soon as the call connected, Fang Hui's anxious voice came through. Su Wen frowned and hurriedly asked, "Do you know what they talked about?" Fang Hui quickly said, "Zhai Xingxin refuses to see me and the people at the detention center won't tell me either. What should I do?" Just as Su Wen was about to speak to comfort him, he heard the taxi driver's puzzled voice. "Hey, why are there so many people gathered up ahead?" At this moment, the car had already stopped at the entrance of Su Xiaomao's residential area. Su Wen followed the driver's gaze and his eyes widened in surprise. "I found Su Xiaomao at his house." After saying that, Su Wen hurriedly hung up the phone, took out 1 million yuan in cash from his pocket and threw it to the driver, saying urgently, "Keep the change, please." After saying that, Su Wen hurriedly opened the car door and ran into the residential area. The area below Su Xiaomao's apartment building was now crowded with people. "Oh dear, what's wrong with this young man? Why would he jump off a building at such a young age? I heard his wife swindled him out of over 10 million yuan and his company has now gone bankrupt. What kind of karma did he create?" "Zai. I've also heard that his wife won't let him touch her and often beats and scolds him." The onlookers pointed and gestured in the direction of the rooftop. Several other concerned citizens shouted at Su Xiaomao on the rooftop. "Don't do anything rash, come down quickly. Young man, this is an 18-story building. Jumping from here would be fatal. Nothing is insurmountable, come down quickly, everyone will help you." Su Wen looked up and his eyes widened instantly. He saw Su Xiaomao sitting dejectedly on the edge of the rooftop. "The thing I'm most worried about." It still happened. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Wen hurriedly ran towards the rooftop. "Hello, someone has attempted suicide by jumping from a building in Bin residential area. They are currently in a very unstable emotional state. Please dispatch officers as soon as possible." While going upstairs, Su Wen immediately dialed the fire department. After receiving a reply from the fire department, Su Wen took a deep breath. It would take about 5 minutes for the fire department to arrive. He had to hold out until the firefighters came before he could have any hope of saving Su Xiaomao. Pushing open the rusty iron door to the rooftop, Su Wen's palms were sweating profusely. Looking at the dejected figure sitting blankly on the edge of the rooftop a dozen meters away, Su Wen took a deep breath and slowly moved closer to Su Xiaomao. Su Xiaomao noticed Su Wen's approach and roared in a hoarse voice, "Don't come any closer." He turned his head and Su Wen saw a face covered in stubble, eyes bloodshot, and a face as withered as a tree, filled with despair. Su Wen quickly stopped in his tracks, took a deep breath and said, "Xiaomao, please don't do anything foolish." Su Xiaomao let out 2 hoarse laughs, then slowly stood up at the edge of the rooftop. A gentle breeze swept by and sunlight shone on Su Xiaomao's profile. Su Xiaomo opened his arms, feeling the warmth of the sun and the coolness of the breeze. Attorney Su, I feel like I'm free. Come down first. We'll face whatever comes up together. Seeing Su Xiaomo's feet dangling in the air, Su Wen worried that he might jump off at this moment. Attorney Su, have you ever been loved? Su Xiaomo gave a self-deprecating laugh and continued in a hoarse voice. From a young age, my parents only pressured me to study. If I didn't do well on tests, they would beat me and scold me. His shoulders trembled slightly, and Su Wen felt a lump in his throat upon hearing his words. Come down first, I'll have a good talk with you, okay? Su Wen tried to move forward a small step and immediately heard Su Xiaomo's voice stopping him. Don't come any closer. If you take one more step, I'll jump right now. Su Wen quickly took a step back, looking nervously at Su Xiaomo on the edge of the rooftop. His most important task right now is to stall until the firefighters arrive. Okay, I won't go over there, you continue. What happened next? Su Xiaomo was in a state where he desperately needed to vent his emotions. Only by expressing all the pent-up dissatisfaction in his heart could he possibly stabilize his emotions. Later, I studied hard, I got into university, I left that cold home, and I finally made something of myself. Su Xiaomo became increasingly agitated, but I've discovered I'm always alone. No matter how much money I make, no matter how much others envy me, I always feel. It's as if I'm living in a cramped space where no one cares about me and no one loves me. Su Wen took a deep breath. Some parents bring their children into the world, always forcing them to do things they don't want to do in the name of what's best for the child. The child's grades, it seems to be the most important thing in a family. Poor grades mean you haven't worked hard enough and you need to keep studying. If you get good grades, you should work even harder to maintain them. They neglected the child's happiness, stifled the child's innocence, and caused the child to become withdrawn. But they were still shouting, "What do you know, you're just a child, go do your homework." Su Wen has seen far too many families like this. However, changing this situation is extremely difficult. Xiaomo, calm down, speak slowly, I'm listening carefully, okay? Su Xiaomo turned around and gave Su Wen a deep look. Later, I met her. Su Wen knew he was referring to Zhai Xingxin. When I first met her, she was like an angel illuminating my life. She's lively, cheerful, and understanding. She takes care of my feelings and she told me she'll always be there for me. But, Su Xiaomo's emotions became agitated again. Tears streamed continuously from his bloodshot eyes. It's all a lie, she's been lying to me. Su Xiaomo shouted loudly. Xiaomo, your life shouldn't revolve around her, you'll definitely meet someone better. Don't get agitated, okay? Su Xiaomo paced back and forth on the edge of the rooftop as if he had gone mad. The once clear sky suddenly darkened. Wind, the more it's blown, the bigger it gets. Su Xiaomo's body teetered precariously on the edge of the rooftop. Attorney Su, do you know? I was with her for 6 months and I only touched her once. I always thought she was a very innocent girl. Even though I know she cheated me out of a lot of money, I just want to get it back. Once the company gets through this difficult time, I'll give her some more. I hope she can always be happy. But just yesterday, I found her other cell phone at home. Captain, the building is too high and the wind is very strong. The impact area is very wide, so the air cushion is basically useless. A man in a red firefighter's uniform looked at the captain with an anxious expression. Fire Chief Huang Yu took a deep breath, his eyes filled with seriousness, and looked at Su Xiaomo on the rooftop, frowning as he spoke. The window is too far from the rooftop, the only option is to tough it out. Upon hearing Captain Huang Yu's words, the firefighter's eyes were filled with worry. Confronting head-on means talking to the person attempting suicide face-to-face and slowly approaching them. After gaining their trust, they quickly rescued him from the rooftop when he wasn't paying attention, but the opportunity, almost only once, but he seems very agitated. If we confront him directly, I'm afraid he might just jump. Huang Yu remained silent for a few seconds before speaking directly. There's no time, if we're even a second late, he might jump. You guys stay here and continue setting up the air cushion, I'll go up alone. Just then, a female firefighter ran over quickly. Captain, we've contacted his family. His parents are back in their hometown and his only relative in Jiangcheng is his younger sister, who's still in university and she's on her way. Upon hearing the female firefighter's words, Huang Yu's eyes immediately lit up. Brothers usually dote on their younger sisters. I'll go up and calm him down first. If things go well, I'll let you know so you can bring his sister up. At the same time, Fang Hui rushed to the scene. She spotted the firefighters in the crowd and ran over to them. Looking at Huang Yu, Fang Hui said breathlessly, "Hello, I am the lawyer representing the person who jumped from the building. Let me briefly explain the situation to you." The man who jumped was the owner of an IT company. During their 4-month marriage, his wife swindled him out of 10 million yuan, causing the company to go bankrupt. The police have been notified. Yesterday, he secretly went to the detention center to see his wife, and then this happened. Right now, another lawyer from our firm is upstairs trying to calm him down. Fang Hui naturally knew that now it was a race against time. If it had been a second later, Su Xiaomao might have jumped off the building. Therefore, she told Huang Yu the whole story in the shortest possible terms. Upon hearing Fang Hui's words, Huang Yu frowned immediately. This wasn't the first time they dealt with this situation. Every year, a large proportion of those who jump to their deaths do so because of relationship problems, but this type is also the most difficult to appease. Huang Yu looked at Fang Hui with a serious expression and asked, "Is your lawyer's lawyer trustworthy?" Upon hearing Huang Yu's words, Fang Hui nodded heavily. "Worth." Huang Yu took several deep breaths in succession, her chest heaving. "Good." Regardless of whether Su Wen is trustworthy or not, he has no choice but to trust him now. At the same time, Su Wen, standing on the rooftop, looked at Su Xiaomao, whose face was contorted in pain, and gently comforted him. "Xiaomao, she did something wrong. She's sorry to you. I promise you I will make her take responsibility for her mistake, okay?" Su Xiaomao laughed twice, as if in a madman, his laughter filled with misery, before speaking in a trembling voice. "Attorney Su, do you know? We were together for 6 months and I only touched her once. In that time I had to beg and plead for a long time. But I found on her other phone that she often goes out with other men, and each time it only costs 2,000 yuan. Upon hearing Su Xiaomao's words, Su Wen's heart skipped a beat. In Su Xiaomao's heart, Zhai Xingxin was like a goddess, sacred and inviolable. This is why he was scammed out of so much money. Su Wen hadn't expected that Zhai Xingxin had already swindled 10 million yuan from Su Xiaomao. They would actually choose to sell themselves for 2,000 yuan. After discovering this, Su Xiaomao felt as if his faith had collapsed and he was unable to bear it, so he went to the detention center yesterday and met with Zhai Xingxin. "Xiaomao, listen to me, you can't hurt yourself just because she did something wrong. Come down first, let's talk slowly, okay? Things haven't gotten to the worst point yet." Just then, Huang Yu, dressed in a firefighter's uniform, took a deep breath and walked onto the rooftop. Su Wen and Huang Yu exchanged a glance and nodded to each other. Then, Huang Yu approached Su Xiaomao little by little from another direction. Upon seeing Huang Yu, Su Xiaomao immediately stood at the very edge of the rooftop, his voice filled with emotion, and shouted, "Don't come any closer. If you take one more step, I'll jump right now." Huang Yu quickly stopped, spreading his hands in front of his chest. Although he was very nervous, he forced a smile and reassured her. "Xiaomao, don't be nervous. My name is Huang Yu. Are you thirsty? I'll bring you a bottle of water. How about we sit down and have a good chat?" As she spoke, Huang Yu's hand trembled as she took a bottle of mineral water out of her pocket. Seeing Su Xiaomao's gaze fall on the mineral water, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly, Huang Yu swallowed hard and slowly lifted his foot. Seeing Huang Yu raise her foot, Su Xiaomao shouted excitedly, "Don't move." A gust of wind blew by, and Su Xiaomao's body was almost blown off balance. Okay, I won't move, Don't get agitated, I'll throw the water over to you." Huang Yu quickly took a step back and threw the water over. He knew that his first attempt had failed. Just then, Su Xiaomao turned to look at Su Wen and continued speaking. "Attorney Su, I went to see her yesterday. I asked her if she ever loved me. But she said, if I drop the case and give her 10 million, she'll love me. But I really don't have any money right now." And I saw disgust in her eyes. She doesn't love me at all." As he spoke, Su Xiaomao burst into tears, overcome with emotion. From Su Xiaomao's behavior, Huang Yu could tell that he had a certain degree of trust in Su Wen. At this moment, Suzayama was too emotional, and it would be difficult for me to gain Suzayama's trust in a short period of time. Moreover, there was still a distance of nearly 10 meters between him and Suzayama, making it impossible for him to rush over and pull Suzayama down from the edge of the rooftop. Now, we can only place our hopes on Su Wen. Huang Yu took a deep breath, made a gesture to Su Wen, and felt uneasy. He was unsure whether Su Wen could understand sign language. Su Wen's eyes lit up when he saw Huang Yu's gesture, younger sister. Huang Yu's sign language conveys the meaning of younger sister. Zio Mao, you're wrong, there are still people in this world who love you. Think about your sister. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Suzayama was stunned for a moment, then looked up and burst into tears, muttering to himself. Younger sister. Younger sister. Younger sister. Hearing Suzayama's murmur and seeing a soft light flash in his previously empty eyes, Su Wen knew. This is the right direction. Suzayama had previously complained about his parents and Zhai Xingxin, but he hadn't mentioned his sister at all. It must be because he was trying to escape something. While Suzayama wasn't paying attention, Su Wen made a hand gesture to Huang Yu. Seeing Huang Yu take 2 steps back, pull out a walkie-talkie from his pocket and hurriedly whisper, "Contact that young lawyer from earlier and have Suzayama's sister call attorney Su. Be quick." Huang Yu controlled her voice well and it didn't reach Suzayama's ears. Su Wen took a deep breath, staring intently at Suzayama, and slowly shifted his position so that when Suzayama looked at him, he was facing away from Huang Yu. Think about your sister. If you act impulsively, who will take good care of her in the future? Although it was the first time Su Wen and Huang Yu had met, however, Huang Yu was experienced and the two quickly agreed on a plan through simple gestures. Su Wen was tasked with attracting Suzayama's attention by using his sister as a point of contact. Huang Yu then took the opportunity to quietly approach Suzayama and pulled him down from the rooftop. Upon hearing this, Suzayama's eyes involuntarily froze. Yes. My own family of origin was so oppressive. If I were to leave like this, my younger sister would be forced to shoulder the burden of the family's burdens. My younger sister hasn't graduated from university yet. How can her small, thin body shoulder the heavy responsibilities of this family? But the person I love most is lying to me. The company he had painstakingly built up had gone bankrupt. My future is now shrouded in mist with no light in sight. Survive? I'm so tired. Thinking of this, the light that had been shining in Suzayama's eyes went out again. If there is an afterlife, I would be willing to be her slave. In this life, I'll consider it all for what I did to her. Just then, Su Wen's phone suddenly rang. He knew it must be Suzayama's sister calling. Su Wen quickly answered the phone, turned the volume up to the maximum, and turned on speakerphone. Soon, a hurried voice came from the phone. "Brother, don't do anything foolish, I'm coming right away." The girl's voice was choked with sobs. It was clear she was crying. "Master, could you please drive a little faster?" Zio Zun. Upon hearing his sister's voice, Suzayama trembled and immediately squatted down on the edge of the rooftop, bursting into tears. Su Wen took a deep breath, staring intently at Suzayama's body, swallowed hard and spoke. "Zio Mao, your sister wants to tell you something, but the wind is too strong and she's afraid you won't hear her. I'll just walk a few steps forward and I definitely won't get close to you, okay?" After saying that, Su Wen and Huang Yu exchanged a glance and then carefully moved slowly toward Suzayama. At this moment, Su Wen's heart was pounding violently. Suzayama was on the verge of a breakdown and might jump off the rooftop without hesitation if provoked by even the slightest provocation. Although Su Wen has lived 2 lives and is a 100% winner in thousands of cases, he is a notorious juicy lawyer. But when it comes to a human life, even he wouldn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. Seeing that Suzayama did not refuse, Su Wen breathed a deep sigh of relief. At this time, he was only 5 meters away from Suzayama. "Brother, I beg you, I really can't lose you." Suzayaksun's voice carried a hint of pleading. For Suzayaksun, "My older brother has always been my role model. From childhood to adulthood, Suzayama has always doted on her. When I was a child, my older brother would take the blame for me if I got into trouble. When she heard that her beloved brother was threatening to jump off the rooftop, she felt as if her world was collapsing. Zio Zun, Zio Zun. Su Xiaomo knelt on the ground, muttering to himself incessantly. I'm sorry, brother, but I'm so tired. Upon hearing Su Xiaomo's voice, Su Xiaoxun burst into tears. Brother, we finally escaped from home with great difficulty. Please don't do anything rash. It's okay to be broke, it's okay to be in debt. I can work, I can tutor, things will definitely get better, bro. Please don't let me lose you. Su Xiaoxun's every word was filled with pleading. The pleas were heart-wrenching, each word striking like lightning into the deepest recesses of Su Xiaomo's heart. At the same time, Huang Yu quietly approached Su Xiaomo from behind, although he had saved many people before. But no matter how many times he experienced it, he was always incredibly nervous. Despite the strong wind, his clothes were still soaked with sweat. He held his breath, forcing back the urge to swallow, veins bulging on his forehead, his outstretched arm trembling slightly. Zio Zun, I'm sorry, brother. If there's an afterlife. Just then, a huge gust of wind suddenly blew over, and before Su Xiaomo could finish speaking, his entire body was uncontrollably tilted outwards. Not good. Su Wen and Huang Yu shouted at the same time and hurriedly reached out to grab Su Xiaomo's body. Faced with death, Su Xiaomo instinctively reached out his hand, his eyes filled with terror. Just then, a large, strong hand gripped his hand tightly. Xiao Mao, don't struggle, I'll pull you up. Huang Yu practically gritted her teeth as she said those words. At this moment, Huang Yu's upper body was suspended in midair, one hand tightly gripping the gap at the edge of the rooftop, and the other hand tightly grasping Su Xiaomo's outstretched hand. In just 1 second, Huang Yu's fingernails, which were gripping the edge of the rooftop, had broken, and blood seeped from between her fingers, staining the wall red. Su Wen quickly grabbed Huang Yu's arm. Pull together and pull him up. At this moment, Su Xiaomo's body was unusually heavy. Both of them gritted their teeth and used all their strength to try to pull Su Xiaomo up. Not only Su Wen and Huang Yu. Even the onlookers downstairs gasped in surprise, staring in astonishment at what was happening on the rooftop. Quickly, predict the landing point and pull the air cushion over it just in case. The firefighters downstairs were also busy, moving the air cushion back and forth. Fang Hui watched the events unfolding on the rooftop with a tense expression, her hands clenched tightly against her chest and her eyes closed. Please don't let anything happen. Please don't let anything happen. Su Xiaomo's younger sister, Su Xiaoxun, ran in from outside the residential area looking very nervous, shouting loudly, Brother, I'm here. You have to hold on. But at that moment, a loud and shrill laugh rang out behind Fang Hui. Jump if you dare. You're not human if you don't jump. Sarcastic remarks. The news reached everyone's ears. The same message also entered Su Xiaomo's mind. Su Xiaomo looked up at Huang Yu and Su Wen, who were doing their utmost to pull him up. His eyes were filled with deathly stillness. Huang Yu realized something was wrong, her eyes filled with fear, and she shouted hoarsely at Su Xiaomo. No, you absolutely mustn't listen to him, get up here now. Su Xiaomo's face was ashen, devoid of any expression. The malice in the world can never be mended with a simple word of kindness. Thanks. Thank you too, Attorney Su. Su Xiaomo forced out a final smile and with all his might broke free from Huang Yu's grasp. Don't want. A heart-wrenching roar erupted from Huang Yu's mouth, echoing across the entire sky. Su Xiaomo fell from the rooftop to the ground with a dull thud. The world seemed to be quiet. The onlookers covered their mouths agape, but no sound came out. Their eyes stared in disbelief at the scene before them. After a while, it's unclear who made the first vomiting sound. The onlookers then began to shout, Ah! Someone's dead, elder brother. Su Xiaoxun, who had just arrived, saw this scene as soon as she entered the residential area. In an instant, Su Xiaoxun's face was covered in tears as she pushed through the crowded throng. Upon seeing her brother's body, Su Xiaoxun felt dizzy and her surroundings blurred before she finally collapsed to the ground. Firefighters quickly evacuated the crowd, carried out 2 stretchers and rushed the Su siblings to the hospital. Fang Hui turned around and spotted the person who had just mocked her in the crowd. The man stared at Su Xiaomo's corpse, his eyes filled with terror. He hadn't expected that Su Xiaomo would still fall even though the firefighter had already grabbed his hand. After regaining his senses, all he wanted to do was leave as quickly as possible. Just then, Fang Hui opened her arms, blocking his way, and said coldly, "You will be held legally responsible for your statements." Without his mockery, Su Xiaomo had already been rescued. It was because of his words that Su Xiaomo's last shred of will to live was extinguished. Because of his mockery, a precious human life was lost in front of everyone. What nonsense are you spouting? He wanted to jump off the building. What does that have to do with me? The mocking man's face was filled with terror. He nervously pushed Fang Hui away and quickly left. On the rooftop, Huang Yu's hand, still gripping, stung with pain in her palm, and several dark red scratches remained on her wrist. I clearly caught him. I clearly caught him. At this moment, Huang Yu was almost in despair. He looked in the direction where Su Xiaomo had jumped down, repeatedly muttering the same sentence. I clearly had already caught him. Jiangcheng People's Hospital, at the entrance of the emergency room. The long corridor was filled with people, but the air was deathly still. Su Xiaoxun had already woken up and was sitting blankly on the bench in the corridor, her eyes vacant and her head down. She kept picking at her nails until blood seeped from under her nails, but her face remained expressionless. Her beloved brother, they're gone. Fang Hui sat down next to Su Xiaoxun, put her arm around Su Xiaoxun's shoulder, and the tear stains on her face showed that she had also been crying for a long time. But she knew. Compared to herself, Su Xiaoxun felt even more pain in the face of her brother's death. At this moment, she couldn't cry in front of Su Xiaoxun, she had to comfort him. On the bench opposite Fang Hui, Huang Yu's body trembled incessantly, her eyes empty as if devoid of any light. It's my fault. It's all my fault. If only I could use a little more strength. If I could prevent him from breaking free of my grasp. But clearly, Huang Yu's other hand, because it was gripping a crack in the wall, had all its nails broken and was covered in blood. Just then, a sharp cry came from not far away. Oh, my son. How could you leave us so young? How are we, the old couple, supposed to live now? Upon hearing the voice of the person who entered, Su Xiaoxun's body instinctively trembled. The crowd looked in the direction of the sound and saw an elderly couple, their hair gray and their bodies hunched over, supporting each other as they walked over, weeping and wailing. Su Xiaomo's mother, her face covered in wrinkles, walked shakily to Huang Yu's side. Huang Yu stood up, her eyes filled with remorse. For him, failing to save Su Xiaomo was his fault. Su Xiaomo's mother stretched out her withered, tree-like hand and grabbed Huang Yu's collar. It's all your fault, it's all your fault, why didn't you save my son? Hearing Su Xiaomo's mother's reproach, Huang Yu's face was filled with pain. I'm so sorry, it's all my fault, I didn't catch him. Smack! No sooner had he finished speaking than Su Xiaomo's father slapped Huang Yu across the face. My son is a university student. With such a high level of education, how could he choose to jump off a building? Su Xiaomo's father pointed his finger fiercely at Huang Yu, his voice filled with grief and indignation. It must have been you. You must have done it on purpose. I'm going to sue you, I'm going to sue you. Su's mother knelt down on the ground, pounding her fists on the floor and crying out incessantly. My son, I raised you with so much care and effort, sent you to school, how could you just leave like this? We've worked so hard to send you to school, how could you bear to abandon us and leave us like this? Su's father took out a small notebook and slapped it viciously across Huang Yu's face before it fell to the ground. The record was filled with details of how Su's parents borrowed money from neighbors to support Su Xiaomo's schooling over the years, as well as every expense they incurred for Su Xiaomo. Huang Yu stood there with her head down, silently enduring the insults from Su's parents. Seeing this scene, Fang Hui understood that Huang Yu was innocent. He was also heartbroken that he couldn't save Su Xiaomo. Uncle and aunt, I'm Su Xiaomo's lawyer. This matter isn't Captain Huang's fault. Fang Hui's voice reached Su's mother's ears, and Su's mother immediately raised her head, glared at Fang Hui and cursed. What? You're my son's lawyer. Then my son's death is also related to you. As she spoke, Su's mother got up, intending to cause trouble for Fang Hui. Seeing this, Su Wen immediately stepped in front of Fang Hui, looking at Su's mother with a serious expression. On the rooftop, he heard Su Xiaomo talk about his parents. Su Xiaomo's inferiority complex and lack of self-confidence are largely due to his parents' upbringing. It was precisely because of his inferiority complex that he was deceived by Zhai Xingxin. He wanted to criticize Su's parents, but he knew in his heart that they wouldn't listen to him. Seeing Su Wen blocking Fang Hui's way, Su's mother didn't say anything more. Su Wen didn't argue with her any further. He turned around, walked towards Su Xiaoxun, handed her his business card and said, "Your brother's case has a hearing in 7 days. After this is over, we need to meet." After saying that, Su Wen took Fang Hui and left the hospital. The next morning, when Su Wen arrived at the law firm, he saw a frail figure standing in front of the firm from afar. "She is Su Xiaomo's younger sister, Su Xiaoxun." Su Wen stepped forward. Su Xiaoxun had delicate features, but her face was pale, her eyes were red and swollen, and she was in a very low mood. It was obvious that she hadn't slept well last night because of her brother's death. Attorney Su. Upon seeing Su Wen, Su Xiaomo was about to speak when Su Wen opened the door to the law firm. "Let's go inside and talk." After entering the law firm and inviting Su Xiaoxun to sit down, Su Wen sighed deeply and looked at Su Xiaoxun as he spoke slowly. "My condolences." Su Wen hadn't expected Su Xiaomo's death. After leaving the hospital yesterday, Su Wen took Fang Hui to the police station and gave her a statement detailing the whole incident. Su Xiaoxun should have heard the whole story from the police. Su Xiaoxun was unaware that Su Xiaomo had asked Su Wen to represent him in his case. She always thought her brother was doing very well and was unaware that Su Xiaoxun's company had gone bankrupt and that he had been swindled out of 10 million yuan by Zhai Xingxin. Seeing that Su Xiaoxun remained silent, Su Wen spoke softly. "Your brother's case was originally scheduled to go to trial in 6 days. Given the current situation, if the court proceedings are to continue, we need to sign a new power of attorney with you, whereby you will represent him in court." Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Su Xiaoxun slowly raised her head, looked at Su Wen with a firm gaze and spoke. "I'll sign. They all don't understand my brother, but I do. My brother and I both struggled to get out of our mountain village, and I understand my brother's feelings of inferiority. I could also sense the pain my brother was in when Zhai Xingxin threatened him. But I want to ask you something. How confident are you about my brother's case?" Su Xiaoxun didn't sleep a wink last night. She saw the video online of Zhai Xingxin attacking Su Xiaomo. I also saw Su Wen and Fang Hui defending their brother during their live stream. For Su Xiaoxun, the death of her brother was inextricably linked to Zhai Xingxin. This case not only needs to be fought, but it absolutely must be won. Only by winning this lawsuit can his brother, if he knows in the afterlife, be able to reincarnate in peace. Just then, Fang Hui walked in from outside carrying a stack of documents. In Su Xiaomo's case, Fang Hui is his legal representative and she should be the one to explain. "Miss Su, this Miss Fang is your brother's authorized representative. You can ask her any questions you may have." Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Su Xiaoxun was slightly taken aback and looked at Fang Hui with some suspicion. The cute-looking girl in front of me looks about the same age as her. Is it really a good idea to hand over my own brother's case to her?" Fang Hui looked extremely tired, clearly because of yesterday's events which had kept her up all night. "Hello, Miss Su." Fang Hui placed the documents in her hand on the table and slowly sat down. She could see the distrust in Su Xiaoxun's eyes. "This is the evidence I've recently gathered." As she spoke, Fang Hui pushed the document in front of Su Xiaoxun. The first one was registered by Zhai Xingxin on a dating website called Century Romance, and she even purchased a premium membership. Upon seeing just the first piece of evidence, Su Xiaoxun's eyes widened. A premium membership on a dating website costs a whopping 98,000 RMB per year. Fang Hui opened her mouth, a hint of pain flashing in her eyes. After all, Su Xiaomo had just passed away, and Fang Hui, with her kind heart, felt somewhat reluctant to talk about her brother in front of Su Xiaoxun. But since Su Xiaoxun was going to stand in court on behalf of her brother, she had the right to know. Fang Hui sighed and finally spoke up to explain. "This dating website called Century Romance categorizes registered users into different tiers based on factors such as appearance, occupation, and income. To get information about high-quality potential partners, you have to become a member on their website. Your brother, because of his substantial income and status as the legal representative of a company, requires a premium membership to access his information. Su Xiaomo previously mentioned that he and Zhai Xingxin met on this dating website. Fang Hui searched the website for a long time but couldn't find Su Xiaoxun's personal information, nor could she find Zhai Xingxin's personal salary information. Moreover, the website's registered address is not in Jiangcheng, so obtaining evidence through legal means would take a very long time. In the end, Fang Yao waved his hand and used his money to buy Fang Hui a membership, which allowed Fang Hui to find their information. Upon hearing Fang Hui's words, Su Xiaoxun was taken aback and asked, "Does this constitute an infringement of someone else's information?" Fang Hui shook her head. In this situation, it's difficult to determine whether the website has committed the crime of infringing on citizens' personal information. But we can argue that Zhai Xingxin's approach to your brother after obtaining his basic information was premeditated, not based on romantic feelings. Immediately afterwards, Fang Hui produced a second piece of evidence. During this time, Fang Hui was not idle. She went to see Zhai Xingxin's two previous husbands. Although the process was very bumpy, but she still obtained their confessions. Without exception, neither of these two people. During his marriage with Zhai Xingxin used various means to take away a considerable amount of money from him. Furthermore, Zhai Xingxin received at least half of the assets after the divorce. Zhai Xingxin's first husband was her college classmate. Just 3 months after their marriage, Zhai Xingxin filed for divorce, citing irreconcilable differences. At the wedding, Zhai Xingxin received nearly 1 million yuan in divorce settlement and a car worth 300,000 yuan. After her divorce, Zhai Xingxin registered on the Century Flower Romance website and paid 98,000 RMB to become a premium member. She then heavily promoted herself on the website. 2 months later, Zhai Xingxin met her second husband, a wealthy second-generation heir, on a dating website. This marriage once again ended in incompatibility in less than a year. In this marriage, Zhai Xingxin not only received 2 million yuan in divorce settlement, but also a villa worth several million yuan. Previously, in order to gain Su Xiaomo's trust, Zhai Xingxin had shown him the property certificate for this villa, which made Su Xiaomo completely lower his guard against her. Su Xiaoxun's hand holding the second piece of evidence trembled uncontrollably. Then came the third piece of evidence, a thick stack of transfer records and chat logs. All of this evidence tells the story of how Su Xiaomo was driven to his death step by Zhai Xingxin. Su Xiaoxun's fingernails dug into her palm. She hated it. This Zhai Xingxin is a gold digger with no moral compass. What terrible things did her brother do to deserve encountering such a person? Miss Su. Fang Hui looked at Su Xiaoxun with a serious expression and slowly began to speak. Regarding your brother's case, I would like to request a live-streamed hearing. Do you agree? Upon hearing this, Su Xiaomo slowly raised her head, her eyes filled with hatred and tears. She gritted her teeth and said viciously, "Please, Attorney Fang, give my brother justice." 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Tomorrow morning is the trial date for both Su Xiaomo's and Jiang Yaokai's cases. At this time, inside the messy good luck law firm, Fang Yao's extremely complaining voice could be heard. "You have so much information, I don't even have a place to sit." Fang Hui smiled slightly at Fang Yao standing at the door. "Brother, the court hearing is tomorrow, so please don't come and cause trouble." Fang Yao rolled his eyes lazily, then casually put his hands behind his head. "Looks like I'm being rejected." Su Wen raised his head and slowly spoke to Fang Yao. "If you're really bored, you can go out and help find a suitable place to work. After we finish those 2 cases tomorrow, we'll move to a bigger place." Upon hearing that Su Wen was changing his office location, Fang Hui jumped up with joy. "Great, now I have my own workstation." The law firm now occupies less than 10 square meters of space, and Fang Yao's sofa alone takes up 3 square meters. When Su Wen and Fang Hui were working, they could only squeeze onto one desk facing each other. Hearing Su Wen giving him orders, Fang Yao rolled his eyes in annoyance. "I'm not your employee, why should I listen to you?" Fang Hui pouted and kept winking at Fang Yao. Brother, please help me. Fang Yao turned his head to the other side, pretending not to see. After Su Wen finished organizing all the documents in his hand, he walked over to Fang Yao and patted him on the shoulder. How about I reserve an office for you specifically for sleeping? Upon hearing this, Fang Yao's eyes flashed with a light, but he quickly concealed it and said to Su Wen with an arrogant expression, I'm doing this for my sister, it has absolutely nothing to do with the office. With that, Fang Yao pretended to be nonchalant, whistled as he walked out of the law firm, got into his car and sped off without a trace. Seeing Fang Yao's reaction, Fang Hui covered her mouth and chuckled. My brother seems to be getting happier lately. Fang Yao was arrogant and haughty from a young age, and looked down on everyone. This also meant that he didn't have many friends growing up. Ever since he met Su Wen, Fang Yao has been coming to the law firm all the time, saying he's worried about his sister, but every time he comes he ends up bickering with Su Wen. Fang Hui knew. His own brother considered Su Wen as his friend, but Su Wen had another reason for doing this. Through their time together, he could tell that Fang Yao was very intelligent and a person of great talent. Although I am capable of handling all cases, however, they are not particularly skilled in company management. If he has to be responsible for both case management and lawyer operations, he will definitely be extremely busy. In Feng Yao, although lazy and arrogant, however, it is the best choice for law firm management. We absolutely must get him to work at the law firm. As Su Wen thought about his method of fooling Fang Yao, a wicked smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Attorney Su, what are you thinking about? Fang Hui's voice interrupted Su Wen's thoughts. When he came to his senses, he saw Fang Hui tilting her head, her fair face almost touching his face, and he was immediately startled. Seeing that Su Wen was startled, Fang Hui wrinkled her nose and smiled. Attorney Su, what were you thinking about? Your smile was creepy. As she spoke, Fang Hui made a shivering gesture, then looked at Su Wen with a curious expression. Su Wen rolled his eyes, gave Fang Hui a light tap on the head and pretended to be serious before speaking. Get back to work. Fang Hui stuck out her tongue and returned to her desk with a playful expression. By the way, Su Wen asked Fang Hui, in Jiang Yaokai's case, has Chen Ju agreed to testify in court? Jiang Yaokai has been trying to see Su Wen recently, but Su Wen has made excuses about being away on business. It wasn't that Su Wen didn't want to see Jiang Yaokai. Jiang Yaokai's case must be kept strictly confidential, the matter must be accomplished in secrecy. Although Jiang Yaokai is a party involved in the case. But for Su Wen, anyone other than himself and the people he trusts most could potentially leak information, including his own clients. So, before the trial, Su Wen did not intend to tell Jiang Yaokai about his plans. This allowed Fang Hui to communicate with Jiang Yaokai on her behalf. Fang Hui nodded upon hearing Su Wen's voice. As you said, if Chen Jiu doesn't testify in court to support Jiang Yaokai, then he should also be listed as a defendant, and Chen Jiu agreed. Jiang Yaokai's case. It was originally Chen Jiu who owed Jiang money, and those deadbeats also owed Chen Jiu money. Ultimately, Jiang Yaokai was forced to sign a debt transfer agreement with Chen Jiu, which resulted in hundreds of debtors owing money to Jiang Yaokai. Upon hearing Chen Jiu agree to be Jiang Yaokai's witness, Su Wen's lips curled into a slight smile. Looks like Yang Wei isn't so smart after all, actually daring to have Chen Jiu appear in court as a witness. Fang Hui looked at Su Wen with a puzzled expression and asked curiously, why must Chen Jiu be a witness? Don't we already have evidence that they rented the house, proving that their property in Fuxi Jiayuan is not their only asset and therefore can be seized? Looking at Fang Hui's curious face, Su Wen sighed slowly. A judgment is one thing, but enforcement is another. Have you considered how difficult it would be to carry out if they were to risk their lives? Fang Hui slowly shook her head. Although she was highly skilled, she had only been in the industry for a short time and many things were not as profound as Su Wen thought. Su Wen spoke again to explain. It's like a demolition team forcibly demolishing a house, but the villagers lie in front of their homes and say, if you want to demolish it, demolish me too. Fang Hui's mouth dropped open, her eyes filled with shock. Even if we win, we won't be able to do anything to them. Seeing Fang Hui's surprised expression, Su Wen's lips curled up slightly and he said mysteriously, That's why I'm having Chen Jiu testify in court. Fang Hui still didn't understand the meaning behind Su Wen's words, and Su Wen didn't explain further. The two continued preparing the materials for tomorrow's court hearing. Just then, Su Wen's phone suddenly rang. It was a message from Huang Yu, the fire brigade captain. Upon seeing the message, Su Wen's expression immediately turned serious and his voice carried a hint of anger. The person who stirred up trouble downstairs leading to Su Xiaomao's suicide has been arrested. Upon hearing this, Fang Hui's body trembled and her eyes filled with anger. People like this should be severely punished. If he hadn't egged us on by saying, "If you're so capable, then jump. If you don't, you're not human," Su Xiaomao probably wouldn't have jumped to his death. Thinking of this, Su Wen narrowed his extremely handsome eyes slightly and said in a cold voice, "I'll settle accounts with them after the court hearing tomorrow." Monday, April 12th. Those who normally work at the courthouse thought it was going to be a boring, tedious, and ordinary Monday. As usual, everyone came to work at the courthouse with blank expressions. However, when they arrived at the courthouse, they were utterly shocked by what they saw. Hundreds of people dressed in brightly colored clothes and seemingly unemployed were gathered in front of the courthouse, chatting and laughing. Some of these people were covered in tattoos, some were shirtless, and some even had cigarettes in their mouths and kept spitting on the ground. The leader was a middle-aged man with a pointed mouth and monkey-like cheeks who looked quite sleazy. "Brother Hua, are you nervous representing the brothers in court? Ha ha ha. Go away, what's there for Brother Hua to be nervous about? We'll just live the good life with him." Exactly. Thanks to Brother Hua, we brothers have been having a really good time lately. Since swindling Chen Jiu out of a sum of money, everyone has almost forgotten the unpleasantness of the court hearing. They would meet every day to either play cards or drink. As the one who spearheaded this matter, Hua Shan naturally received even more praise from everyone. Hua Shan enjoyed this feeling. For today's court hearing, he specially wore a blue shirt and even applied hair wax to his previously messy hair. Hearing the praise from everyone, Hua Shan couldn't help but smile and said to them, "Don't worry, everyone. I specifically went to see Attorney Yang yesterday. He personally promised me that our house wouldn't be seized and that I could rest assured. After the court hearing today, let's find a place, brothers, and have a couple of drinks to celebrate." Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter, each one looking incredibly arrogant. That Su Wen from the ditch, did he really think we'd be afraid of him suing us? I was quite worried at first, but with Brother Hua around, I have nothing to be afraid of. So what if that lawyer surnamed Su wins the case? He can't enforce the judgment against us for the house, he's just a piece of trash. However, what everyone didn't know was that their arrogant demeanor was captured on a cell phone in the corner. Looking at the video in his hand, Han Su laughed without any restraint. "Really? Following Attorney Su, you might stumble upon some big news. If the current arrogant behavior of these debtors is exposed, it will surely attract a lot of new fans. If we could do another interview, that would be perfect." Thinking of this, Han Su took out a small microphone and ran out with a fawning expression. "Hey guys!" With a fawning expression, Han Su jogged over to the group, found Hua Shan and shoved a small microphone near Hua Shan's nostrils, asking a question he already knew the answer to. "I work in social media and I find you quite handsome and commanding with a real leader's presence. I couldn't resist interviewing you. What case are you in court for today?" The man in front of him, Hua Shan, looked even more sleazy than himself, but for the sake of traffic, Han Su could only offer insincere praise. Upon hearing that Han Su worked in social media, everyone's gaze instantly turned cold and they glared at him with ill intent. Oh shit, this self-media reporter is really persistent. They had been blocking the entrance to Fuxi Jiayuan for a while, causing widespread panic. Now they've even taken it all the way to the courts. "We won't be giving you an interview. You'd better get lost or don't blame us for being rude." Wang Fugui shoved Han Su with a hostile expression, but Han Su didn't seem to care. They are self-media bloggers who conduct interviews and they interview some eccentric people every day. Being beaten is the norm for them. Anyway, they won't fight back when hit or insulted, they'll just call the police and make you pay compensation. Han Su pointed at Hua Shan and grinned. "I just couldn't resist because this guy has such a great presence." Hua Shan was overjoyed to hear Han Su's flattery and said to Wang Fugui, who was still about to make a move, Fugui, let him do the interview. We haven't broken any laws, so what's there to be afraid of? Upon hearing this, Hansu was overjoyed. That idiot, he fell for it so easily. Hua Shan cleared his throat and then spoke into Hansu's microphone. We're all a bunch of unfortunate people. Years ago, we encountered some problems and ended up with huge debts. But we work very hard every day, hoping to earn money as soon as possible to pay off our debts. But that Jiang Yaokai, he has no sportsmanship. He insists on suing us. He's trying to drive us to our deaths. Watching Hua Shan's tearful performance, Hansu's lips twitched involuntarily. If he hadn't known some of the inside story, he would have actually believed Hua Shan's nonsense. After Hua Shan finished speaking, she looked at Hansu with a wronged expression. He thought his acting skills were superb and that he could fool Hansu, but to his surprise, Hansu asked directly, "So, when do you plan to repay Jiang Yaokai's money?" Hua Shan was taken aback, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes, and said in an icy voice, "Pay it back when you have the money." Hansu's lips curled slightly as he continued to ask, "So when will you have money?" Hua Shan snorted coldly, "I don't know." "Hansu, so you're not planning to pay it back?" Hua Shan immediately yelled at Hansu, "I said I'll pay you back when I have the money." Hansu was slightly taken aback, then asked with an innocent look, "So when will you have the money?" Hua Shan felt a sense of déjà vu about this scene. He recalled the fear that Su Wen's words, "Go ahead and sue," had instilled in him. This reporter. How can someone be so shameless? Hua Shan squinted and gritted her teeth as she spoke to Hansu. "I already said I don't know. If you ask me again, I won't be polite." Upon hearing this, Hansu's eyes widened, and he then stood on tiptoe and shouted to the bailiffs not far away, "Help, someone's trying to hit me." In an instant, everyone's attention in the courthouse was drawn to Hansu's cries for help, completely unaware. At this moment, Su Wen, with a smirk on his face, led Jiang Yaokai into the courthouse. Inside the courthouse lounge, as a witness in Jiang Yaokai's case, Chen Jiu sat alone in the lounge, feeling vaguely uneasy. He always felt that. Jiang Yaokai asked him to be a witness. There must be something fishy about this. Chen Jiu took out his phone and dialed a number. Soon, the call was answered and Yang Wei's slightly dissatisfied voice came through. "You are the plaintiff's witness and I am the defendant's lawyer. The court hearing is in 20 minutes. Why are you calling me now?" Chen Jiu paused, then said somewhat embarrassedly, "Attorney Yang, I'm getting Jiang Yaokai certified. Is it really safe that nothing will go wrong?" Yang Wei on the other end of the phone snorted coldly. "Didn't I already tell you? If you don't testify, the other party can suspect you're guilty and it will be more troublesome to explain later. Remember this, during the court hearing, only admit that you signed the debt transfer agreement with Jiang Yaokai. Don't say anything else. Just say it's been too long and you can't remember, do you understand?" Yang Wei's tone was full of displeasure. Although Chen Jiu was dissatisfied, he could only swallow his anger as the court hearing was imminent. "New. I'm not saying anything except admitting to signing the debt transfer agreement." Just then, another voice came from the phone. "Both lawyers, you may enter the courtroom now." At this point, there were less than 5 minutes left before the court session began. Both parties have already entered the courtroom in advance, ready for the trial to begin. After all, this case involves a large number of people and everyone thought it would be a long trial, so they made thorough preparations for it. Even the presiding judge in charge of this trial, Jiang Zhenghua, he also replaced the water in his glass with tea leaves to stay alert. Jiang Zhenghua's expression remained solemn and dignified, but he looked at the large crowd in the audience. With over 100 defendants, this is the largest number of defendants in a trial in recent years. Even with his extensive experience in handling cases, he couldn't help but be moved. Behind the gallery stood a dozen or so bailiffs. To maintain order at the scene, the court deployed almost all of its bailiffs there. However, in the first row of the audience section, Jiang Zhenghua saw a familiar figure, Cheng Yao. At this moment, Cheng Yao was gritting her teeth, staring resentfully at Su Wen in the plaintiff's seat. Su Wen is absolutely despicable. He actually dared to slap himself in front of so many people, causing himself to lose face completely. She absolutely had to get revenge. She came to court today for 2 reasons. First, observe Su Wen's setback in the Jiang Yaokai case. Second, appeal his own case and request the court to overturn the first instance judgment against him. If the second instance court rejects the first instance judgment, Cheng Yao will then be able to regain her lawyer's license. At that time, given Cheng Yao's figure and methods, she will definitely do everything in her power to steal Su Wen's case, oppose Su Wen, and make it impossible for him to continue to operate in Jiangcheng. To the right of the courtroom bench in the defendant's seat, the tense environment caused Hua Shan's palms to sweat profusely. If he had known the atmosphere in court would be so oppressive, he wouldn't have been the one to stick his neck out. Hua Shan raised his hand and patted Yang Wei, wiping the sweat off Yang Wei's clothes, and said nervously, "Attorney Yang, how long will it take?" Yang Wei glanced at Hua Shan with disdain, shifted half a body to the other side, continued organizing the documents on the table, and said indifferently, "If I'm not mistaken, the other party will take this lawsuit against you because of a dispute over the house purchase. Although the court hearing is scheduled for 1 hour, I think this case could take all morning." The documents in front of Yang Wei were a thick stack. It had taken several hours just to print them. These documents are all the payment records, purchase contracts, property management fees, and IOUs from when this debtor bought the house. The information for just one person is over 30 pages long, more than 100 people, that's nearly 500. Yang Wei was now prepared for a protracted battle. After organizing the materials, Yang Wei looked up and gave Su Wen a cold look. Today, he had specially prepared a surprise for Su Wen. However, Su Wen was leaning back in his chair with a contented expression. Unlike Yang Wei, in front of Su Wen were only a few thin pages of documents. Seeing that Su Wen hadn't prepared much information, Yang Wei sneered and said to Hua Shan beside him, "It seems Su Wen knows that even if he wins the lawsuit, he won't be able to enforce the judgment against the property, so he's choosing to give up." Upon hearing this, Hua Shan's initial tension vanished instantly. He then adopted an arrogant and smug expression, looking at Su Wen across from him with a smug look. "It seems they were intimidated by my aura." The group of deadbeats in the audience also noticed this situation. Upon seeing that Su Wen's materials were only a few pages long, many people began to mock him. "Look, he's only prepared a few pages, it seems he's not going to put on a proper defense." "A defense? That's just a formality. Even if a god came, he couldn't seize our house. He's just a small-time lawyer. Does he really think we're afraid of him?" "I've already asked around. This lawyer surnamed Su is a complete second-rate jerk, not worth mentioning." "Ha ha ha, where did your arrogance go when you were collecting debts? You've become a disgrace." Immediately, everyone started discussing it. The cacophony of noise permeated every corner of the courtroom. Similarly, this news also reached Jiang Yaokai's ears. Jiang Yaokai specially wore his last remaining suit today. He also went to the barber shop yesterday to get his hair permed and shaved his beard clean. At first glance, he does indeed look somewhat like a wealthy person, he originally thought. He hadn't seen Su Wen for some time. Su Wen was trying his best to find evidence for himself, and every time he called Su Wen would say, "Don't worry, there won't be any surprises in this lawsuit." But today, upon arriving at the scene, seeing that Su Wen had only prepared a few thin pages of information, and then taking a deep look at the full table of documents opposite him, Jiang Yaokai instantly lost his confidence. "Attorney Su, is it really okay if you just prepare these few sheets of paper?" Jiang Yaokai was unaware of Su Wen's defense strategy and couldn't help but feel somewhat worried. He even regretted at this moment why he had let Su Wen handle his case. "Look at the lawyer across from me, he's prepared so much material. If he were to help me with this lawsuit, my chances of getting my money back would be higher than Su Wen's." Thinking of this, Jiang Yaokai let out a deep sigh. Su Wen noticed Jiang Yaokai's worry, patted him on the shoulder, and said slowly, "Don't worry, there won't be any surprises in this lawsuit." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yaokai felt a surge of anger. "Attorney Su, anyone with eyes can see this lawsuit will drag on for a long time. You've only prepared a few pages of materials, that's incredibly careless." Upon hearing this, Su Wen stared wide-eyed in bewilderment, then his eye twitched slightly. "Will this last long? If I can't win this kind of minor case in more than 10 minutes, I'll admit defeat." Jiang Yaokai gritted his teeth. "It's not about agreeing, it's about seizing the other party's house." Su Wen nodded, a confident smile playing on his lips, and slowly spoke. Don't worry, I'll make them return your money. Su Wen didn't deliberately lower his voice. His words reached the ears of the group of debtors in the front row, immediately drawing their ridicule. Did you hear that? He said he'll not only win the case in 10 minutes, but he'll also make us return the money to Old Man Jiang. What, 10 minutes? Is this lawyer surnamed Su some kind of reinforcement the monkey sent? Who does he think he is, daring to spout such nonsense? Even a legal giant like Professor Luo Xiong wouldn't dare to say such arrogant things. He loves making a fool of himself, so let's see how he does it today. The trial room erupted in noise once again. Jiang Zhenghua frowned slightly, his gaze sweeping seriously over the audience. After glancing at the time, he slowly picked up the gavel. Bang. Silence. Court is in session. Both sides are now fully present. Everyone stand up. Jiang Zhenghua and the clerk beside him were the first to stand up. Those in the plaintiff's seat and the defendant's seat also stood up, their gazes serious. However, among the debtors in the audience, only a few stood up while the rest remained seated, their faces mocking, as if watching a play. Those old debtors who had initially stood up, realizing they were out of place after feeling the gazes of those around them, gave an awkward smile to the crowd and sat back down. Jiang Zhenghua glanced at everyone with displeasure. These people's behavior is utterly lawless. But Jiang Zhenghua knew that reasoning with this group of people was pointless, so he could only snort coldly and continue speaking. The court rules will now be read aloud. First, all participants in court proceedings must obey the instructions of the presiding judge or the sole judge, respect judicial etiquette, and abide by court discipline. Second, applause, shouting, noise, and other conduct that disrupts the trial proceedings are prohibited. Smoking and eating are also prohibited. When Jiang Zhenghua mentioned the second point, he deliberately raised his voice and looked at the audience with a serious expression. If you are unable to do so, please leave the courtroom now. Court police will maintain order at all times. Jiang Zhenghua added this sentence specifically: these deadbeats are lawless. Who knows what outrageous things they might do during the court hearing. The dozen or so bailiffs who were originally in the gallery stepped forward after hearing Jiang Zhenghua's words, standing on both sides of the aisle, looking at the crowd in the gallery and gripping their bailiffs tightly. Upon hearing this, Wang Fugui immediately pursed his lips, then muttered something under his breath with a dissatisfied expression. What a lousy place, they won't even let you smoke. After saying that, Wang Fugui stood up, took out a cigarette from his pocket and walked out of the courtyard. Anyway, they're going to lose this lawsuit no matter how they fight it. But what if he loses? The house won't be seized, so what's he afraid of? Seeing Wang Fugui leave, several familiar debtors also got up and followed him. Wait for me, brother Wang, I want to go for a smoke too. In no time, people began to leave the gallery one after another. The court hearing was like a class, they would get sleepy just sitting there. And staying there might take all morning, which is worse than killing them. It's better to wait outside. At least we can still chat, play cards, and have a smoke together. Seeing that nearly a third of the people in the audience had left, Jiang Zhenghua did not stop them. On the contrary, he hoped that some more people would leave. Soon, Jiang Zhenghua finished reading out the court rules. Please take a seat. Jiang Zhenghua's voice was authoritative. After everyone had sat down, he slowly sat down himself, then looked at Su Wen in the plaintiff's seat with admiration in his eyes. This Su Wen. The last time I defended old Zhang's case, I gave him a really big surprise. This case seems much simpler. However, recovering the only property of a group of debtors is as difficult as climbing to the sky. It remains to be seen whether Su Wen can create another miracle and give him a pleasant surprise this time. Plaintiff's attorney, you may begin stating the facts and your claims. Su Wen nodded respectfully to Jiang Zhenghua, stood up and bowed slightly, then picked up the prepared documents in his hand. Our victim Jiang Yaokai lent Chen Jiu 80 million yuan 11 years ago. Chen Jiu also lent money to over 100 defendants in connection with real estate transactions, with each defendant lending between 400,000 and 600,000 yuan, totaling 80 million yuan. Later, due to Chen Jiu's inability to collect the debt, a debt transfer agreement was signed with my client, Jiang Yaokai. The current situation is that the defendants, numbering over 100, owe our client a total of 80 million huxia yuan. Su Wen's voice was generous and powerful, reaching the ears of everyone present. But upon hearing this, the people in the audience immediately fell silent. What's there to say about these things? It's not that everyone denies acknowledging the debt, I just don't have the money to pay it back. After rambling on and on, everyone's getting sleepy. We should have gone out for a smoke together earlier. Jiang Zhenghua slammed his gavel down a few times and shouted at the crowd in the gallery. Silence. This is a warning. If you disrupt court proceedings again, I will take legal action against you. A fine of 1,000 RMB and detention for a period not exceeding 15 days. Holy crap, they want to fine me too. Detention is fine, but fining them is going too far. When everyone heard that they would also be fined, their eyes widened instantly and then they fell silent. Jiang Zhenghua sighed deeply and turned his gaze back to Su Wen. Plaintiff's attorney, please continue with the facts and claims. Su Wen smiled slightly and then continued, the facts have been stated. The following are our demands. First, we request that the defendants led by Hua Shan and a total of 136 defendants repay the debts owed to our client, totaling 80 million Huxia yuan, within 7 working days of the judgment being issued. An investigation revealed that all of the more than 100 defendants owned a property in Fuxi Jiayuan. The property is registered under the defendant's name, is unsecured, unseized, and its market valuation is sufficient to cover the debt and enforcement costs in this case. If the defendant fails to repay on time, we request the court to initiate procedures for seizure, appraisal, and auction of the property in accordance with the law to repay the debt owed by the defendant to our client. As soon as he said this, everyone in the defendant's dock scoffed. Is Su Wen an idiot? Do you understand what a sole property is? Is it not a matter of simply saying it can be executed immediately? If that's all you've got, you shouldn't be a lawyer, it's shameful. Su Wen's lips curled slightly. He naturally knew what these people were thinking, but their current joy will soon be matched by their despair. Su Wen continued speaking unhurriedly. Secondly, we request that all 136 defendants jointly bear the litigation costs, totaling RMB 440,000. Which shall be transferred to our client's account within 7 working days of the judgment being issued. Third, we request that the defendant bear the legal fees for our attorneys, totaling RMB 6.4 million, to be transferred to our client's account within 7 working days of the judgment being issued. Your Honor, we have finished presenting our claims. Upon hearing this, the people in the audience widened their eyes instantly. In addition to the original debt of 80 million. They even have to bear the other party's litigation costs and lawyer fees. Moreover, the lawyer's fees were a staggering 6 million, which is much faster than robbing someone. Upon hearing Su Wen's statement, Yang Wei, sitting in the defendant's dock, froze in place. Why is it not quite what he expected? He originally thought that Su Wen would use the fact that the original purchase contract was for a house that was priced higher than the market price as a starting point for fraud. But unexpectedly, Su Wen is acting like a fool, only saying to enforce the judgment against the property. Just then, Judge Jiang Zhenghua turned to look at Yang Wei in the defendant's dock and began to speak. Does the defendant have any objections to this? Yang Wei's lips curled into a smile as he spoke. We acknowledge the outstanding debt and have no objection to it. However, all of our clients' properties are their only properties. Therefore, we request that the plaintiff's first claim be dismissed. Our client has clearly stated that they will definitely repay the money when they have it. After saying that, Yang Wei looked at Su Wen with a provocative look in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Su Wen's lips curled slightly and he slowly spoke. Who said they own property in Fuxi Garden? Is this your only property? Su Wen's voice was neither slow nor slow, but it reached everyone's ears. In a short time, everyone present stared wide-eyed, turning to look at Su Wen in disbelief. Not the only property? How could it not be the only property? They don't own any other properties besides the one in Fuxi Jiayuan. Could it be? In the dock, Hua Shan's forehead was covered in sweat. He was extremely guilty. Yang Wei looked at Hua Shan's expression. A bad feeling suddenly rose in his heart and he hurriedly asked in a low voice. You don't actually own other houses, do you? Hua Shan looked at Yang Wei with a guilty expression and couldn't help but scratch the back of his head with one hand. No. Seeing Hua Shan's behavior, Yang Wei immediately realized that something was wrong. From a psychological perspective, Hua Shan's actions at this moment constitute lying. Yang Wei looked at Hua Shan with a solemn expression and spoke in a cold tone. "I'm your lawyer, you can't hide anything from me or no one can save you." Upon hearing this, Hua Shan, seeing Yang Wei's serious expression, also realized that something was wrong. Some of us have rented apartments outside." "What?" Upon hearing this, Yang Wei's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Hua Shan, finally gritting his teeth as he spoke. "How could you rent a place outside at this time? Do you know how much trouble this will cause?" Yang Wei's voice carried a hint of anger which made Hua Shan feel very uncomfortable. Hua Shan curled her lip, looked at Yang Wei with some dissatisfaction, raised her head arrogantly, and said to him, "So what? Renting a house isn't like buying one. Besides, we sent you to fight this lawsuit. What are you good for? Can't you even handle this little problem?" Under Hua Shan's leadership, everyone kept the fact that they were renting a place a secret. They finally managed to rent a cheap place. "I'm waiting for the lawsuit to end so I can sublet the house and make some money. How could I just tell others about something as lucrative as this?" Hearing Hua Shan's words, Yang Wei couldn't help but clench his fists. These deadbeats. They've tried to cheat on themselves. I am a lawyer, not a sorcerer. When arguing a case, one must also rely on evidence and defend oneself according to the law. Just because you've hired yourself doesn't mean you can rest easy. Upon learning that Hua Shan and the others had rented a house outside without informing him, Yang Wei knew that the lawsuit was truly over. Hua Shan patted Yang Wei on the shoulder. "Don't worry, very few people know about our renting the place. He might know 1 or 2 people at most. It won't affect the case." However, at this moment, Su Wen's voice came again. "Your Honor, I request to present my first piece of evidence." Upon hearing this, Judge Jiang Zhenghua nodded heavily. Su Wen's lips curled slightly as he picked up the few pages of paper on the table, handed them to the bailiff beside him, and then passed them to Jiang Zhenghua. Jiang Zhenghua adjusted his glasses and looked down. Upon seeing the contents of the paper, Jiang Zhenghua gasped in shock and let out a gasp. These deadbeats actually rented a house outside, and, even more astonishingly, these people, they rented the house on the same day and at the same time. This whole thing is so bizarre, it's like someone deliberately orchestrated it. Jiang Zhenghua looked at Su Wen with a shocked expression. If this whole thing was indeed orchestrated by this young man, that young man is terrifying. Su Wen looked at the 2 people in the defendant's dock and slowly began to speak. This evidence contains information about more than 20 defendants renting apartments outside their premises. Each of them, to varying degrees, has spent at least 6 months in rented accommodation. This evidence is sufficient to prove that their house in Fuxi Garden is not their only property. As soon as Su Wen finished speaking, the large screen next to the judge's bench suddenly lit up. Then, the evidence that Su Wen had just submitted was displayed on the big screen. This evidence not only includes their rental information but also accurately identifies the house number. Even at the very bottom of the evidence, there's the date they signed the contract. Looking at the evidence on the big screen, Jiang Yaokai, sitting in the plaintiff's seat, rubbed his eyes in disbelief, as if afraid he had misread it. After confirming that he hadn't misread it, his eyes instantly lit up with surprise. Goodness, he initially thought Su Wen hadn't done anything lately, but unexpectedly, this lawyer Su is indeed incredibly resourceful. In such a short period of time, they destroyed the other party's only property. Attorney Su, you're amazing. Jiang Yaokai's body began to tremble with excitement. If that's the case, then they really can apply to the court to seize their property. There's hope of getting my money back. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Yaokai couldn't help but laugh out loud. In stark contrast to Jiang Yaokai's emotions was Yang Wei, who was in the defendant's dock. Yang Wei's eyes widened instantly upon seeing the date. Impossible. Yang Wei, who had been in the industry for many years, had never lost his composure like this before, and he roared. How could they possibly rent houses on the same day? As he spoke, Yang Wei looked at the presiding judge on the stage and pointed his finger menacingly at Su Wen in the plaintiff's seat. Your Honor, I suspect this was a setup by the opposing lawyer. At this moment, not only Yang Wei was stunned. The people in the audience who had rented a room before and those who hadn't were also bewildered. Then chaos erupted instantly. F asterisk asterisk KU, how could you possibly rent a place? It's my right to rent a place, what's it to you? Back then those reporters all showed up at my door. How was I supposed to survive if I didn't rent a place? You F asterisk 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 G fell for it. This was a setup by the other side, do you even know that? The crowd in the gallery was in complete disarray. Some people had even rolled up their sleeves, revealing the tattoos on their arms. If they weren't in a courtroom, they might already be fighting. Silence. 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 Jiang Zhenghua struck the gavel heavily several times in succession. The bailiffs in the corridor also began to maintain order at the scene. Stop arguing or I'll kick you all out. With the intervention of the bailiffs, the crowd quickly quieted down, but almost everyone's eyes were filled with anger. Seeing this, Yang Wei knew that the primary task was to appease these debtors, so he quickly spoke again. Your Honor, I have reason to suspect that the opposing party is setting a trap to lure my client into renting the apartment. Su Wen sneered, his gaze falling indifferently on Yang Wei, and spoke. Opponent's lawyer, this is a courtroom, everything must be based on evidence. If you don't have evidence. Su Wen's lips curled slightly as he turned to look at the presiding judge on the platform and began to speak. The opposing lawyer's false statements have affected me, which is in accordance with Article 234 of our country's law. Fabricating facts to falsely accuse and frame others, and the circumstances are serious. He should be sentenced to imprisonment for not less than 3 years and not more than 10 years. Holy crap! Came for me? Yang Wei's eyes widened immediately. Is Su Wen out of his mind? I only had reasonable suspicions. How did that become a false accusation? Jiang Zhenghua was also stunned. Su Wen's expression at this moment didn't seem feigned. He seems to be. I really want to send the opposing lawyer to jail. However, what Su Wen said at this point could only be considered as disrupting the opponent's line of defense, and there was no evidence to prove that the opponent was making false accusations. Silence. Jiang Zhenghua tapped the gavel in his hand and said with a serious expression, this is a courtroom, not a marketplace. After saying that, Jiang Zhenghua glared at Su Wen fiercely, then turned to look at Yang Wei. You say your client fell into a trap when renting the apartment. Then let me ask you, was your client coerced when renting the apartment? Upon hearing this, Yang Wei's eyes dimmed instantly, and he slowly shook his head. Jiang Zhenghua continued, besides coercion, were there any threats, intimidation, or other forms of violence used to force them to rent the house? Yang Wei shook his head again. At this point the outcome was already decided. The gallery was completely silent, everyone knew what was going on. The outcome of this lawsuit is already decided. Everyone initially thought the trial would take a long time and everyone was well prepared, but unexpectedly. Only 5 minutes have passed since the court session began. 5 minutes. It only takes the time it takes to smoke a cigarette. This lawsuit, involving hundreds of debtors who have defaulted on their debts, is nearing its end. Jiang Zhenghua's eyes were filled with shock, but upon closer reflection, Su Wen was still too hasty. Among the more than 100 defaulters, only about 20 debtors have rented houses outside. Therefore, even if a judgment is made, it can only be made regarding the houses of these 20-odd people. But then I thought about it again. Being able to execute on more than 20 houses can be considered a great success. You should know, Jiang Yaokai has been trying to collect his debts for so many years, but he hasn't gotten a single penny back. Now he can sell more than 20 houses, with each house averaging 800,000 yuan, and he can recover more than 10 million yuan. After the initial shock, a hint of disappointment flashed in Jiang Yaokai's eyes, but he quickly accepted the outcome. With over 10 million, he could easily enjoy his retirement as long as he doesn't start a business. Su Wen saw the meaning in Jiang Yaokai's eyes, smiled slightly and whispered in his ear. Don't worry, if I say 80 million, then it's definitely 80 million. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yaokai's eyes widened instantly. He looked at Su Wen, who stood confidently to the side in disbelief, and his voice trembled uncontrollably as he spoke. Attorney Su, is this true? Jiang Yaokai was greatly shocked. Judging from the current situation, it would be very difficult to execute the order on all the houses. Su Wen narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze falling on the defendant's seat, and said calmly, the real show has only just begun. Just then, Judge Jiang Zhenghua took a deep breath, turned his gaze to the defendant's dock, and began to speak. Defendants, do you have anything else to say? Yang Wei enjoys a certain reputation in the Jiangcheng legal community and has presided over many court hearings over the years. He understood the meaning behind Jiang Zhenghua's words. If there's nothing to add, then I'm about to deliver my verdict. What could Yang Wei say at this point? He lost the case from the very beginning. He guessed wrong about Su Wen's defense angle, and all the hundreds of pages of evidence he had carefully prepared became useless. And then there's this bunch of incompetent teammates who kept it a secret that they were renting a place outside. There's no way they can win this lawsuit. Yang Wei gave Hua Shan a cold look. That stupid pig, and he's the one in charge, he deserved to be executed. Hua Shan remained frozen in place after Su Wen presented the evidence. He didn't expect that. I just rented a place and suddenly I don't own a house anymore. And he not only rented a house himself, he even incited others to rent a house with him. Now it's all good, their houses are all gone. He was drenched in cold sweat. Once the trial begins, this group of people will definitely take his life. What to do? What to do? Hua Shan was terrified just then. He felt Yang Wei's cold gaze beside him. Got it. Hua Shan slammed his hand on the table and pointed at Yang Wei, shouting angrily. You unscrupulous lawyer, before the trial didn't you swear that no matter what happened our house wouldn't be seized? If he doesn't want this group of people to cause him trouble, Hua Shan now only has one option left: to shift the blame onto someone else. Obviously, Yang Wei is currently the most suitable scapegoat. Upon hearing Hua Shan's words, Yang Wei's expression immediately turned somewhat panicked. As a lawyer, you cannot promise your clients that you will definitely win a case. The regulations on the administration of lawyers' practice clearly state this. Lawyers may not make any undue promises to their clients regarding the outcome of their cases, whether explicitly or implicitly. Once discovered, in serious cases, not only will their professional qualifications be revoked, but they may also face legal penalties and even have to compensate the parties involved for their losses. You're talking nonsense. I've never said anything like that unless you have proof. Yang Wei quickly denied it, but Hua Shan did contact him yesterday to ask if it was certain that the house would not be subject to enforcement. If Hua Shan and his family didn't rent a house, Yang Wei was 100% certain that their only property would not be seized. Therefore, he then made a promise to Hua Shan. But who would have thought? Hua Shan and his friends had actually rented a house outside without informing him. He was completely innocent and got caught in the crossfire. Faced with Yang Wei's denial, Hua Shan snorted coldly. Who says I have no evidence? I recorded it yesterday. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei was immediately startled. However, before he could speak, Hua Shan turned to the audience and shouted loudly. Brothers, tell me, didn't he promise that our houses wouldn't be seized? In a short time, the people in the audience stood up and started cursing at Yang Wei. Yes, we wouldn't be so at ease if you hadn't said it wouldn't be enforced. You unscrupulous lawyer. You made me lose my house. I'm not finished with you. A renowned lawyer, is that all you've got? Go to hell. In a short time, the jeers and insults directed at Yang Wei filled every corner of the courtroom. Su Wen's lips curled slightly as he leaned back in his chair, watching the scene unfold with great interest. Wow, there's an unexpected surprise. Hua Shan even recorded evidence of Yang Wei's promises to the parties involved. It seems that Yang Wei's days ahead are going to be tough. Jiang Zhenghua turned and glanced at Su Wen. This scene was probably exactly what the kid had expected. That brat, he really knows how to stir up trouble. I just don't know what his purpose was in doing this. Silence, silence. Jiang Zhenghua struck the gavel dozens of times before the courtroom finally quieted down. He rolled his eyes at Su Wen, clearly annoyed. He's been in court for so many years, but he's never had such a tiring hearing before. His hands are sore from typing. Right now, all he wants is to end this ridiculous farce as soon as possible and then prepare for the next trial. The next case seems to be more troublesome. According to the information, it is a rather complex fraud case. The plaintiff and the defendant were actually husband and wife. And the plaintiff was so driven to the brink of suicide a few days ago. Jiang Zhenghua rubbed his temples. What's wrong with me today? Why are all the cases so complicated? Pulling himself back to reality, Jiang Zhenghua lowered his gaze and looked at everyone before speaking. Now, I declare the trial. However, before Jiang Zhenghua could finish speaking, Su Wen sneered, stood up, and interrupted him, saying, Your Honor, we have one witness who has not yet appeared in court. I now request my witness Chen Jiu appear in court to testify. In a short time, the entire courtroom was completely silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Su Wen in disbelief. Jiang Yaokai looked at Su Wen with a puzzled expression. The case has been classified and Su Wen as his own lawyer. At this point, we should urge the court to announce the verdict as soon as possible. But why? And they're asking Chen Jiu to testify in court again? However, the next second, Jiang Yaokai knew why. After the initial shock of hearing that Chen Jiu was going to testify, everyone in the audience clenched their fists, their faces filled with anger. Looking at everyone's expressions, Jiang Yaokai instantly understood Su Wen's intention. The whole thing started because Chen Jiu framed him and swindled him out of 80 million yuan. Chen Jiu first borrowed 80 million yuan from Jiang Yaokai under the pretext that the unfinished building project needed renovation. However, these houses are difficult to deal with because they were previously abandoned. Therefore, Chen Jiu did not use the money to renovate the house. Instead, he kept the 80 million for himself. Later, they found these debtors again and sold the houses to them at a price 30% to 40% lower than the market price in the shortest possible time. However, if the price is lower than the market price, they need to write an IOU that they don't have to repay. The IOUs signed by the defaulter were eventually transferred to Jiang Yaokai through a debt transfer agreement, settling the 80 million yuan debt that Chen Jiu owed Jiang Yaokai. Therefore, the culprit behind this whole thing is that B*** D Chen Jiu. The houses of some of these debtors are now about to be seized. The others also began to feel worried. Didn't they say I don't have to pay it back? Wasn't it said that the house wouldn't be subject to enforcement? Oh shit, Chen Jiu is a beast. They deceived Jiang Yaokai and they deceived them as well. Now I hear that Chen Jiu is going to have to appear in court to testify for Jiang Yaokai. This group of people even wanted to kill him. At this moment, Chen Jiu stood comfortably in the lounge, waiting for Judge Jiang Zhenghua to summon him. He remembered what Yang Wei had told him before the trial. Aside from admitting to the IOU, don't admit to anything else. Who is Yang Wei? That was the lawyer he hired at a high price. Moreover, he is one of the partners of Zhang Law Firm, one of the top law firms in Jiangcheng, with a case success rate of nearly 90%. As long as I remember Yang Wei's instructions. Even if Jiang Yaokai wins this lawsuit today, there's nothing he can do about it. Haha, I'm so smart. The unfinished building that was so difficult to deal with back then, I easily made 80 million by using just a little trick. Every time Chen Jiu thinks about this, he can't help but laugh out loud. Jiang Yaokai. You can't blame me. If you have someone to blame, it's yourself for being too stupid back then. The bailiff next to Chen Jiu glared at him with annoyance when he saw Chen Jiu's sly grin. Just then, suddenly a message from the court clerk came through the walkie-talkie on the bailiff's chest. Bring the plaintiff's witness, Chen Jiu, to court to testify. The sound also reached Chen Jiu's ears. Upon hearing that he had been summoned, Chen Jiu immediately pictured Jiang Yaokai's despairing expression. Instead of feeling nervous, he was filled with the desire to see Jiang Yaokai's despair as soon as possible. Ha ha ha, it's my turn. It's my turn. Chen Jiu urged the bailiffs beside him to take him inside quickly. Seeing Chen Jiu's appearance, the bailiff sighed slightly. Come in with me. With that, the bailiff, carrying the aged wine, headed towards the courtroom. Pushing open the heavy doors of the courtroom, one can feel the oppressive atmosphere of the trial. A cold smile curled at the corner of Chen Jiu's lips. Jiang Yaokai, just wait until you're in despair. He held his head high and walked arrogantly toward the witness stand. But he hadn't taken more than a few steps when he sensed something was wrong. Why do these debtors in the gallery all look so unhappy? Haha, maybe these country bumpkins were scared when they felt the solemnity of the courtroom. These scumbags in society are all talk and no action, but when it comes to real trouble, only a seasoned veteran like myself can handle it. Chen Jiu didn't take it seriously and walked straight to the witness stand, then gave Yang Wei a reassuring look. They only acknowledge the IOU, they deny everything else, he remembers it all. Just then, Judge Jiang Zhenghua lowered his gaze and spoke in a dignified voice. Please state your basic personal information and read and sign the witness guarantee for appearance in court. Chen Jiu looked at Jiang Zhenghua with disdain and a defiant glint in his eyes, speaking with a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. My name is Chen Jiu, that's all. Without even glancing at the witness testimony guarantee form, Chen Jiu signed his name directly on it, then looked up and said, Ask away. Ask whatever you want to ask. Jiang Zhenghua snorted coldly. These old scoundrels all think they're awesome and look down on everyone else. Little did they know, snort. Jiang Zhenghua turned to look at Su Wen and spoke. You may begin asking questions. Su Wen slowly stood up, looking at the arrogant Chen Jiu, a slight smile playing on his lips. Chen Jiu, 11 years ago you borrowed 80 million Huxia yuan from my client. Is that true? Yes, Chen Jiu's voice was somewhat shrill, no seats. After speaking, Chen Jiu turned his head with a hint of smugness and looked at Yang Wei in the defendant's seat. Yang Wei's face turned almost green. If things are going according to plan, then Chen Jiu's answers at this point are perfectly reasonable. But that's not the case now. Is this aged wine blind? Can't he see the hostile looks he's getting from the group of people behind him? If Chen Jiu had denied these matters now, the trial might have been postponed, but now it's too late. Why? Yang Wei sighed heavily and turned his head away from Chen Jiu. Hua Shan, standing to the side, unconsciously clenched his fists upon hearing Chen Jiu's admission. It's all this aged wine's fault. Although he didn't have enough money at the time, if he had managed to borrow some more, he might have been able to buy a house without any disputes. Now, my house is about to be seized. Damn it, it's all this darn aged wine's fault. The people in the audience shared Hua Shan's thoughts at this moment, and everyone was glaring angrily at Chen Jiu's back. No one noticed. From the far corner of the audience seats, a petite figure slowly emerged, her hair styled in cute pigtails. Following Su Wen's instructions, Fang Hui had quietly slipped into the courtroom from the very beginning and sat at the very back of the gallery. Su Wen keenly sensed the emotions of the crowd. This was exactly the result he wanted. He slowly walked up to Chen Jiu, a hint of mockery in his eyes, and said slowly, Chen Jiu, I have one last question. Chen Jiu snorted coldly and said arrogantly, Ask away. Su Wen smiled slightly and said, I like honest and good kids like you. The defendants number over 130 and owe you a total of 80 million. Before Su Wen could finish speaking, Chen Jiu raised an eyebrow and interrupted him. No seats, they owe me 80 million and I owe Jiang Yaokai 80 million. I signed a debt transfer agreement with Jiang Yaokai, which made it so that they owed Jiang Yaokai 80 million. Although it's somewhat unethical, but I didn't break the law, did I? After Chen Jiu finished speaking, a cold smile appeared on his lips and he looked at Su Wen with a mocking gaze. As long as I do as Attorney Yang Wei says. I refuse to believe you can do anything to me. HMPH, just wait and see. However, the next second, a huge smelly shoe slapped him right in the face. Holy crap, what's going on? Before Chen Jiu could react, he heard a string of curses coming from the defendant's seat. No seat, Maya asterisk. Hua Shan, sitting in the audience, could no longer hold back. He took off his shoe and smashed it hard on Chen Jiu's head, as Hua Shan lost control of his emotions. The anger of the others, like water flowing from a broken riverbank, was vented wildly on the aged wine. Before Chen Jiu could react, smelly shoes rained down on him. Damn it, it's all your fault, you son of a B asterisk ch, my house is about to fall. You're a F asterisk G liar. You cheated Jiang Yaokai, then you cheated us all and you got all the benefits for yourself. You son of a B asterisk ch, if my house gets seized, I'll chop you to death with a knife. In an instant, the shouts and curses of the crowd echoed throughout the courtroom. Chen Jiu, still not understanding what was happening, hurriedly covered his head and shouted loudly, Holy crap, what are you guys doing? Bailiffs, do something about them. Upon hearing Chen Jiu's roar, the bailiffs began to take action, subduing the crowd in the gallery. Jiang Zhenghua took a deep breath. In all his years in the profession, he had never seen such a chaotic courtroom scene, but for some reason, on the contrary, he felt quite relieved. This Su Wen is really interesting. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Zhenghua slammed his gavel 3 times and raised his voice to address the dozen or so bailiffs. Anyone who makes a disturbance again will be expelled from the courtroom. Upon hearing this, everyone suppressed their anger and glared fiercely at Chen Jiu. Seeing that the farce had temporarily stopped, a hint of excitement flashed in Su Wen's eyes. The grand finale is about to begin. From the very beginning, Su Wen's target wasn't these debtors but rather the aged liquor behind them. Finding the original sales records of the house that Chenjiu sold could prove that Chenjiu committed fraud. But Chenjiu wasn't stupid either. He either destroyed such crucial evidence or hid it somewhere no one knew about it. To find this evidence, that's practically impossible. Therefore, after Su Wen signed the contract with Jiang Yaokai, everything he did was aimed at severing the relationship between the debtors and Jiang Yaokai, making them fight like dogs in court. Your Honors. Su Wen's voice was generous and powerful, and his authoritative tone reached everyone's ears. In an instant, everyone's gaze unconsciously fell on Su Wen, as if he were the protagonist of this world, standing at the center of it. Even the usually dignified Jiang Zhenghua couldn't help but straighten his back after hearing Su Wen's authoritative voice. Su Wen looked at Jiang Zhenghua with a serious expression and slowly began to speak. I believe that 11 years ago, when Chenjiu borrowed money from our client, there was fraud involved. As soon as Su Wen finished speaking, the room erupted in an uproar. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Su Wen in the plaintiff's seat, their eyes wide with disbelief. Chen Jiu's eyes were filled with rage. This Su Wen, it seems he's after me. Oh shit, where's the evidence? Without evidence, you can't accuse me of fraud. Jiang Zhenghua lowered his eyes in thought and after a moment looked at Su Wen and slowly said, Do you have any evidence? Su Wen turned and glanced at Chen Jiu with disdain, then slowly walked towards Hua Shan in the defendant's dock, speaking as he went. I don't have any evidence. If I did, I would apply to the court to revoke the debt transfer agreement between Chen Jiu and my client. Su Wen's voice was calm and unhurried, each word striking Hua Shan's heart with a heavy impact. Yes, as long as it can be proven that Chen Jiu's borrowing of money from Jiang Yaokai involved fraud. That matter is a conflict between Chen Jiu and Jiang Yaokai and has nothing to do with them. If the aged wine goes in, their houses will naturally be saved. Although Hua Shan is a deadbeat, he has some cleverness about him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to stand out among this group of deadbeats and be elected as the person in charge. In the minds of these deadbeats, personal interests always come first. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Hua Shan hurriedly spoke up. You have no evidence, but we do. As he spoke, Hua Shan hurriedly walked to the audience and addressed the group of debtors. Brothers, we've all been screwed over by that B*** D Chen Jiu. He swindled Jiang Yaokai out of his money and then used us as a shield. He's not even human. Everyone, speak your mind and expose all of Chen Jiu's shameful deeds. Upon hearing this, the defendants all stood up and addressed Jiang Zhenghua on the judge's bench. Your Honor, when Chen Jiu made us write the IOU, he clearly told me that the money didn't need to be repaid. I have a recording. Yang Wei, this lawyer, was hired for us by Chen Jiu. If he wasn't guilty, why would he hire a lawyer for us? I have the payment records from when the house was sold, which proves that Chen Jiu deliberately set up this scheme to cheat Jiang Yaokai out of his money. Me too. Me too. I not only have some, I brought some with me today. I brought it too. In a short time. In order to save their houses, everyone jumped out to testify against Chen Jiu. The courtroom was in chaos. Upon hearing the accusations from the crowd, Chen Jiu's previous arrogance vanished and he slumped into the witness stand, his eyes filled with despair. Completion. It's all over. Although Su Wen did not have ledgers or other evidence of the real estate transactions. However, if this group of deadbeats unites and compiles the original property transaction records, they can certainly form new evidence. Jiang Zhenghua stared in shock at everything that was happening. This Su Wen, that's absolutely terrifying. From the start of the trial until now, he has only had 7 or 8 minutes, yet he has managed to completely dominate the defendant. Furthermore, the network of relationships between the defendant and Chen Jiu was completely severed, turning them into dogs fighting each other, thus providing evidence for Su Wen. Such a difficult case, yet Su Wen managed to bring it to this conclusion in such a short time. It's hard to imagine that a young lawyer could accomplish this. Even if a titan of the legal profession, Professor Luo Xiang, were to come, it would probably be very difficult for him to achieve this. The scene took more than a minute to gradually quiet down. Just then, Su Wen turned to look at Jiang Zhenghua on the judge's bench and slowly began to speak. Presiding Judge, according to Article 35 of the Civil Procedure Law of our country, since the nature of the case has changed, we hereby apply. Change and restate the new demands. Su Wen had barely finished speaking when Yang Wei, who was in the defendant's dock, hurriedly stood up. Your Honor, I object. Jiang Zhenghua looked at Yang Wei with a serious expression and spoke in a completely emotionless tone. Objection overruled. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei glanced at the aged wine on the witness stand and let out a deep sigh. It seems to be saying, I tried my best, but that is indeed the case. Su Wen's lawsuits are always characterized by relentless pursuit and interconnected arguments. Once the opponent gets into his rhythm, unless a miracle happens, no one can do anything about it. Yang Wei did not expect that. The pressure was immense when facing Su Wen. Cheng Yao, sitting in the audience, looked terrified. Looking at Yang Wei's expression now, it was exactly the same as when she was suppressed by Su Wen, her eyes filled with the same despair. Even Yang Wei is no match for Su Wen. Cheng Yao turned to look at Su Wen, who was shining brightly in front of her. He seemed to be surrounded by a radiant light that deeply attracted Cheng Yao's eyes. Looking back at Yang Wei. What is that? He couldn't beat Su Wen in a lawsuit, and he wasn't as handsome as Su Wen either. And as Hua Shan had said before, if he truly has evidence of Yang Wei's promises to his clients, then his legal career is likely over. Waste. Compared to Su Wen, Yang Wei is simply a good-for-nothing. How could I have been so blind to abandon Su Wen and get together with Yang Wei? Thinking of this, Cheng Yao turned to look at Su Wen again, her eyes filled with alluring charm. Cheng Yao touched her face and murmured to herself, Su Wen, you must still love me, right? However, Su Wen didn't even glance at Cheng Yao once from beginning to end. At this moment, Su Wen had returned to the defendant's dock and began to speak. First, the applicant Chen Jiu is listed as the defendant. Secondly, for case number XXXX Min Chu Roman 20, we have first applied to change it from a civil case to a criminal case. Third, we request that the debt transfer agreement signed between the defendant Chen Jiu and our client Jiang Yaokai be declared invalid and null and void. After Su Wen finished stating his three demands, he stopped and looked at the presiding judge Jiang Zhenghua. At the same time, the group of debtors in the audience couldn't help but feel nervous. If Jiang Zhenghua agrees, it means their house will be saved. If Jiang Zhenghua disagrees, ultimately the execution of their house will still be carried out. Jiang Yaokai's palms were sweating with nervousness. He was aware of Chen Jiu's assets. Since Chen Jiu escaped the crackdown on organized crime years ago and then swindled 80 million from me, he has been living a very successful life. His real estate and property management companies alone generate tens of millions in profits annually. In addition, there are his mansions, cars, gold, and other items. Intention is gold. Gold prices are ridiculously high right now. If Jiang Zhenghua can really be convicted of fraud, then his 80 million will definitely be recovered. After hearing Su Wen's request, Jiang Zhenghua slowly spoke amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd. Agree. Yeah. We won, the house is saved. Upon hearing this, the people in the audience shouted excitedly. Jiang Yaokai stood there stunned for a moment before slowly coming back to his senses. Tears of emotion welled up in his eyes instantly. 11 years have passed. Only he knows how much he suffered during those 11 years trying to get his money back. He himself had already given up hope, but today, with Su Wen's help, he finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel. In stark contrast to Jiang Yaokai is Chen Jiu. The word agree struck him hard, crushing his last glimmer of hope. It's over, everything is over. Chen Jiu slumped into the chair, feeling dizzy, and her mind went blank. He originally thought that his testimony was just a formality. Unexpectedly, Su Wen had set up an ambush on all sides, capturing them all in one fell swoop. A dead end. This is a dead end. Yang Wei slumped into his chair, his mind racing with dozens of possible solutions. But in the end, all the strategies led to Su Wen's victory. Even if the judgment involves the property of the debtors who defaulted on their debts, they will still cause trouble for Chen Jiu after the court hearing, thus sending Chen Jiu to jail. Yang Wei recalled the previous news. Su Wen and Jiang Yaokai went to collect the debt but were driven away by the deadbeats. From that moment on, Su Wen had already laid out his plan. With over 100 defaulters facing public scrutiny, some will eventually succumb to the pressure and choose to rent a place elsewhere, let alone more than 20. Even just a few people were enough for Su Wen to expose the relationship between the defaulters and Chen Jiu. But still foolishly, they thought that as long as they protected the details of the sale of the property containing the aged liquor, they could keep their houses. Ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. Yang Wei gave a self-deprecating laugh, looked at Su Wen with icy eyes and muttered to himself in a sinister tone. However, don't think that just because you won this case you can stand above me. The surprise I have in store for you is yet to come. Su Wen breathed a sigh of relief. He still had a backup plan if Jiang Zhenghua disagreed with his demands. It will be a bit troublesome and will have to wait a while. Now that Jiang Zhenghua has agreed directly, it has saved a lot of trouble. Presiding Judge. Su Wen spoke calmly and confidently as he continued, "We haven't finished stating our demands." Jiang Zhenghua nodded and said in a stern tone, "Please speak." He naturally knew that Su Wen hadn't finished speaking. But what he didn't know was that he had unconsciously started using the word please when he spoke to Su Wen. Su Wen smiled slightly and continued speaking. Fourth, we request that the defendant Chen Jiu have his assets preserved and all his property frozen, including houses, cars, gold, and other valuables. Fifth, we request that the defendant return the 80 million RMB that was defrauded from our client within 5 working days. Sixth, we request that the defendant pay our client 500,000 Huxia yuan in damages for emotional distress. Seventh, we request that the defendant bear the legal fees for our agent's services, totaling RMB 6.4 million, to be transferred to our client's account within 7 working days of the judgment being issued. Eighth, the plaintiff defrauded our client of a total of 80 million RMB and illegally transferred debts through illicit means, causing our client's bankruptcy and resulting in severe emotional distress. This constitutes fraud under Huxia law, involving a large sum of money and egregious circumstances. We request that the defendant Chen Jiu be sentenced to life imprisonment. Su Wen finished explaining all his demands regarding aged wine in one go. Everyone felt that Su Wen exuded a righteous aura as if he were a god descending to earth, sacred and inviolable. Jiang Yaokai looked at Su Wen with excitement. He knew. The radiance emanating from Su Wen is the radiance of the law. It is the radiance of fairness and justice. Just when everyone thought Su Wen had finished speaking, Su Wen's lips curled up slightly, and he turned his head with ill intent to look at Yang Wei in the defendant's seat. "You don't actually think I'll forget about?" Upon hearing this, Yang Wei abruptly raised his head, meeting Su Wen's icy gaze. That damned Su Wen. She had already lowered her head and tried to make herself less noticeable, so why was he still clinging to her? Just then, Su Wen turned to look at Jiang Zhenghua and continued. 9. We request that the defendant's lawyer, Yang Wei, engage in improper conduct and violate the regulations governing the legal profession during the course of representing the defendant in this case. Therefore, his license to practice law should be revoked. No sooner had he finished speaking than Yang Wei slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly. "Mr. Su, as a lawyer, don't you know that you can't directly apply to have my lawyer's license revoked in court?" Yang Wei violated the lawyer's practice regulations, not the Huxia law. If Yang Wei has not broken the law, the court has no right to revoke his lawyer's license. In court, such an application would be deemed invalid. But what can we do? He did this to make Yang Wei feel bad. Su Wen shrugged and grinned at Yang Wei. "Then after the court hearing, I'll file a complaint against you with the Bar Association." Su Wen appeared to be talking to Yang Wei, but his gaze was fixed on Hua Shan. Hearing Su Wen's words, Yang Wei felt more disgusted than if he had swallowed a fly. He wasn't saying this to himself. He was saying it to Hua Shan, who was standing nearby. He was telling Hua Shan that she should take the evidence and file a complaint against Yang Wei. As expected, Hua Shan's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing Su Wen's words. Yang Wei trembled with anger, clenching his fists and whispering through gritted teeth to Hua Shan beside him. "Here's 10,000, delete the recording." Upon hearing this, Hua Shan instantly raised his head proudly, slowly extended his finger, and gave Yang Wei a V sign. Seeing Hua Shan raise the price, Yang Wei almost ground his back teeth to powder. "Fine, 20,000 it is." During their conversation, Jiang Zhenghua also turned around and engaged in a heated discussion with the clerk and others beside him. A civil case suddenly turning into a criminal case, this kind of thing doesn't happen for many years. Moreover, it was a fraud case involving as much as 80 million yuan with extremely negative consequences. If handled improperly, the case could not only attract public criticism, but the court would also face considerable risks. This is a difficult matter. Jiang Zhenghua was engaged in a heated discussion with the group, completely unaware. At the very back of the gallery, that petite and adorable little girl quickly weaved among the group of deadbeats. "Brother, I'm attorney Su's assistant. Could you please provide your original purchase transaction records?" Brother, could you please provide the recording you made of Chen Jiu defrauding Jiang Yaokai?" "Yes, that's it. You'll also need to sign the evidence list." "Thank you, brother." A moment later, Jiang Zhenghua ended his conversation with the clerk. Bang. Jiang Zhenghua struck the gavel beside him, looked at Su Wen with a serious expression, and spoke in a solemn and dignified voice. "The plaintiff's application for property preservation against the defendant, Chen Jiu, is approved and shall take effect immediately. However, the nature of the case has changed from a civil case to a criminal case, and the evidence is not yet sufficient to convict someone. The plaintiff's lawyer is hereby requested to submit supplementary evidence within 3 working days, and a new hearing will be held." Upon hearing Jiang Zhenghua's words, Chen Jiu, sitting in the witness stand, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. 3 more days? This means he has 3 more days to operate. As long as he prevents these deadbeats from providing evidence, he can rest easy, even if we can't stop them from providing evidence. In these 3 days, he could also try to contact a smuggler to escape the country and avoid legal judgment. However, just as Chen Jiu was pondering how to respond, a clear voice suddenly rang out from the audience. "Attorney Su, I've finished collecting the evidence." Upon hearing this, Chen Jiu's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned around. In the audience, Fang Hui held up the documents in her hand with a happy expression, looking excitedly at Su Wen in the plaintiff's seat. Su Wen smiled slightly and gave Fang Hui a thumbs up. "Your Honor, my assistant has collected new evidence. Please have her bring it in." Jiang Zhenghua looked at Su Wen in disbelief. This young lawyer is absolutely terrifying. He had foreseen this from the very beginning. That's why they arranged for their assistant to hide in the gallery beforehand to gather evidence. This is absolutely brilliant. I agree. Jiang Zhenghua swallowed hard, his voice filled with shock. Upon hearing this, the bailiffs immediately led Fang Hui inside. Fang Hui's face was full of joy as she handed over the evidence she had just collected, along with the photos she had taken on her phone, to Su Wen. Su Wen glanced at the evidence carefully, then a slight smile appeared on his lips. "Great job, you'll get a raise." After finishing speaking, Su Wen turned to look at Jiang Zhenghua on the stage and said slowly and deliberately, "Your Honor, we have completed the collection of new evidence and request its submission." Jiang Zhenghua took a deep breath and nodded heavily. "Agree." As soon as he finished speaking, the bailiff standing next to the judge's bench walked up to Su Wen with a shocked expression, took the evidence submitted by Su Wen with both hands, and looked at him with admiration. As a court bailiff, he spends every day at the court hearing. He has seen countless cases and met many excellent lawyers, but this Su Wen in front of him, he's the most amazing lawyer he's ever met, bar none. The evidence that had just been collected was presented to Jiang Zhenghua in less than a minute. Chen Jiu saw this scene before him. The glimmer of hope that had risen in my heart was crushed once again. Devil. Chen Jiu looked at Su Wen in horror, his eyes filled with fear. He pointed at Su Wen with a trembling finger and said as if he were going crazy, "You're the devil." Upon seeing the evidence Fang Hui had gathered, Chen Jiu knew it was too late. Su Wen from the very beginning They left themselves no way out. What he is doing is, he wants to be sentenced to life imprisonment in court right now. Please let me go, please let me go. I have money, I have lots and lots of money. Just let me go, and I'll give you all my money. Upon hearing this, Su Wen snorted coldly, his gaze falling on Chen Jiu, and said in an icy tone, "Those who reap what they sow will not live. You think you're so clever that you can fool everyone and defraud Jiang Yaokai of 80 million through illegal means and still escape legal punishment." Su Wen's voice was icy cold. He had seen far too many people like Chen Jiu in his past life. Such people disregard the lives of others, cheat and swindle, and are arrogant, thinking that no one can do anything about them. But the law is majestic and cannot be desecrated. I will punish every single one of you who desecrate the authority of the law. Su Wen's authoritative voice reached everyone's ears. The group of debtors in the audience felt a sudden chill. They originally thought that as long as they refused to pay back the money, no one could do anything about it.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.